the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 14th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper, County Manager John Peacock, and our wonderful IT staff helping us with the meeting today. And I will turn it over to our Chair, Steve Child, who's joining us from home, as is Commissioners Poshman and Newman. And it's all to you, Steve.
So welcome everybody to our regular meeting today. Today is a really special day. I'm sorry I can't be in the meeting room in person. I've got a bad cold. Don't want to pass it to any of the staff or commissioners in the meeting room. And I know I can't pass it to any of all of you great people on the Zoom call here. So we're all safe from my cold. Today we are going to give out our Pitkin County Cares Awards, and this is a virtual ceremony today, the first time we've ever had to do it this way. We have a proclamation to read for each of the 12 different awards, and each commissioner will be reading 2 or 3 of the awards. Then after they read that particular award, the recipient or recipients can make comments about, public comment about your reward. And then I want to offer the opportunity for anyone else who wishes to make a comment about that person or what they are doing, that you have that opportunity. Then we'll go on to the next award. So, kicking it off will be the George Newman reading the very first one. So George.
Thanks, Steve. So this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Carrington Brown. Whereas Carrington Brown was an employee of Pitkin County for 25 years in various capacities, including as a deputy sheriff, a zoning enforcement officer, and an airport security officer. When he retired several years ago, he could have lulled his days away mowing his giant lawn in Emma and grazing from his vegetable garden, but that isn't how Carrington Brown we know rolls. And whereas Carrington Brown has spent the past 5 years volunteering for Habitat for Humanity, helping to build homes for families who need them. According to former Colorado Senator and Habitat for Humanity's president, Gail Schwartz, Carrington is a model volunteer who always shows up on the job site, ready to work and is willing to do whatever is necessary to help construct homes for people in need. He's handy with a paintbrush, hammer and nails, and heavy lifting. He's cheerful on job sites and goes out of his way to build relationships with Habitat for Humanity's volunteers and staff. And whereas Carrington Brown always enjoys traveling and has combined his love for exploring the world with volunteering for Habitat for Humanity International Affiliate, he's traveled to Burma, Vietnam, Cambodia, Nepal, Jordan, and Romania, helping to build homes for people desperately in need of shelter in these countries. Whereas a former U.S. Marine, Carrington Brown has also found time to volunteer for disabled veterans events in the Roaring Fork Valley. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Carrington Brown with a Pitkin County Cares Good Samaritan Award.
We can pin Gail Schwartz. I think she's with me. Hey!
There's the team.
Carrington, and I see Gail Schwartz, everybody with masks on. Gail, is Carrington there in the room with you?
No, unfortunately, he is not, and he's someplace low tech and asked if we would receive it. So what I have is the construction team to say thank you to Carrington, thank you for all his hard work. I think Rick has a comment for Carrington as well, but we have been really, certainly blessed for the last 5 years to have him be part of our family and volunteering at the BOCC building site.
Absolutely. Carrington has been one of our most loyal and dedicated volunteers, willing to do anything that we ask and just willing to learn in any aspect of building and helping our families. He truly loves being involved and engaged with the homeowners. He learns so much more than we do, probably, because he asks so many questions. But no, Carrington is just a wonderful, full gamut of being a volunteer, and we love him, and we think this is very appreciated. We're grateful that he got that award, and wish he was here with us, but things are just a little off now. But anyway, we're really grateful that he got that award. I know he would be too. Yeah, well deserved.
Thank you, Commissioner, for reading that great background. I know Carrington is loved and appreciated through the community, and be part of our family. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good to see you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Is Carrington not here?
Yeah, thank you to all of you for your work at Habitat for Humanity and on the Basalt Vista project. I love the red Basalt Vista shirts. And thank you to Carrington. Other commissioners or other members on the Zoom call, does anyone else wish to make comments right now? Okay, don't see anybody. Our next award will be read by Patty Clapper.
And I've asked permission to take off my mask so you can hear me, because this is such an important award. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring the Aspen Skiing Company and its outstanding employees, Hannah Berman and Joey Woltemath. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic put a sudden halt to the ski season in mid-March, excuse me, the Aspen Ski Company scrambled to respond. It was during this chaos that two remarkable ski company special events department staffers, Hannah Berman and Joey Woltemath, rose to the cause. Whereas, who knew that the COVID-19 shutdown would become a special event, the likes of which we have never seen? Hannah and Joey rallied to help Pitkin County respond to the biggest public health crisis in the history of the community, not to mention the world. And whereas Hannah and Joey helped coordinate and supervise the deployment of a safe outdoor camp for the homeless using ski company volunteers, trucks, and fencing. They also helped support the COVID-19 relief program, helping thousands of people in the community who had been laid off without warning with rent, utilities, food, and other needed assistance. They helped find and coordinate the army of volunteers needed to speak to each and every applicant for assistance. And whereas Hannah Berman made sure that the volunteers she recruited could speak with empathy and compassion to applicants for relief who were scared, vulnerable, and possibly homesick, asking for help they thought they would never need. Joey Woltemath jumped in to help train and schedule volunteers to distribute food boxes to the needy. And whereas, in addition to sharing Hannah Berman and Joey Woltemath with Pitkin County, the Aspen Skiing Company forgave rent for many who couldn't pay, and they provided housing for hundreds of employees in the community here on J-1 visas who could not get home because flights were canceled and borders closed. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize the Aspen Skiing Company and its outstanding employees, Hannah Berman and Joy Woltemath, with the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Good Samaritan Award. Thank you both, and thanks to the ski company. We appreciate your efforts. You guys really went above and beyond. Good job. So Hannah, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I think we're both just incredibly grateful to work for a company that encouraged everyone to pitch in wherever they could and was willing and eager to deploy their resources and their people wherever we thought we could lend a hand. And COVID isn't going away, and neither is that help. So we're here for the long haul.
Thank you very much. And Joey?
Yes, I just thank you very much for the award. I am truly honored to be a part of the rest of the amazing people on the list, and I think it's a true testament to the people in this community, and I feel very lucky to be a part of it. So thank you very much.
Our thanks to you. Thank you.
And others, John Rigney, are you involved in this project by any chance also?
I am. I'm probably more of a hindrance than a facilitator, as most things happen, but I want to thank the county for recognizing these two wonderful young ladies. This is an amazing award. I've known a lot of other recipients over the years, so thank you for taking the time and recognizing them. For both Hannah and Joey, I just applaud the way they went into action almost immediately. And it was about how it was going to work as opposed to all the things that would keep it from working. So in many ways, they built an event template for engaging Valley folks in a safe manner. But we had huge numbers. We had 250, 350 families at a time that were coming through there. And in the beginning, they put together a crew of team they could trust to pull it off. And by the end, they were batting them away because everyone wanted in on it. So that speaks to kind of the benevolence of this valley. And it was a logistical beast, and it really dominated their lives for a long time. So I want to thank them both and recognize them, but also everyone else that showed up every week to make this a safe event that really did mean a lot to the recipients. So thank you, thanks to the county, Joey and Hannah, and thanks to the rest of their teams.
Thanks, John.
Does any other commissioners or anyone wish to make a comment on this award at this time? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much for your service, Hannah and Joey. The next award will be read by Greg Postman.
Great, thank you. This might be my most favorite time of year to be able to do these awards. And we have such a great community. Just underscores what committed, wonderful volunteer community we have. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County honoring Catherine Sand. Whereas when Pitkin County asked for help establishing mobile food distribution in response to COVID-19, Catherine Sand wholeheartedly and enthusiastically stepped into this role and quickly established the necessary services. And whereas Catherine Sand and her team at Aspen Family Connections coordinated with the Food Bank of the Rockies and Lift Up and quickly implemented weekly food distribution points in Aspen, Snowmass, Village, and beyond, her work extended beyond her usual scope of families in the school district to anyone in the area that was experiencing food insecurity. And whereas Catherine Sand worked effectively and collaboratively with local nonprofit partners to ensure that Pitkin County residents had access to sufficient amounts of healthy foods during the pandemic, it is not an overstatement to say that thousands of people, local citizens, Valley residents, were helped by Catherine's efforts and her extraordinary dedication to improving the lives of those around her. I can't think of a better, smarter, more mobile, energetic person to do that job and to receive this award as a result. So now therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Catherine Sand with a Pitkin County Cares Good Samaritan Award.
There she is.
Well, am I supposed to say something? Well, I'll say.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, not really. Just to say thank you so much. It's a tremendous honor. To be honest, I feel like one of the luckiest people in this community, because at a time when many of us felt, really helpless, I was able to be proactive. And I'm grateful to everybody, my colleagues at Pitkin County DHS and the Aspen School District for being endlessly supportive of this crazy adventure. And it's poignant to me because I'm sitting in bumps right now, while outside there's a line of cars traveling through our Wednesday distribution. And there's a wonderful team of 15 volunteers, and we've had the most incredible volunteers. And this is for them and for my incredible staff of Norma Canchola, Erin Cummings, and Erin Kinney, who have been with me every step of the way. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Anyone else wish to make a comment on her award? Okay, moving on. Greg, you have the next one also.
I do, and I'm grateful that I get to do this one as well. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners honoring Whitney Justice. Whereas Whitney Justice is a single mother of two daughters, two amazing daughters, who is not accustomed to calling attention to herself. But when we heard about one or two things she's done in the community lately, we simply couldn't resist, and we pressed her into receiving this award and the recognition she deserves. Last year, Whitney Justice befriended a homeless man in Aspen, who was often seen standing on the street. She would occasionally check on him, buy him a sandwich, engage him in conversation, which wasn't easy. He was a very tall, quiet, somewhat unkempt man who had mental health issues. And one winter day, Whitney Justice found him in a state of high distress after someone had stolen his tent and camping gear, his life support system, his only means of warmth and shelter. Whitney arranged a place for him to stay during the coldest winter months, launched a GoFundMe campaign locally on social media, and opened an account at the Ute Mountaineer to replace his gear. The campaign raised a few $1,000s, enough to replace all of his camping gear and pay for food and some other necessities. Since that time, Whitney Justice has become close friends with the man, helping him in many other ways, which you would find remarkable, often inviting him into her home for a warm shower, a meal, and occasional overnight stay. And whereas, if befriending a total stranger on the streets of Aspen wasn't enough, another example of Whitney's unconditional and can-do outlook is when, after hearing about the crash on Independence Pass this summer, in which a car carrying two women missed a hairpin and tumbled hundreds of feet down an embankment in the middle of the night, she grabbed her daughters and several friends from Aspen High School, their classmates, and they hiked down the embankment to retrieve the contents of the car. She discovered the people's purses and wallets, found identification, was able to track them down in the hospital in Denver and return their belongings to them. She mailed the belongings to these women who were recovering from serious injuries in Denver. And upon talking to her, they asked her to go back, and she went back again with the team, and they brought the rest of the stuff up and were able to sort it and ship it off to these people who were extremely grateful. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Whitney Justice with the Pitkin County Cares Good Samaritan Award. And I wish I could go on. I have so many stories. We have stories to tell about Whitney, who just is such an amazing presence in our community. So I'm really grateful to be able to deliver this one in particular. Thank you very much. And here she is.
Thank you. Can you hear me on this? I'm humbled and honored. Obviously, I never expected any kind of award. This is really, really amazing. Thank you so much, and thanks to Pat for putting this together, and for Greg for nominating me. It's been a real joy. My real reward has been what I've learned about some of the plight and things that a homeless person goes through. I've never met a homeless person. I've never talked to one. And I also realized that there's so many people that do help him. Big Rap and Paradise Bakery, they make sure he gets a meal every day, when he's standing around hungry. There are hundreds of locals who donated money to the GoFundMe when he was out in the cold, freezing cold, with no gear. So I really think that all these people, our whole community really needs to take credit, because it does take a village to help a homeless person. And these guys they're more than just scary homeless people. There's a story behind each one of these guys, and I've really enjoyed getting to know this man and his story. And in fact, I've done a lot of Googling and research, and I found his family, reunited them, and in fact, his brother is coming up to Aspen to spend the night tonight to see what else he can do to help his brother's living conditions and just state of affairs. So it's been a really, really amazing journey, and I consider him one of my best friends. He's a deserving, very polite man, and I just hope that this raises some awareness in our community. Of course, I see on this list of people who are being honored today, there's a lot of outreach to the homeless population, and I think that's great, and hopefully this will raise some awareness so we can do even more. They have so many unique needs, and I don't know, I'm just really, well, thank you so much. And the people who were in the accident, I just happened to be hiking in that area when the day after the accident happened, and I thought, oh, I wonder what happened, and I hiked down there, and I found a wallet full of money, and it was kind of weird. So I just wanted to reunite them with their stuff, like I'm sure they needed their credit cards and things, and their suitcases, etc. But yeah, more back to the homeless. I hope more can be done, and I'd love to get more involved in any kind of community outreach to them. I just think they deserve a little more support. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Whitney.
So Whitney, I have tears in my eyes right now. Thank you so much.
That one got me.
I have to read the next one. I hope I don't be choked up now. So the next proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring the Army of Senior Meal Delivery Volunteers, of which there are, I believe, 57 different ones on the list. I'm not going to name all of their names. You will all get to see their names in tomorrow's paper, I believe. Whereas in early March, during the pandemic shutdown in Pitkin County, all older adults over the age of 60 were advised to isolate in their homes for their own safety and avoid exposure to COVID-19. Local seniors who have come to rely on the Pitkin County Senior Services 4-day-a-week hot meal program for nutrition and companionship were suddenly adrift. And whereas with the senior center closed to the public, volunteers began to appear from all corners of the community to help deliver as many 280 meals per week to homebound seniors. What had long been a program of 6 driver delivery people ballooned to 50 drivers delivering 80 meals per day. Whereas this army of volunteers has helped keep seniors in their homes where they were safe and gave them something to look forward to in a hot, savory meal from the senior center. Whereas out-of-work teachers, ski instructors, retirees, limo drivers, and a few visiting second homeowners stepped up to drive hot meals to seniors from one end of the county to the other. Former Aspen City Councilman Adam Frisch even donated unused doorknob bags from his campaign to help hang meals on doors. Whereas it is volunteers like these who remind us that generosity and goodness prevails in our community, especially at times like these when it is needed the most. The list of volunteer names is too long to share here, but can be found on the Pitkin County Senior Services website at seniorservices.com. For all the volunteers who are watching this ceremony virtually today, we salute you. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize the many, many senior meals volunteers with the Pitkin County Cares Seniors Award, dated this 14th day of October, 2020.
And can I say a couple words, Mary Barber? at the Senior Center. I'm the volunteer coordinator and program coordinator.
Accepting the award.
Oh, I'm accepting the award for everybody. And I just wanted to say, when the pandemic started, I mean, the senior services had to change around a lot. So the word got out, and the amount of people in this town, and it's going to make me cry too. The community is just so fabulous. An army of volunteers showed up. Still today, I have 3 new volunteers because of the ad we had in the paper, because we're still delivering about 80 meals a day, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's helping so much in these uncertain times, and the people who are receiving the meals, the seniors, are so grateful and staying very healthy in their homes. And it's nice to at least have a face to socially distance, say hello to, and each day count on a meal. So grateful to all the drivers. Also, we have some volunteers who have helped all summer bagging produce from Two Roots Farm in Emma. We wrote a large grant for the produce, so about 60 people, seniors, get those produce veggies every Friday, and this coming Friday is the last one, but it's been a huge help keeping people healthy, happy, and engaged. So thank you. Big hand to everybody.
Thanks, Mary.
Mary, is there anyone on the call that you do have lined up to speak about this also?
You know what? I don't. But I see a lot of friendly faces that I know. Nobody was showing up. So they're busy delivering meals, you know? It's lunchtime, so thank you.
Wednesday lunchtime.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Mary, for organizing all of these volunteers too. I know sometimes you're scrambling at the last minute. You need to fill in a slot, and she sent out emails. I have the next one also, and this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring John Bennett, Meg Haynes, and Jackie Francis. Now, I am calling them the flight crew right at this moment. Whereas when John Bennett, Meg Haynes, and Jackie Francis volunteered to lead the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport vision process, they probably didn't know it would become one of the most challenging and intensive public processes ever undertaken in the history of the Pitkin County government. And whereas perhaps it was the fancy titles of pilot, co-pilot, and navigator that lured them in, more likely it was the critical importance of the future of our airport that attracted them. Their combined talent and experience in local government, planning, and environmental issues was put to the test as they led a diverse cross-section of the community to consensus. And whereas John Bennett, Meg Haynes, and Jackie Francis, along with more than 130 community volunteers in 5 airport advisory groups, helped to synthesize complicated information, poured through reams and reams of studies, and had the courage of their convictions to keep the airport vision airborne. And whereas over the course of nearly 2 years, hundreds of hours of meetings, 16 expert presentations, countless airport tours, frequent media inquiries, penning op-eds, and subjecting themselves to intense public scrutiny, positive and negative, these 3 community superheroes were directly responsible for what has come to be known as the Common Ground Proposal for the Future of the Airport. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that no matter what the outcome of the BOCC's final decision on the future of the airport, we will be forever indebted to the dedication of this trio of dedicated volunteers who exemplify what contributing to their community is all about. The Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize who I am calling the flight crew, John Bennett, Meg Haynes, and Jackie Francis with the Pickens County Cares Exceptional One-Time Event Award, dated this 14th day of October, 2020.
Yay!
Thank you to all three of.
Well done.
So John, why don't you take the
I'm sorry, Steve, you cut out for me just then. What did you say?
Yeah, could you speak first, and then we'll have the other two speak if you all three get the opportunity.
Well, certainly I'm really honored. First, I want to say I'm honored just to be in this group on my screen. I've never sat through the Pickens County Awards, the annual awards ceremony before. I am deeply, deeply impressed. I mean, I've always known that a ton of fabulous work is being done across our community by so many volunteers. But hearing all the stories today, it's really moving. It's really, really moving. I'm also honored to be here with Meg and Jackie because working with them has been a total delight. And I wish we could, well, I will just right now recognize the other 120 plus volunteers across the Aspen Vision process, all those 5 different groups, and especially our own group, the Vision Committee. It was quite special and wonderful to see those 21, 22 people work so hard over that year and a half, now almost 2 years, that we spent together in countless meetings, and to watch people, we all had to give up significant portions of our original positions to come together. And there was an enormous amount of good faith exhibited in that room, and everybody involved really deserves a huge thank you from the rest of us. I'll stop there. I could talk forever. Meg and Jackie, what do you want to add?
It's Meg, if I am on. I've frequently said, once I had the pleasure of working with John, I ditto everything he said, and I say I ditto everything you said. I too am very, very honored. I, years ago, read an article in the newspaper that Irma Bombeck had written, and she had waked up one morning in her community, and there were no flowers, there were no parks, there were no people taking care of the homeless, there were no people doing all the things like you all are beautifully describing. And that struck me as how important volunteerism is. And to have this kind of award, recognizing the volunteers, is so special. The young people today don't have time often to volunteer as they should. My volunteer work led to a consulting career, and I've just had such joy in being able to do the little bit of volunteer work that I do. So I applaud the rest of you, and am so honored to be amongst you. The work with the Airport Visioning Committee and all of the 100+ people who worked was just such an example of great minds working together and what can be achieved without being paid to do it. So thank you for having this award and letting me be a part of it.
Thanks, Meg.
Okay, hi, Jackie Francis here. I want to say thanks to the BOCC for honoring me with this award, and also to John and Meg. It was really fun working with them. And I definitely was always the one that was just like, hang on a second, not sure about that, let's do it. But it was really fun to work with them. And I also want to say how much fun it was to work with John Peacock, Cindy Hubin, Rich Engelhardt, and Kara, somebody else say her last name, because I'm not sure how to say it. But loved working with all of them. And, you know, I think that it was really interesting in that very last meeting that we had when we came to consensus, because it was a really big deal to get there. I remember during the process, somebody who was really angry about something at one point said to me, "You're never going to get to consensus." And I was just like, oh yeah, we will. And, you know, it was a big deal. And so Mike Kaplan said to me at that last meeting, as he was sitting there to my right, I said, I heard some people have COVID at the Little Nell. And he's just like, yeah, they do, but it's going to be okay. And literally the next day, things started just shutting down all over the place. So it was really intense that we got through this, and, you know, life has changed literally the day after. And I just want to thank the BOCC for spending the time to go through the report that we put together and to take out of it what is still really valuable, and to know that there is a lot in this report that can be really helpful for the community and the airport. So thanks for acknowledging this process. It was fun, it was hard, but it was a really great, you know, outcome. And thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thanks, Jackie.
Okay, any commissioners want to make comments right now?
I would
Or
like
any
to.
other members of the Zoom panel?
Steve, can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have to add something. It got to the point, I'm in the office building a lot because the county office building, because, you know, I just live a couple blocks away. And it got to the point where I remember running into Jackie one day and had to tell her that I thought she was in my office more than I was. And the same for John and Meg. They were like the frequent faces on the third floor in meetings, and your time, your energy, your intelligence, your compassion, your passion and your compassion, just were amazing, as were all of those involved in this process. But the three of you really shepherded the way, you led the way, you piloted the aircraft to where we are today, and the board is taking your 17 points of recommendation. We're going through them with a fine-tooth comb because you guys spent so much energy that we, the Board of Commissioners, are honoring you by spending a great deal of time with the work that you did. So thank you all. You know, maybe we can hire you the next time around. I don't know. We'll find something for you to do. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks again to all of you.
And Steve, if I could just add.
Next up, George is going
Hey,
to get the
Steve?
next award.
Steve?
Yes?
Yeah, John
Yeah.
Peacock wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, and I'll be brief, but I just wanted to acknowledge, of course, all the citizens that spent. I've never seen a process like this where there's been so much time dedicated by a group of citizens to a public policy question, but in particular, Jackie, Meg, and John, as Patty said, the commitment was beyond anything I have ever seen in my career from a group of citizens. And your talent, intelligence, and being able to challenge our assumptions and move a diverse group of viewpoints forward to a community vision, something I'll never forget, and I was glad to be part of it, and I learned a lot from all of you, so thank you.
We learned from you also. Thank you.
Okay, George, I'll hand it over to you for the next award.
Okay, thank you. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Bob Wade, aka Wado. Whereas Bob Wade has been a pillar of this community in a myriad ways for almost 5 decades. And whereas as a founder of the Ute Mountaineer and founder and organizer of cherished community events, including America's Uphill, the Golden Leaf Half Marathon, the Owl Creek Chase, and the Ski for the Pass, he has impacted and shaped our valley's world-class outdoor recreational and athletic culture. And whereas Bob Wade is also a leader in the climbing community and organizes and leads volunteer trail and route projects at outdoor climbing areas throughout the valley year after year. And whereas Bob Wade has been a longtime board member of the Chris Clode Foundation and regularly works with young men in recovery from the J. Walker Lodge. He has been on the board of the Independence Pass Foundation for 2 decades, including serving as its president. and is truly the backbone of the board and organization, volunteering regularly on restoration, trail, and other projects. Whereas it is really recognized how much volunteer time, energy, and resources Bob Wade puts into these endeavors out of his love of sports, the great outdoors, and our community. Now, therefore, be proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Bob Wade with the Pickens County Cares Environmental and All-Around Outdoor Enthusiast Award. I think that's a new award. Congratulations.
And I'm Miley. I'm his daughter here to accept the award from him because fittingly, he is out hiking in the Grand Canyon, enjoying the outdoors. But I know he's very honored to get the award, and he's just so thankful for how the community has supported us at the Ute for the last 40 plus years. And so volunteering is the way that he feels he can give back to the community that supports us so well. And I know that he loves the environment and he loves being outside, but more than that, he loves connecting people with the environment and being outside. And that's become even more important in the world we live in now. So he's very thankful to have the community that we have. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Miley.
Thanks, Miley. And give our thanks to your dad in person when you get the chance.
I definitely will.
Wish we could be down there in the Grand Canyon with him.
Me too. Thanks.
Okay, the next award we have is being given by Kelly. The next two actually are yours, Kelly.
Okay. A proclamation of the Board of Pickens County Commissioners of Colorado honoring James Hoagie. Whereas James Hoagie was the first person that Pickens County Human Services turned to in early April when the need arose to create a safe outdoor space for the local homeless population to weather the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas James Hoagie, who has been homeless himself for more than a decade and who is no stranger to the struggles of living and working in Pickens County, became the first camp manager at Pickens County's outdoor homeless encampment, officially dubbed the Safe Outdoor Space. And whereas James Hoagie was paid a small stipend that didn't come close to covering his 24/7 commitment to ensuring the health and safety of this community's most vulnerable homeless residents. He established a camp perimeter, worked with volunteers to set up socially distant campsites that complied with public health orders. He helped build an outdoor shower enclosure and cook tent, and managed daily sign-ins and temperature taking. And whereas James Hoagie worked with law enforcement to promote health and safety at the camp, picked up food every week at the Aspen Food Pantry, filled 10-gallon water tanks twice a week, picked up ice to keep food cold, purchased items for residents who are strapped for cash, and worked to ensure camp cleanliness and comfort. And whereas James Hoagie helped demonstrate to the community that providing services to the homeless through a safe outdoor space could be successful in Aspen. The Safe Outdoor Space remains to this day and is a safe home to 22 chronically homeless Pickens County residents. To date, not one person at the camp has tested positive for COVID-19. This safe outdoor space would not exist without James Hoagie. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize James Hoagie with the Pickens County Cares Community Pride Award.
Yay. Am I gonna have to talk?
If you'd like to, go ahead, James.
I don't know, geez, I kind of feel like about halfway worthy on this, but I have to say, right, I have a lot of great help with this. Ann's probably the best boss I had to work for, okay? I didn't do this by myself, okay? I had help of Braulio, the homeless police officer. Kate McNamara was my go-to person for daily supplies that I couldn't get my hands on. When Nana put me to take this job, I didn't have the heart to tell her no, because this company's done several great things for me in the past. I felt that Nan held her manor as a safe deal through this instant safety management of the COVID or the corona. And it was a wonderful opportunity. I was really glad to serve. And the homeless guys are part of my troop. I come from the same walk that they come from, okay? And very happy to do it. Thank you guys for making me feel somewhat worthy. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you,
Nan Sundin, Human Services.
Very worthy.
Yeah, thank you. James is modest, and that's a very attractive feature in our friendship and our work relationship. I just want to say that when COVID happened, we had an emergency shelter at this building, but we learned that there were a lot of people who wouldn't come into a congregate shelter. And so we quickly studied and responded by creating a safe outdoor space at the Intercept lot. We could not have done it without James. He was our eyes on the ground. He had relationship with all the people who needed shelter. He helped us learn what we didn't know about building a shelter. He was responsive. He used his own time to get food and ice and the things that people need who are living outside, sleeping bags. He connected them to resources, all of which, you know, made a huge difference. And we just are so grateful to James. On a separate note, I didn't get a chance to thank Catherine Sand and her team for the responsiveness of the food pantry. James and I were in here, and she made such an effort to make sure that we got food to the safe outdoor space and appropriate food. It was amazing, and she continues to be such a valuable team member. And lastly, Hannah and Joey, which the only thing I could think of was when we were so tired and I thought I would start crying because I didn't know how to solve a problem, I would call Hannah or Joey, and they would say, no problem, we've got this. So I just want to honor all the celebrants and thank James again for helping us support the homeless in a way that is dignified and respectful and safe.
Thanks, Nan.
Thank you, Nan, for those comments. Commissioners, anyone want to make comment on this?
Steve, this is John
next.
Peacock again. I just want to also acknowledge that it was not an accident that we found James and knew he was the right person to help us. James has been providing leadership representing the homeless community on our homeless coalition now for some time, and we've gotten to know each other that way. So James, thank you for providing this extra leadership during this exceptional time of need.
Yay, James.
Yeah, thank you again, James. Your efforts are really appreciated. Next, we will go to Kelly's second proclamation.
Okay. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Kim Mikhail Belargian. Hope I said that right, Kim. Whereas Kim Mikhail Belargian joined the Aspen Buddy program as a big putty in 2009 and was matched with 7-year-old buddy Lupita Ortiz. Recently, Lupita celebrated her 18th birthday, and Kim has helped to guide her every step of the way. And whereas Kim Mikhail Belargian has been a mentor, a companion, and a good listener, and she has not only become a trusted confidant in Lupita's life, but is considered a cherished member of her family. And whereas when Kim McHale Baylor-Gian lost her son to suicide in 2014. She doubled down in her effort to make a difference in a young person's life, and she is outspoken in the realm of mental health and addiction and has participated in discussions and community initiatives to reduce stigma and find solutions. And whereas Kim has shared her love of art with her buddy, she taught her how to be a leader and advocate for herself. She taught her about social justice and what just might be the most important thing of all. She taught Lupita how to drive. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Kim McHale Baylor-Gian with a Pitkin County Cares Children and Youth Award. Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Kim.
I'm just, I'm so honored, but, you know, the Aspen Buddy Program matched Lupita and I 12 years ago, and they could not have done a better job. We have just been so close. She has given so much to my life. I am so grateful to be a part of her family, and especially after the loss of my son. Lupita and her family has filled a hole that's really hard to fill. And I am just so appreciative to the Buddy Program and to Lupita and her family for all that they've given me. And so thank you. And thank you to the board for this recognition.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you, Kim. And I know that you have not been the first person who's participated in the Buddy Program to be honored at this annual awards ceremony at Pitkin County, and I'm sure you will not be the last. It's a terrific program, and thank you so much.
Yes, it's an amazing program. I'm so grateful to Jill, my case manager, who has been with us through all of the difficulties. So thank you, everybody.
Anyone else want to comment right now on this award? And Lupita,
Yeah.
you will get your. But you could say something. Why don't you hold your comments?
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I've known Kim since I was 7 years old, and yeah, so she's become a part of our family, and we love you a lot, Kim.
I love you too, Lupita.
Thank you.
I love you too.
I love you.
Okay.
I have to catch my breath. Okay, next we're going to Patty Clapper for her two presentations she's going to make.
Yeah, as soon as I
Patty?
recover from that one. Okay. It is my honor to be reading a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Lacey Fairwald. Whereas Lacey Fairwald has been a consistent volunteer for Pathfinder Angels for the past 10 years, and whereas Lacey makes healthy, delicious meals and delivers them to people suffering from cancer and other debilitating diseases from one end of the valley to the other. Sorry, I'm still got tears in my eyes. Whereas Lacey Fairwald also finds time to support Pathfinders by showing up for whatever needs to be done. This includes helping a young mother with cancer by entertaining her children and giving the mother much needed rest. And whereas Lacey Fairwald not only supports and offers comfort to her fellow citizens, she is also a generous donor to the Pathfinder Angels organization, and her commitment to the program has made a difference in many people's lives. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Lacey Fairwald with the Pitkin County Cares Health Award. Thank you so much, Lacey.
Well, thank you so much. After following Kim and Lupita, so much has already been said about being part of this group of dedicated people. I'm often been humbled. Don't feel like I should be here, but it's fun to hear everybody else's dedication. You know, Pathfinders
I'm good friends with Allison, so I get to hear the work that they do. And when I talk to Allison and get the list every week of all the needs in the valley, and if I think, oh, I'm too tired this week to do it, you look at the list of all the needs and you think, how can I not at least make a meal for somebody? And to see these people and to meet them, it's such a good feeling, and it's just, you feel like you're doing the most grassroots thing you can in our valley. So I'm honored to be part of it, and thank you so much. Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Lacey.
I would love to say something. So I'm Allison Daly, and I run Pathfinders. And Lacey, you know, when we did nominate her and we got the award recommendation, she was like, oh, I don't feel like I'm worthy. But, you know, here's the thing about Lacey is Lacey's the kind of person who puts her money where her mouth is. She not only does support us on many different levels, but she, like when we send out the meals, she's one of the first people to sign up. And she does it like I have the people we're helping. We had a woman who recently passed away of ALS, and we've got people with cancer right now that are really struggling. And these people will call me or email me back and say, oh my gosh, that meal was incredible. It was so beautiful. Because, you know, for a lot of people, it's like, you know, meals are whatever they are. But Lacey does things with love. Like you know that. And when you're going, I can't, nobody can understand unless you've been through something like this. But when you have a significant loss, or when you are going through cancer or any kind of illness, and a meal shows up with love, or when someone offers to help with their children, it's priceless. It is amazing. And so I just have to say that Lacey makes my life a better way to be, just as a friend, but as someone who works with Pathfinders. She's the kind of person where, for both Debbie Kreitzer and myself, who Debbie is the main person who runs the Angels program, and you know, Debbie will tell you as well that it's like having Lacey, you know, email back right away and say, I can do this. It's like, oh, thank goodness. So I cannot thank you enough to Lacey and also to Pitkin County for having these awards, because it really does make a difference. And like Lacey said, this is grassroots. These are people that are really struggling and really in need, and she does it. So thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks for your comments, Allison, and thank you for your service, both Lacey and Allison. Anyone else wish to make comments on this award? Okay, Patty?
All right. So here's another. Thank you. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Lupita Ortiz. Whereas Lupita Ortiz has recently celebrated her 18th birthday after being a little buddy in the Aspen Buddy program for the past 11 years. And whereas her experience in the Aspen Buddy program was so positive that she decided to become a buddy herself. She joined the Buddy program's peer-to-peer program and became a Big Buddy mentor to an elementary school student. And whereas Lupita Ortiz's other community service endeavors include the Shining Stars program and a youth position on the Pitkin County Grant Review Board. And whereas Lupita's admirers call her a force of change in the world around her, a natural leader, and a caring Latinx young woman with a smile that lights up a room. Yes, it does. There is little doubt she will go on to lead a meaningful life of service and commitment. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Lupita Ortiz with the Pitkin County Cares Rising Star Award. And you're gonna make me cry, Lupita. So thank you, Lupita. Thank you so very much. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, thank you guys so much for this award. Well, first of all, I want to thank some people. Kim, thank you for being a part of my life. Thank you for helping me flourish into the woman that I am today. Jill, thank you for being a part of the Buddy program. Thank you for dedicating your life to matching people, mentoring young children. Catherine, thank you for allowing me to serve next to you every, some Wednesdays, distributing food. That's awesome. Well, Mr. Hill, thank you for allowing me to lead the club at the Shining Stars in high school. And the Citizen Grant Review Committee, I've learned so much over these couple of months. Thank you for answering all of my questions, because I have a lot, as you guys know. Over the years, I've noticed that we do not have enough Latina women throughout our Pickens County in power, and we need to have more. So I just applied to college a couple weeks ago, so wherever life may lead, I promise to keep being a voice for my Latino community always, and hopefully along the way inspire other young Latinas to hold positions of power and to lead their community as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Lupita. You are just an amazing young woman.
It's time for somebody to run on some kind of realistic program rather than to get into this hypocritical gibberish that characterize politics in this country.
Muchas gracias, Lupita. This is terrific. I'm rewarded.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, we coming to the 12th and final award, and I will be reading this one. This is a real special award. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, honoring Doug Paley and Debbie Kelly. Whereas Doug Paley and Debbie Kelly have logged 50 years between them as dedicated volunteer members of Mountain Rescue Aspen and have made MRA a lifelong commitment. And whereas Debbie Kelly joined MRA in 1988 to help develop stronger backcountry skiers on the team, and she found herself enamored by the tight-knit bonds she formed during trainings, leadership, and hands-on rescues. And whereas Doug Paley joined MRA in 2001 and like Debbie, has served on almost all MRA board positions, and like Debbie has also had the tremendous responsibility of being a trainer and rescue leader on many rescue missions through the years. And whereas Debbie Kelly and Doug Paley have taught and trained side by side with the other 50 mountain rescue volunteers and have risen to the call at all hours of the day and night for everything from escorting a lost hiker out of the backcountry to responding to a serious injury requiring highly technical evacuations on rock faces, in avalanche paths, and in other nearly inaccessible locations. And whereas while rescue is the ultimate goal, Doug Paley and Debbie Kelly and their fellow rescue volunteers have also had the grim task of responding to tragic accidents in the high country involving loss of life that required highly technical body recoveries and the sorrowful task of connecting with surviving loved ones. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Doug Paley and Debbie Kelly, who, like the late Greg Mace, have selflessly contributed to the community throughout their lives, and hereby presents them with the Pickens County Cares Greg Mace Award. Thank you, Doug, and
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I think we have David Swirsky, who possibly wants to speak. David, did you want to speak?
I'd love to hear Doug and Debbie speak too, but as long as I'm on, I think I'm one of the few remaining members on the team from the Greg Mace era. So this award really hits me hard. I love it, and I'm so proud of Doug and Debbie. These two people have dedicated so much of their lives. For example, Debbie, at the end of the year when we add up our hours, has usually gone on more missions and put in more hours than anybody else on the team. And I'm guessing half the hours aren't even recorded. She's done everything for the team. Doug was a new member. He quickly became president. totally upgraded everything about membership and really helped create the amazing team of young mountaineers we have now. Not only that, he spent countless hours putting together an online training manual, which sort of puts together everything we've accomplished over the last 50 plus years. And just want to say I love you guys, and I'm proud of you.
Wow. Debbie, you want to go first?
Sure. That'll be quick. Thank you, David. It's such an honor to be awarded the Greg Mace Award. Everything in Mountain Rescue is just a really big team effort. I mean, hardly anyone does anything, you know, in isolation. So I really want to thank all my fellow team members for their efforts and for their support. So thank you for the nomination, David, and thanks to the county for this award. It means a lot.
Thanks, Debbie.
I just also want to say thank you. This award is such a great honor, and I don't think I've ever had an award before, so it's very emotional. I'm very humbled to be recognized, along with my colleague Debbie, to be part of this esteemed group of recipients. Mountain Rescue, I mean, Debbie said most of it, but it's just filled with selfless volunteers, and I'm so proud to be part of this group. So thank you again for this incredible honor. It means a great deal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug and Debbie. Are there any others who wish to speak on this award? There's lots of folks on. I'll say a few more words. I live up along the Capitol Creek Road, and I know that Mountain Rescue has been up here a lot over the years, rescuing injured people and retrieving deceased people. And it just breaks my heart when someone gets in that kind of serious trouble, and it makes me so happy that Mountain Rescue is there and that we have a dedicated volunteers from Mountain Rescue who have put in, between the two of you, 50 years of service. That is just incredible. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So other commissioners' comments? George?
Just sort of an overview. I've learned a tremendous amount being a county commissioner these last 12 years. But one of the things that I've really learned the most is how well this community comes together and helps each other from personal experiences to organizational work. Over the last 12 years, I've learned so much about so many people that I never even knew. And having lived here almost 50 years, it's amazing how many people I've come across that I've never met before, and learn about all the wonderful things that they've done to help make Pitkin County such a special place. I just want to thank all of our recipients this year and all of our recipients from all the past years, and those who are coming forward in the future years. It's such a wonderful program, and I'm sorry that we can't be there today in person. It's always so wonderful to see the recipients, the friends, and the families who gather at our meeting spaces to honor and to thank all of you for all of your dedication to our community. So thank you.
Other commissioners' comments? It's hard to have words. I mean, the words have all been spoken, I think. I thank all of the recipients from the bottom of my heart. This has been the best ceremony we have had for giving the Pitkin Cares Award. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So,
We
commissioners,
appreciate it.
I hate to have this even end right now. We need to move on with our agenda. Commissioners, do we want a 5-minute break right now to just stand up and take a quick break and
5-minute break,
wipe
please.
the tears from our eyes and everything before we continue?
Sure.
Well, we have
Let's
Janice
think about
here,
a 5-minute break.
We have Janice, though. Steve? Steve, can we let Janice speak as part of public comment so she's in the room, and then we can take a break? Is that okay?
Okay, that would be fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm on, so, okay, there I am. Oh, hey there, okay. So, we're training judges right now, so we're in the thick of it.
Just introduce yourself.
What I'd like to do is introduce myself. I'm Janice Voss Caudell, Pickens County Clerk and Recorder, and we're running an election right now. So we're just past the 3-week mark, and on November 3rd is Election Day, but I want to just apprise you of what's going on for the community. Ballots dropped in the mail on Friday at the Grand Junction Distribution Center, and by Saturday morning they were on trucks, sorted, to be delivered to Glenwood Springs, Vale, and all the way up and down to all the post offices in Pickens County. There are several. People were picking up their ballots in the mail on Saturday and Sunday working here. They were streamlining and already delivering them. So we have over 1,000 ballots returned already. If you have not received your ballot by the end of this week, give us a call. We'll send you a replacement ballot, okay? The last day we can send a ballot through the mail to our community is the Monday a week before the election, which is the 26th. I would also recommend, rule of thumb is if we can't mail it to you over a week out, please don't mail it back over a week out because it probably won't make it to us. And if you want to mail it, it's only one stamp, okay? One stamp to return it for Pickens County. Where do you drop your ballots when you want to vote it? And vote it early. Drop it at the Basalt, outside of Basalt Town Hall, outside of Snowmass Town Hall, and of course outside of the Pickens County Administration Building. They are 24/7 drop boxes, anytime, and they're surveillance. They're safe, they're convenient, and they come directly to our office, not back to Grand Junction and back through the mail. We will have additional drop-off locations on Election Day for Redstone, the Redstone community, from 7 to 7. And also at the Aspen Village Fire Station, because that's halfway up and down the valley. If you're scooting up the valley, just pull in at the fire station. And the fire station is also available on Monday, the day before election, 8 to 5. All right. Now, if you want to vote in person, and on every ballot, it states on every ballot that we mailed out, and every ballot in the state of Colorado states, please vote your mail ballot. Due to COVID-19, be safe. Consider your community to be safe and vote your mail ballot and return it by mail, one stamp, or use a drop box, which I mentioned 3 of them in Pickens. But if you have to go to the polls, we have early voting starting on Monday the 19th at the Aspen Jewish Community Center, 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 10 to 2. Vote early because you will avoid crowds. That is open for the 2 weeks before Election Day, okay, Monday through Friday, both weeks, Saturday, 10 to 2, and the Monday before Election Day, right? But if you have to go to the polls on Election Day, the Aspen Jewish Community Center is open, Snowmass Village Town Hall is open, and the Basalt Library this year is open up and down the valley. Only this year. We hopefully will go back to Grace Church after this year. So on Election Day from 7 to 7, those 3 polling locations are open. You're going to drop your ballot. All ballot drop boxes close at 7 p.m. Everything stops at 7 p.m. on Election Day.
Can people vote in person here in this building?
No. Go to the polls, early voting, or go to, on election day, the 3 polling places. If you must come to our office, we have a buzzer on the door on the street. We will have one of our staff run out and assist you with whatever your needs are with voter registration or a replacement ballot. Okay, we are starting to process mail ballots next week, and we hope to have everything counted election night, but we're not counting on it. Right, we really anticipate in our schedule to have judges to come in the next day on the 4th, so please be prepared. So on election night, when you look for the outcomes statewide, go to pickandvotes.com. We'll have an icon there election night. After 7 p.m., we will upload the totals of everything we processed to date. Around 9 again, at the end of the night, and then we will indicate on the website if we have to count the next day. All right. Any questions?
No, I think the Basalt Library, that's good information, because I was not aware of that. And Aspen Village, so there's 2 additional places for people. I think
2
that's
additional
great.
places, and only Pitkin County residents can vote at the library. Eagle County will be sent down valley to the Crown, where their motor vehicle department
The
is.
Eagle County building at Crown Mountain Park?
The Eagle County, Crown Mountain Park, right.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks for the info.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your time. Any questions? Okay.
All right,
And vote.
thanks, Dana.
Wait, do you
Don't
need
see
more
any
judges?
questions.
Okay. We have over 230 slots of judges we filled.
Good.
And they are all filled, but yes, they are dropping. Last weekend, I had 10 positions that dropped and we replaced. We have backup judges that have volunteered, and right now we're going to training. So I'm in the middle of training, and that's where I'm headed. So we're good on judges. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Janice. Good luck.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute break now, and we will start with at the top of our agenda at 1:25.
All right, Grassroots, we'll have a 5-minute break. Thank you. welcome back everybody to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 14th. We've just finished our Pickens County Cares Award proclamations, and I will turn the meeting over to our chair, Steve Child, to lead us through the rest of the agenda.
Okay, welcome everybody. We're starting right at the top now. So, John, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay, are there any public comments? These would be limited to 3 minutes and about issues that aren't on the rest of the agenda, because a lot of them will be public hearing also.
Steve, we have a few people who've called in.
There are 5 attendees. The phone number 8797, are you here for public comment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, Lee, go ahead, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. My name is Lee Mulcahy. I'm grateful for many things, as y'all know. I'm grateful that my mom is an 85-year-old pistol. But, you know, I'm also sad that the state of our county and the state of our nation is such that, you know, we do have wicked senses of humor, and she was only kidding. But when I told her that the governor, the FBI, which everyone kind of raises their eyes about these days, it's sad we've lost trust in our institution, found out that there was a plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan, and my mom's response was, "I'm sorry they didn't get her." Now, before my dad passed, and he was, as you guys, Steve knew him, you knew him, he expressed his worry that the American dream was dying. How do we retrieve the opportunity of the American dream? You know, I'm grateful for all the servant leadership shown by all the people that you award, and we thank you for that. But I also think that we can vote for my good friend who is a Christian and who believes in love and peace, Lauren Boebert. You guys might remember her. She was on the front page of the Times. She lives in Rifle. She has a restaurant. She is basically a reiteration. She is the American dream personified. When she was at a council meeting this year with her trademark Glock 19, love that gun, the Aspen Times reported that Skippy, who is head of APSHA, says, and he admitted this last night, when you walked in here, Lauren, fear washed all over my body. Lauren's response, "I'm sorry that your concentration is so small, but my rights do not end where your fears begin." You know, Lauren said, and this, honest to God, guys, I know you think I'm an idiot. I know you don't think I went to high school, but I do have a doctorate. I do have a PhD. I went to the Sorbonne in France. I'm very grateful to my father. He sent me there, as well as the University of Salamanca, two of the oldest universities in the world. And Lauren said this, and I believe this to the bottom of my heart, and it's really frightening. If you don't know what the Democrats' plan is, it is to strip you of the right to defend your life. I'm here to tell you right now, they are coming for your guns. They are not hiding it anymore. Congressional candidate Lauren Boebert. Recent articles by local newspapers should be a huge wake-up call to board members that represent Aspen Housing on this board. What you should take away is that you cannot, and I'm speaking to my neighbor here, simply break the law to subjugate, prosecute, and humiliate the people you were elected to serve. And Kelly McNicholas Curry, I would state that includes an 85-year-old widow. I'd like to ask Kelly a question.
We don't direct public comment to specific.
Lee, you need to be ending your comments now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lee. And just so you know, I am one Democrat who has guns at my house. So it's not only Republicans who have guns. I am a hunter and I have guns for hunting. Next, let's see, I don't have that on my screen here. The phone number ending in 4880. Do you wish to make a public comment? They're not responding. Auden Chandler, are you still on the phone? I know you had called in for the Pitkin Cares Awards. I think maybe he left. And David Brem, are you here for presenting on one of the land use applications?
We need to remind people to unmute if they're wishing to speak.
It's on the TV screen.
I know, but we need to remind them.
Okay, I'm going to close public comments at this time and move on to commissioner comments.
I'll start. Can I start, Steve?
Patty.
Yeah. I just want to reiterate what Janice Voss-Caudill, our county clerk, said about ballots. If you haven't received a ballot by Friday, give the clerk's office a call so they can reissue you a ballot. That means the ballot you receive, you vote. Any other ballots that you might have received will be voided. So even if you want to try and vote again, they'll come in and only the one ballot counts. And you only get to vote once. We recommend that people utilize the drop boxes wherever possible. Mail-in ballots the week before the election, that Monday, which is the 26th, did she say, is probably the last day you should mail a ballot. Best way to do it is to use the drop boxes either in front of the Pitkin County building here on Main Street. There's one in front of BOCC Town Hall, one in front of Snowmass Village Town Hall, and there will be a drop box at Aspen Village, and you can vote in person. What time frames, Kelly, did she give for Basalt Library, the Jewish
So early
Center?
voting is 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday, and 10 to 2 Saturdays at the Aspen Jewish Community Center on Main Street. And then on election day, the polling places are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Basalt Library, Town of Snowmass Village Town Hall, and again at the Aspen Jewish Community Center.
And there will be a drop-off box in Redstone on election day from 7 to 7. So just so everybody knows, if you have any other information you need, it's pitkinvotes.com. You can go there and get any information you need. But please vote. This is an important election. It's your constitutional right to vote, so please exercise that right. We would appreciate it. Thank you.
George?
Yeah, just to follow up, here's my ballot. That came in the mail a couple days ago. I'm going to fill this out and put it in a drop box so I don't have to show up the day of to vote. Everyone should have also gotten a blue book in the mail. There are some confusing or complicated ballot issues on the state ballot, and so this is a great way to try to get a better understanding on some of the issues. You'll see an overview. You'll get some a pro statement and a con statement. And in addition, Grassroots is doing an analysis of the Blue Book with John Masters, the director for Grassroots, is in discussion with Paul Mentor as they go through each of the ballot initiatives. So it's another way to sort of get a better understanding on some of these initiatives. And in terms of local commissioner races, Grassroots again is doing their annual probe line. Reed Howie is interviewing all of the candidates for commissioners. That's always very informative. So there's lots of ways to learn about your commissioners as well as the amendments being proposed on the state. So be informed and get out and vote. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you. I'll be very short. Picken County just put out a press release acknowledging that Picken County, along with the state and nationally, is starting to see an uptick in COVID cases. So we all need to just double down and refresh our behaviors back to keeping the 5 commitments of washing your hands, sanitizing frequently, staying home when you're sick, wearing a mask, getting tested, and staying 6 feet apart, socially distancing. So please, let's keep our community, open and active, and let's continue to take care of each other by following those so that we can, again, start to see our positive cases go back down. Thank you.
Okay, Greg, do you have any comments? I see that Auden Schendler is on our screen. Auden, did you join? You were maybe trying to get in for public comment. Are you there? I'll give you 3 minutes if you are on and want to do a public comment. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but anyhow, we'll continue with the rest of the agenda. So, moving on to our consent items, we have the minutes of the September 23rd meeting. Does anybody
I'll move to approve.
Have any changes to them? Kelly?
Yep,
Move to
Steve.
approve.
I'll second then.
Okay, George. Kelly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on October 28th. The first is a resolution adopting the Redstone Coke Ovens into the Picken County Open Space and Trails portfolio. Dale Will, welcome.
Hi, Steve. Thank you. This item has to do with the proposed transfer of an important Picken County asset from one department to another. Way back in 2003, when Picken County purchased the Coke Ovens property, the open space program did not have the authority under its charter to invest in the protection of historic resources directly. And so at that time when this property was purchased, the Public Works Department took over the stewardship of the portion of the parcel that includes the actual Coke Ovens themselves. I want to say that the Public Works Department has done an extraordinary job of taking care of this asset. They've stabilized the Coke Ovens, restored some of them, and added visitor amenities. I had let Brian know that we had this up, and if anyone from Public Works is here and wants to comment, that would be great. From the open space side, our charter and the county code allows the designation of open space properties. Anytime we actually expend our funds to purchase something, they're automatically considered official Picken County open space. But in addition, properties can be designated, properties that are acquired by other mechanisms, whether they're donations or land use dedications or what have you. And we are proposing here to have you exercise your authority to designate the entire Coke Ovens parcel, including the historic resources, as official Picken County open space. our charter was amended in 2016 to add historic resources that are in the context of open space properties as part of what we're allowed to take care of. And the Public Works Department has suggested that they don't really have a stewardship wing to their department that is set up to look after properties with rangers and so on in the manner that we are able to do. The Open Space Board was consulted and unanimously recommended that this designation occur. We're looking forward to taking care of this property if you choose to designate it. My last note is that since the original purchase back in 2003, which was championed by a dear friend, Ron Sorter, who's since moved away from the Valley, but since that time, we have acquired properties for open space on virtually all sides of this Coke Ovens parcel. We acquired the Schumacher Coke Oven open space that's upstream on Coal Creek, and we are also looking after Lions Park in Redstone Park on the opposite side of Highway 133. So we're up there all the time anyways, looking after all those things, and it's really easy for us to take this over, especially since the Public Works Department has done such a great job of stabilizing the historic resources and setting up the trails and parking and so on. Thank you.
Questions from the commissioners? I would entertain a motion.
I will move to approve the resolution adopting the Redstone Coke Ovens into the Pickens County Open Space and Trails portfolio on first reading and set for public hearing on October 28th.
I'll second. Okay, it's moved by Kelly, seconded by Greg. I noticed in the packet that I guess it was Public Works were the ones who actually did a lot of the work there around on the Coke Ovens property, restoring that. Is that correct, Dale?
Yeah.
And second part of the question, as repairs or further things need to be done at the Coke Ovens, I presume that you and your staff are well prepared to have the resources to either do further work themselves or hire experts to do work that needs to be done there?
Correct. We will assume the stewardship from the point of designation moving forward.
Kelly?
Yeah, I'll just comment that for anyone with an interest, the map in the packet is quite impressive, showing all of the open space properties that have been acquired or donated in that vicinity. And so this will very much tie together this land surrounding the Coke Ovens and some of the lands that even go further up and down the river. And so I think, this is a great addition and will make more sense to be an open space.
Okay, and seeing no further comments at this time, all in favor of approval of the resolution on first reading, say aye.
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 Okay, Dale, we'll see you again on that item on what date is it? October 28th. And Dale, you have the next one also, an ordinance accepting donation of the Lead King, also known as the Morton mining claims.
Thank you. In this case, we are proposing that Pitkin County accept a donation of undeveloped property. It's unusual for us to be looking at parcels that are outside the county boundaries. And as I explained in the memo for this item, the landowner, Judy Morton, has been looking for some kind of a conservation entity to accept the donation of this for some time, and actually started out with the Trust for Public Land when they were involved in their High Elk Corridor project up on Schofield Pass. And Trust for Public Land has moved on with their focus and some of their staff turnover. The Aspen Valley Land Trust looked at it, but because they're a nonprofit, they really need to receive a donation of dollars for stewardship when they accept properties, and that wasn't appealing to the owners of this property. I was contacted by their attorney, who's a friend of mine, and asked whether we might be interested, and the first thing we did was consult with Gunnison County, and the Gunnison County assistant manager said that they would just as soon that we would take it, since, well, we're actually closer by as far as occasional monitoring visit and that sort of thing than they are. Meanwhile, a lot of people have grown concerned about the increasing congestion in the upper Crystal up in towards the headwaters, and the Lead King Loop is seeing a explosion in use. And we consulted with the Open Space Board, and they said, well, anything we can do to stem the growth of human activity there. Of course, the Crystal drains down out of the Lead King Basin and into Pitkin County, and Pitkin County has been very careful to try to protect the natural environment in the Crystal Valley overall through the work of the Open Space Department as well as the Healthy Rivers Department and our support of a wild and scenic designation and so forth. So the Pitkin County Open Space Board unanimously recommends that we accept this parcel because it would be donated to the county without an expenditure. It will not be tied into the conversion restrictions from the Open Space Charter, and would be a property that would be a likely candidate to include in any future land exchanges with the Forest Service. The property is surrounded on three sides by the Forest Service lands, and we are contemplating a land exchange to acquire the Wildwood Boat Ramp to better administer the uses on the upper Roaring Fork through North Star. So this property could very well become part of what we might trade to the Forest Service for the Wildwood Boat Ramp. Regardless, we do administer several backcountry inholdings. There's actually one in Lake County, believe it or not, the Orphapoy claim, as well as scores of inholdings in Pitkin County, and the administration of these properties is pretty easy. We visit them from time to time, and this one is very visible from the Lead King Loop Road. So we recommend that you approve the ordinance on first reading and set for public hearing.
Kelly?
Thank you. Dale, will this require a management plan for this type of property, or what additional work does this create for the department?
We have an existing backcountry management plan for inholdings like this that automatically applies to anything new that we acquire. Essentially what our backcountry inholding management plan provides is that we will administer the properties by the same rules as apply to the adjacent national forest. So, for example, hunting is allowed in the national forest. It's not generally allowed on county open space, but for these inholding properties, we simply treat them like national forest. Therefore, we won't need a specialized management plan for this, and the administration is very straightforward.
Great, thank you.
George?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Dale, I mean, for me, the best rationale for accepting this donation is the opportunity to package in a land exchange with the Forest Service for the Wildwood ramp. Of course, that's the access for North Star Preserve, and that would really enable us to better manage that whole recreational area up there. So for me, this provides that opportunity.
I would be grateful to the Gunnison County Commissioners for deferring to us to, be able to take over this property, because it does give us some good opportunities for land exchanges. I don't think we want to start acquiring large land holdings in neighboring counties so much, but if it can serve purposes for helping us here in Pickens County, that's great. So let's see, I can't remember, did we have a motion? I think we did have a motion and a second already? Or did we not on this yet?
No, but I would make a motion to accept I'd make a motion to accept the Morton mining claims donation. First reading, second reading is, what did you say, October 28th?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's moved by George, seconded by Greg. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Thanks for bringing that to us. Next up, we have an emergency resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for public health staffing additions. And welcome, Connie Baker.
Good afternoon. This emergency budget resolution would add 2 term-limited FTEs and 1 ongoing FTE to the Public Health Fund. And it would also add an emergency COVID contingency to the manager's office. There are 2 revenue streams that have been identified which will fully cover the cost of these appropriations through the end of 2021. The term-limited FTEs in the Public Health Fund are a testing and vaccine analyst and a contact tracer. The term limits would be through the end of 2021, and the town of Snowmass Village has offered to pay for a majority of the cost of these positions. Zuho is also on the line with us, so after I finish my summary, if you have additional questions, she will be able to answer. There is also 1 ongoing FTE proposed, which is a financial analyst. Sorry, is it here? The financial analyst is a request which was actually proposed in the 2020 budget but was not funded at that time. The Public Health Department first started in, the financial analyst in the Human Services Fund first began in 2017 and has been working for both of these funds. But it's becoming more and more clear over the years that each fund is in need of their own financial analyst. These funds do rely very heavily on grants. The Public Health Fund in a more normal year would receive about 35% of its income through grants. And there's a huge array of grants with many different types of reporting requirements. The work involved is pretty significant. So this need became clear in 2019. It was proposed in 2020 but not funded at that time. So the need was underlying, but the COVID pandemic has really brought it to the forefront as something that needs to be addressed immediately. I mentioned that there are 2 revenue sources identified to cover these costs. The town of Snowmass Village will contribute $170,000 towards the term limited FTEs. And then the county is going to apply for a second round of COVID relief funds through the CARES Act through DOLA. And in this second round, we are anticipating that we will receive more funds, although it's difficult to know just how much. For the purposes of this budget request, we have assumed a receipt of $750,000. That is shared with the municipalities, so the county would retain 55% and 45% would be shared with the municipalities. That would bring in $412,500 in revenue to Pitkin County. So that would fund the remainder of these positions through the end of 2021. What's left over after the positions are funded is $223,586. This supplemental request is proposing that that be set aside in a contingency in the manager's office for pandemic response in case other needs arise throughout the winter. So altogether, this budget resolution increases the county's 2020 budgeted expenditures by $811,882. It's offset by an increase in revenues of $978,358 for a net decrease in budget of $166,476. The reason that budget is decreasing is because the funding is providing enough for both years, for 2020 and 2021. So that extra will be carried over into 2021 to continue funding the three positions. Any questions on the budget side or on the operational side?
Patty.
Yeah, so we're being asked to approve something for the 2021 budget, or is that going to come back to us as the 2021 budget process?
So these were included in the proposed budget that was presented to you yesterday for 2021. We are looking to bring these resources on this year, so we're asking for approval in 2020 so that we can bring these resources on for the winter months.
So we're approving the 2021, these issues outside of the 2021 budget process?
Correct.
Okay, that's of interest. But the other thing is with the CARES monies, I thought we had to expend them by the end of 2020, December 30th. Now we're saying these monies we're carrying over into 2021 to pay for these?
So we have had far more expenditures already than we've been reimbursed for. So we're going for a second round of CARES Act funding on expenditures we've already made. And so it's anticipating those dollars coming in. And this is part of how we're talking about applying those.
But those dollars I thought had to be spent by the end of 2020.
Right, but we've already, so for example, we were reimbursed just over 1.5 million. We've identified over 4 million in expenditures that we've already made.
Right, but I know all that. But the CARES money, I thought had to be expended by the end of 2020.
You're exactly right.
Now you're saying we're going to take these monies and we're going to fund these positions into 2021.
So what we're doing is we are reimbursing for expenditures that we've already made.
So you're going to take the reimbursement payoff money, so it's technically not being paid for by the CARES money, it's being paid for by monies that'll be freed up.
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so I just want to clarify that. We're not using those
right
monies into 2021.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's clear.
Yep.
The other thing is I asked when we discussed this at a work session that we reevaluate the financial analyst at the end of 2021 to see where our grant positions stand. That's the reason why we didn't move that position forward last year, was because of that grant need wasn't there. I just want us to reevaluate this financial analysis, see if we still need two, one for human services and one for public health. And I think I had a nod of we were going to do that, so I want to make sure that we do that at the end of 2021 to make sure that we're best utilizing two financial analysis positions.
Yeah, no, we're happy to bring that back. Yeah, we're confident that the workload is there, but we will look at.
Let's see where our grant status is at that time. It may be even higher. We don't know.
Right.
Which would be nice if we were getting in more grant monies. Okay.
And I did want to clarify that this budget resolution is only for 2020. It does not include any budget in 2021. That's included in the 2021 budget proposal, not in this resolution.
Even though it's on the AIS, it's just telling us what's coming forward in 2021 budget process.
Yeah,
so we're not approving the 2021 budget outside of the budget process.
That's correct, but we wanted to project for you that is the intent and that's what's included.
Thank you, Connie, because I want to keep the budget process and move just for the 2020 expenditures as part of this approval before us today.
Yes, so your approval today would just be for 2 to 2.5 months for these three positions, and then the contingency in the general fund for COVID.
So you just added this additional information just to keep us informed.
Be interested in this, something I just saw when I was waiting.
Are you on?
Please mute.
Are you on the?
Ivo, do you have anything you wanted to add to Connie's presentation?
The article by Pearl about Judson.
Who is that?
I know that last week when you all met, there was also an interest in seeing our org chart, so I'm happy to share that at this time and see if folks have questions, but just to let you all know how our department has shifted over the last few months with this pandemic. The blue boxes are the positions that are ongoing positions. Tom is highlighted here because he's a contract employee, and then these lighter colors are the boxes that we are talking about, this financial analyst, and then the burgundy boxes are the COVID-specific positions that we have been able to bring on. This one should be a dark color, so I apologize for that error. But these two positions, the contact tracing position here, as well as the testing and immunizations analyst, and then the financial analyst are the positions we're talking about. I'm happy to answer any questions if any of you have any specifically for me.
Steve?
The questions from commissioners? Greg?
Yeah, hi. I think this question maybe not for Suzuho as much as for John and for Connie as well. Just, we've grown the public health department pretty dramatically in response to COVID, in response to the state, I don't know if it's a state mandate, but regarding the state regulations regarding size public health for our county. So in a fairly short period of time, we've grown this department, and I know they've got a lot of work to do. And I'm sure they're being responsive to the needs. I'm just thinking at some point I'd love to see just a comprehensive report on how it's going with the new positions, how it's worked. Are people working out well in their positions? Are we seeing people having to be moved around? What are we going to see in the way of a report? Because when things scale up rapidly and a lot of money is spent, often it makes me a little nervous, only because I want to make sure we understand where it's all going, how it's being spent. And I do know that this thorough and very efficient and effective department, both Connie's department and Suzuho's, are doing a stellar job. But at some point, I think we're going to want to just get our bearings with what sort of structure are we going to have at the end of this thing. Not sure when that should come, but just thought I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, Greg, and so thanks for bringing that up, because you're exactly right, and I could already see Suzuho nodding her head when you said the scaling up is challenging. And we've been really lucky to be able to attract and hire really good people so far, so that is good. and it's a tremendous amount of change. I think this is the quickest that we've tried to build functionality in a department, or really build a department. Certainly along my career, and I think certainly here in Pickens County. And so that does come with challenges as you know, we're figuring out new roles in a very fast-moving environment. I know that's been a lot of Suzuho's time and the manager's time, as well as Karen's time, particularly with the onboarding. And we are making adjustments as needs change. And one thing we know about the pandemic is that the needs evolve over time. And so what I would suggest is we're going to have a real sprint going into the winter here to prepare and such. But as we get breathing room maybe in the first quarter to kind of bring back, so we have some longitudinal experience to bring to you, and hopefully we'll be ahead of some of the curves that we're trying to get ahead of now. But you're articulating a totally appropriate and correct concern that scaling up this quickly is challenging, and we are doing our best right now to identify the needs, staff those needs, have our staff in the right swim lanes, and then make adjustments, be agile as needed, because this is an evolving situation. Suzuho, I didn't want to put you on the spot right away, but I will now. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Happy to be put on the spot here. Nothing new to add, but really just echoing what John has said. You know, I know some of you who are on the commissioners who also serve on the Board of Health are probably more familiar with the Public Health Act and public health transformation that we were working on pre-pandemic, and the commissioners too, you know, we had come to you last year with a proposal for wanting to grow our department to be right-sized based on the statewide assessment that was done. And, you know, they say be careful what you ask for, so we were not intending to grow this quickly in this way at all in 2020. But I agree with John, we've had remarkable people applying for our positions and filling them. We're really fortunate to have a high-quality team who's been devoting their days and nights to serve the community with this pandemic. So overall, I think we're really fortunate to have the team who has joined us, and happy to share more kind of reporting around how things are going as well. And then related to public health transformation, just wanted to add on a piece around the financial analyst position. As Connie mentioned, that was a position we had asked for in the 2020 budget as well, and it's something that we are anticipating having a need for well beyond the pandemic too. So happy to come back at the end of 2021 to demonstrate the ongoing need, but I feel very strongly that that will be easy for us to demonstrate given the grant work that Connie talked about, as well as just the financial supports that are needed with our growing team, not just the COVID positions, but to align with what the state is mandating public health departments across Colorado to be providing as core services in public health.
Okay. Steve, could I ask another question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we also, with the increase of employees in public health related to COVID, they were 6-month, 12-month, 18-month. They were term limited, and I think we were going to evaluate at 6 months, 12 months, and 18 months. Is that correct?
Well, we projected approvals at 18 months because it is very, very difficult to hire somebody and keep them on if we're saying, well, maybe 6 months and maybe 12 months. So we did hire with the expectation that it'd be 18 months, Patty, and you know we'll be reevaluating where we are in the pandemic. Obviously, if the pandemic winds down sooner, you typically have some natural attrition that happens in an organization, and we'd be looking at that as a mechanism for wind down. I think it's more likely that we're going to be reevaluating at the end and seeing what we need to extend.
Okay, yeah, but it's my understanding these new employees were hired on for COVID response issues, you know,
On
for
a term
Tracy.
limited
Right.
basis,
They
yeah.
weren't hired on to meet all the 13 positions that we heard at our Board of Health
that's
retreat.
correct.
So, but that's why I think Greg's question was so pertinent, was that we were kind of told we have an evaluation. First of the year is fine, but that was supposed to come back to the board at 6 months, 12 months, and 18. So the board knew how these positions were working. So I think Greg's position falls in line with our request to have the evaluations at 6, 12, and 18.
Yeah, and we can definitely come back and.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
have that
asking for it for
discussion.
Christmas,
Yeah.
so don't worry about it.
I think our work session, the second Tuesday of March, would be really appropriate for.
Is that your
looking back on
birthday?
all
Are you
of
out of
this.
town?
No, it'll just be a year in review.
No, that's right.
Okay, we need to get a motion, noting that this is an emergency resolution, so it would go into effect immediately. And the confirmatory hearing and public hearing would be on October 28th.
So moved that, on the emergency resolution, providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for public health staffing additions.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's moved by Greg, seconded by George. Is there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you very much, Connie and Suzuho, for coming before us today, and you can go ahead and be implementing this right away. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzuho. Send our best to everybody.
So next we have individual consideration item. This is an emergency ordinance, and this is the ordinance and resolution, and this is the confirmatory reading today. And this is the grant application from DOLA, Colorado Department of Local Affairs, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Funds for the Phillips Mobile Home Park, and acceptance of grant funding if awarded. So I'll hand it over to Phyllis Matthijs.
Yes, hi. So this is the confirmatory reading. We did submit our application on October 1st. There's a copy of a PDF of the electronic submittal in your packet, which is really interesting. I'm still old school, where you actually used to write a document and to submit a grant, but this was all online. So this is a total $200,000 expenditure. It is for to continue the work with our consultants and engineering that's required for some of the other grant applications that we are planning to submit coming up in the next year. And I was just working on my budget presentation that's going to be in a couple weeks, trying to outline all of the grants that we're trying to gather, because this project has quite a price tag of creating new infrastructure for all of the Phillips Park, as well as it'll provide infrastructure for the new buildings that we're planning on, the new residential buildings we're planning on putting there. So we are upwards of $5 million, and when you add on some other auxiliary things, we're closer to $6.5 million. So we are looking for some funds and loans, and this is really the planning and the groundwork that sets that. We have had some communications already from DOLA. They have some questions about our housing impact fee and how is it done and how has it changed in 2020. So we have to go research that. So they're really being quite thorough in their review of the grant, but that's good. So that's where we're at, and this is confirmatory. So if we get awarded it, this resolution also provides for us to accept funds. And that's it.
Okay, any questions from board members? Greg?
Yeah, see, Phyllis, I don't know how many of these you've done yet. You and Carol, I assume, worked on a bunch of this, or is this one just you? I'm not sure. I did have a question. I noticed one of the criteria is, size of the county, which is registered as our census size of 18,000 residents. And that's a number that I'm using less and less when I describe Pitkin County, because it just doesn't seem to be relevant when we're talking about our population swelling and receding somewhere between 34 and 54, depending on the high season and commuters and everybody that's in the community. So I'm just wondering, when you have to submit to the state, is there any way, and perhaps you did in the application and I didn't see it, but do they realize we do have this tidal effect of people flowing through, and the impacts and the needs may be greater than what they might see in a typical stable 18,000 population?
No, DOLA likes using our census population, which is fine in this particular grant application. I don't think that's a hindrance. We do, because it's an energy impact assistance grant, we do have to link our mining history, and that's really important in this application. So although we don't have active minings, I'd say the effect of mining in our community is pretty strong. So that is one thing that we do accentuate, more so than our population.
So you're attaching a photo of the Silver Queen sculpture.
No, I think the Conundrum building there on Aspen, or, yeah.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open a public hearing. If there are any members of the public who wish to comment on this application for a grant from the Energy Impact Fund, you may call into our number right now. We'll give about a half a minute to anyone who's watching on Grassroots can call in on the number that should be posted on the Grassroots screen, I believe.
Hey, Steve, I didn't notice there was a public hearing on that. Is it actually a public hearing today?
Yes, confirmatory readings are public hearings.
Okay, there it is. Thank you.
Yes, it is. And there's still the phone number 4880 that was on earlier. I think they're probably here for a later item. And Glenn Horn just joined. I know Glenn has a different item, probably not here for this item. Have to imagine washing my hands very carefully during our 30-second break here. Okay, not seeing anybody call in, so I'll close the public hearing on this and bring it back to the board. So we need a resolution to approve this confirmatory reading. And Greg, did you make the motion, Greg?
There's no motion made.
I can't remember if I made it, but I'm happy to.
You were just asking about it.
I was asking about it, but I'll happily make a motion to accept for emergency resolution authorizing submittal of a grant application to the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Funds for the Phillips Mobile Home Park redevelopment project and acceptance of grant funding if awarded.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Greg and seconded by Kelly to approve. Are there any further comments from the board? I'll comment that this is really good work, Phyllis, to be able to apply for a grant. Obviously, every bit of help we can get on the Phillips project is going to help us out, because there are lots of costs associated with making corrections out there on the property. So, if there are no further comments, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's approved. Thank you, Phyllis.
Thank you, everyone.
So let's move on to our land use public hearings. The first one is going to be continued, but this is a public hearing, and if anyone wants to call in about the ski company rezoning proposal, you may talk about this issue now. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to recuse myself because of my son-in-law's employment with the Aspen Skiing Company on Aspen Mountain, so I'll just step out of the room while you guys do the continuance, just to keep it clean.
So now I'll read the title. This is an ordinance of the board conditionally rezoning certain real property on Richmond Ridge owned by the United States and the Aspen Ski Company from agricultural residential 10 acre and rural and remote zone districts to ski recreation zone district, and amending the zoning map to reflect this change.
So Steve,
If
Suzanne,
anyone wishes to, Kelly?
sorry, Suzanne Wolf
Did you say something?
is here and would like to comment on the status of this ordinance.
Hi, Suzanne Wolf for Community Development.
yep.
I'll pull up my screen in a second. But we basically don't have new information at this point, so we'd like to continue this again until January. I have been talking to the ski company. They are preparing to submit some new information that we will be taking back to the Planning Commission before we get back in front of you. We don't have the timing on that set yet, so for now we're just continuing this again, and then we'll be able to provide additional information at that point. But chances are it will need to get pushed again, and presumably re-noticed as well once it comes back to you. That's the update for now.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne. Any questions from Suzanne? Suzanne, the one question I had when I was looking at this agenda item was that this is actually listed as the second reading, and it's been so long ago now that we did our business with the ski company application where the two parts were split into two different parts, and we passed the master plan portion of it. And I can't even remember, is it true that this is a second reading right now, officially, still at this point?
Yes, that is correct. The ordinance
Because as
was.
I remember,
I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct. The ordinance was passed on first reading, so it is a continued second reading.
And there were active motions on the
Okay.
table that continued at that time.
And there was a point where we had a split vote, a 2-2 vote about this rezoning application. And I don't remember at what stage that was. And was that at first reading or at the second reading?
I'm sorry, Steve, what was the question?
Well, we had a
About the
split vote, a 2-2 vote about the rezoning. Was that when we were holding the hearing on the second reading? That we had the split vote? Do you recall?
I do not remember those specifics.
Actually, Steve, the matter was continued on first reading. We did not have an adoption on first reading or an acceptance on first reading.
So then technically this is still the first reading and not the second reading, John?
Correct. But like Suzanne said, if the ski company comes back with a revised or a new proposal, it will start from square one anyway.
Okay, so technically this is not a public hearing today if it's just the first reading? Or if it's an ordinance, do we have a public hearing still today?
It is not a public hearing.
Okay, so the public, we will not accept public comments. Not that I don't think there would be any. George?
I'd move to continue to January 13th.
I'll
second that.
Okay.
Okay, moved by George, seconded by Greg. Greg he's practicing to be on a game show, I think, on TV. He's fast on the draw today. So all in favor of continuing to January 13th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, 4 votes in favor. Patty is recused on the issue. So, we need to get Patty back into the room.
I'm right here.
She's coming.
Okay, welcome, Patty. Moving on to our next item is the Aspen Valley Ranch Agricultural Facilities parcel. There are 2 parts to this: the ordinance rezoning the portion of it from AH to RS20, and the resolution approving the minor amendments. And let's see, is Leslie there, or Suzanne, are you gonna?
I'm gonna cover this for Leslie today. So if you're ready, I'll just jump in. Thanks, Steve. As you mentioned, there's an ordinance and a resolution in front of you. At the, oh gosh, I don't remember the date, sorry, when you had first reading, but you approved the
23rd.
ordinance, 23rd of September. That's what I was thinking, but you approved the ordinance on first reading, and that is an ordinance rezoning a portion to approximately 2-acre portion of the agricultural facilities parcel at Aspen Valley Ranch from AH, affordable housing, to RS20, and adopting an amendment to the Pitkin County zoning plan. That was approved on first reading. You also considered the resolution for minor amendments. And essentially what this is about is the existing historic house on the agricultural facilities parcel was not just, has a covenant for historic preservation, but also a deed restriction on it. The applicant is asking to remove that deed restriction and then essentially shift the incentive they were granted for the historic preservation covenant, which allowed them some exempt square footage that was used on the property. They'd like to extinguish a couple of TDRs to capture that floor area that's already been built in order to then make the historic house a free market unit, so it would no longer have the deed restriction. I know there was a discussion at the last meeting about that deed restriction, and I just want to reiterate now that that was a voluntary deed restriction. There's a complicated history with Aspen Valley Ranch, but it was a voluntary deed restriction at the time, so the request is to remove that, make that essentially the free market residence on the property, with commitments to, that it will, not have, it will only have short-term rentals, and I guess Glenn actually has one request related to that I'll leave to him. But committed to that being the only residence on this agricultural facilities property. So the resolution essentially accomplishes those amendments to the prior approvals, and the ordinance takes away the AH zoning, which is essentially a little hole in the donut right now in the RS20 zone district. Let's see if there was anything else. I think that's it. There weren't really any specific questions or changes made after first reading, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I'm not seeing any questions. Let's see, Suzanne, we can kind of do these 2 presentations together on the 2 items. But then we need to vote on them separately, is that correct?
Correct.
And we have to pass the ordinance before we can pass the resolution?
Correct.
Kelly?
Yeah, I'm a little confused now about the reference to short-term renting. Our resolution currently says that the cabin will not be rented on a short-term basis, so I don't know if that has changed since.
I think the applicant wanted to make a request to you related to that language, so I'll let them do that. I don't know if that's going to be Glenn or Dave Myler.
Okay, so Glenn, I'll pass it on to you, and then whichever member of your team you wish to have speak, or all of you can speak at this time, that will be good.
Okay.
So Glenn Horn.
Thank you, Steve. I assume everyone can hear me. I've reviewed the staff memo, the ordinance, the resolution, as have Brooke Peterson and Dave Myler, who are both participating. And we're in agreement with everything as drafted. There's been one change made to the resolution since the first reading, in that we committed that the cabin would not be rented on a short-term basis, and the staff has proposed that define what a short-term basis will be, and the suggestion is that there'll be no rentals less than a term of 6 months. This is based upon a definition of short-term rentals in the Aspen-Pitkin County Authority guidelines. The owner of the property may want to rent to a guest, family member, or ranch employee for a shorter period than 6 months. The city of Aspen defines a short-term rental as 30 days or less. When the county adopted COVID rules from the governor's office, they used the standard of a short-term rental not being less than 30 days. So we would request that the short-term rental be defined as a 30-day minimum, which is more relevant to short-term rentals than using the Aspen-Pitkin Housing Authority definition. And keep in mind that we already have a commitment here that the unit would only be rented to guests of the family, a member of their ranch employees during that short-term period.
So, Glenn, what line is that in the resolution?
You should go to number 5 in the resolution, 5A. The cabin will be used by owners, guests, and families, or guests and family or ranch employees.
We have a different one.
So it may be that they want to rent that unit to an employee of the ranch during the summertime, or perhaps an employee during the winter. So we would just ask for some flexibility on that, because we don't think the Aspen-Pitkin Housing Authority guideline is the applicable guideline.
George?
Yeah, the problem I have is that even though Glenn says there's a commitment by the owners, how do we follow that up? How do we know that it's not being rented on a month-to-month basis? Now and again, there's no way for us to follow up on that unless the owner is willing to provide that information on whenever it's rented to the BOCC.
Kelly?
Well, let's get an answer to George's.
Yeah. No,
Did you
George
have your
raises a
hand up,
good
Kelly?
question. I will just, to comment on George's question, you know, this board still has the outstanding policy question regarding the regulation of short-term rentals in the county, which we've discussed and we pursued legislation to allow us to do. So I don't know if that would, you know, fall, if the answer to George's question would fall into that larger policy conversation. And then I just have some separate sort of administrative note keeping here, but it doesn't.
So, Suzanne, in the land use code, is there a definition of short-term rental?
It is not defined in the land use code. That's why we look to the housing authority guidelines in you know, proposing the 6-month provision.
Okay, Greg?
I just want to make sure I'm clear that when it's employees of the property or their guests, or the residents on the property and their guests would be okay to stay in this place or to rent it. Now, does the owner include? I want to make sure I understand. Is it all the homes in that homeowners association, or is it just friends of a single family? Somehow I missed that.
It's all one family.
It would be the owners of the lots which comprise Aspen Valley Ranch. So there are 9 lots in Aspen Valley Ranch, and then 4 lots in Aspen Valley Downs that are a part of the ranch. So it would be limited to the owners of those lots, employees of the owners of those lots, their guests or family members.
Got it. Thanks, Glenn. That helps just give us an idea of, how often this could turn over, really, is what I was wondering, is how often would it be used? And so really, this sounds like it's going to be a facility for the use of the members of the HOA, so to speak.
Yes.
So I would argue in favor of making this change to make it 30 days instead of 6 months. Speaking practically from a ranch management point of view, when we would hire employees here, oftentimes it was only for 3 months. Like during the heavy duty hard work in 3 months of the summer kind of a season is when we needed the extra help. Not allowing someone to rent it for just a 3-month period, to me, does not make sense. And since it is partly for ranch employees to stay in, I think the 30-day thing is reasonable, and we have the protection in the item 5A, which defines, which groups of people. It's not going to be rented to the general public like you would think of as a short-term rental. That some short-term rentals, they're renting them for a month or 2 to the same person, but this is not open for rental to the general public anyhow, and that is really the protection we get from saying it's 30 days instead of 6 months. Patty, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I think it's important what Kelly was saying, that there needs to be something that says when, legislation or whatever changes allowing the county to do business licensing for short-term rentals, that this will comply. Kelly, is that kind of what you were?
No, I was just pointing to the term of the duration, in those conversations was 30 days or less. And the reporting element that George was talking to, I think connects to the larger policy conversation of whether we license short-term rentals or not. They're saying here that they don't want to do a short-term rental for a lodging type purposes.
Like less than 30 days.
Right, exactly.
So their minimum would be 30 days.
If they were to do that, we have the policy conversation about whether those type of activities get licensed in the future, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, I just wanted to see how you wanted to tie that in, but I see now. My other question is, so who owns this unit? Does the HOA own it? I mean, where does the revenue come from renting? Where does it go? To the owner of the unit? To the HOA, since the HOA, I don't know.
I need
I'm gonna look at Glenn.
somebody from Glenn's team to respond to that.
The unit's owned by the applicant, AVR LLC, and Brooke or Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, but that ownership entity owns all of the lots in Aspen Valley Ranch.
So that is the HOA for all of them, even Aspen Valley Downs?
Well, I think the point, currently, it's all in one ownership, but there's nothing that requires it to. There's nothing that requires it to stay in one ownership. The lots could be sold separately. I guess then that's the question of the ag facilities parcel is essentially viewed as a common parcel. It has common facilities on it. So presumably at some point it would be more of an HOA type situation. But again, I don't know if Dave or Brooke could help more with that.
I'm just wondering where the revenue source
Suzanne,
goes.
if I could jump in for a second, Suzanne is correct. It is going to function as an amenity to the ranch,
right now it's owned by the entity that owns everything out there. There is an HOA in place, but none of the common elements have been transferred to the HOA yet. Ultimately, they will be, and the cabin will be included in that, along with the barn and the clubhouse. So that if there are revenues that are generated out of it, it would be revenues for the HOA that would go to defer assessments and the like.
Okay. So that's the next question would be, what kind of assurability does the county have that it's going to be rented in this way? How do we keep track, I mean, that it's in compliance?
We're requiring a covenant, so then it's a question of, you know, the usual question of enforcement and.
So in a year, we could ask for a report.
Why?
I mean, if we
You could ask
chose
for-
to,
right,
if
you
we
could ask
wanted
for-
to, if there was an issue that came up from somebody that said we think it's being used on a short-term flip over.
Sure.
So.
Right, then it would just fall into our normal.
So we have
enforcement
something to fall back on.
realm.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you, Dave.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm fine with that request to define short-term as they will not rent it for a period of less than 30 days. Defining the short-term as less than 30 days. You know, I'm okay with that request. I think if it's, you know, it's fine to be included in the covenant. We have these enforcement questions all the time. I don't think it's gonna be a problem here, and if it is, we can follow up, or if we hear otherwise that it is, then we can follow up, but you know, that doesn't trouble me. I am a little confused by where Glenn was referring to this language, because the resolution I have refers to it on 4C, not on 5. So I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same resolution, if we're going to amend any language.
Let me just
We
pull
have
up
so
the
many
version. I think
meetings.
I have a revised version, so let me look at the one you're looking at, Kelly.
Yeah. And
I think you're looking at the recitals, the now therefore language is below that.
Oh, right, it's, the language about short-term rental is in 5E of the resolution.
I see. Okay, I was looking at the recitals.
Okay,
Thank you,
okay.
John Ely. Yep.
May I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Brooke.
I hate to argue with my lawyer, but we've not completely decided that the single-family home, if you pass this ordinance and pass the resolution, would be conveyed to the homeowners association. That is certainly what we contemplated, and it's certainly part of the ag facilities parcel. And with the restrictions that are contained in the resolution and the ordinance, it's very unlikely that we would ever sell this as a single-family home. However, I don't want to, mislead the commissioners and everyone else by saying unequivocally it's going to be conveyed to the homeowners association. That's an economic decision that we have to make, subject to the restrictions that you're placing on the property. The other comment I would make is that I would love to have the ability to short-term this piece of property as a single-family home in accordance with, if you adopt a policy that's different than the 30 days overall, as Kelly was talking about, we'd like the flexibility to have that policy include this property if the time frame that you ultimately decide on for short-term rentals is something less than the 30 days that we're requesting today. So
Oh, that's a different
there you
request.
Sorry?
That's just a different request. So what I heard is the request is we will not rent it for less than 30 days. So that's what we'll say. But now I'm hearing that you say you want to preserve the right to rent it on any short-term basis and to strike that language altogether?
No, I'm not. I'm asking that the language be stricken. and I'm willing to accept the 30-day restriction. However, I'm asking if the county changes its policy relative or adopts a policy relative to short-term rentals that defines the period as less than 30 days. I think it's only fair that we be able to take advantage of that. Yeah, and I don't know if, I haven't been privy to the discussions, but if that's a huge sticking point, I guess we would come back later on and ask to be treated like everybody else.
I think it would be, if the language is in this resolution, I think then if there was a change in county regulation, you would have to come back and ask to amend the condition of approval to provide more leniency.
Right. And there might be some unintended consequences with that.
Yeah,
work,
I mean, right
so.
now you can do it and we would, there's no restriction against it, so.
Yeah, that's what I would do, is make it the 30-day now. If the county adopts something different, you could come back in and request to have it match what the county thing is. I mean, I personally think 30 days for a short-term rental is for the max. Anything underneath 30 days you would consider short-term rental. Anything 30 days or longer is kind of a monthly rental, which are, people often do that to people who are working in the community. They maybe aren't here to work or visit for longer than as long as 6 months. They want something shorter. But it's short-term rental is like a few nights or a week typically, and sometimes up to a month. So I like the 30 days as what will be set as the minimum length of stay or minimum length of the rental period for this, in this case.
I guess I was just responding to Patty's comment from our last meeting that she's seen AVR so much that she knows it by heart. I just was trying to avoid another meeting if you guys adopt a different policy. But I'm happy to come back if that's the case.
Greg?
Yeah, not to complicate things, but I'm certainly satisfied with the 30 days, and I'm just wondering, maybe it's a John Ely question, but why couldn't something in the resolution include that if the county rules change, of course, that will default to that change if it goes to 2 weeks, for instance, or whatever. I don't have a problem with that, and I think ideally we have an opportunity to make things less cumbersome here, and I'd like to try that, but I want to make sure that that's actually what we're doing.
Greg, it is possible to tie it to a future action of the county as long as we are specific and we don't embed the resolution with some ambiguity so that we're not sure what it is we're doing, or how it, when the event is a triggering event for relaxing a restriction. But it is possible to do that.
George?
Yeah, I would leave it as it is. I would not include anything else and bind a future board to any commitment. I mean, this is a very unusual situation in terms of what what's already been given to this property vis-a-vis historical designation and what they're giving back, and so I would just not want to bind a future board at this point. So I'd make it more complicated, Greg, versus easier, frankly.
So let's see, Patty.
Yeah, I agree with George. I think that's better. That's a better way to go for both sides, for the county and for the applicant, because we don't know what might come out of any future discussions with the county on a legislative issue about business licensing for short-term rentals. So I think we're both clean if we just leave it the way it is and see how it goes in the future. But I do like the covenant part, allowing us to have some kind of tool if we want to look at enforcement of this agreement.
Patty, I want to make sure I understand. Are you saying leave it the way it is, meaning 6 months or 30
No, I'm
days?
leaving it the way it is with the 30 days. Without putting anything in about future legislation that we don't know what'll ever happen or what it'll be.
Okay, do board members have any other questions for the applicants or comments? I mean, we can do our comments after we do the public hearing too. That would be more appropriate. So any questions at this point? And then I'll go to the public hearing.
Steve, perhaps before we leave this particular paragraph in the resolution, the proposed resolution, to make the language a little more clear, is the prohibition against renting, is that renting and occupancy or simply a rent, you know, as a monetary, you know, payment for the ability to stay in the residence? There's a restriction that the property only be used by, you know, people with a relationship to the property. So, I mean, is it important to the board or is it an issue for the applicant to define that as rent or occupancy or simply rent?
I don't understand.
Well, I lived on the ranch and I was one of the owners of one of the lots and I had a guest coming in for the weekend. I'd put him up in the house.
Right.
I wouldn't charge him anything for it. It wouldn't be a rental, it would be an occupancy. I don't know if that's an issue and it is somewhat ambiguous in the language if we're talking about only rental. If the intent was to cover occupancy of the structure as well. I just wanted to make it clear. I'm not sure what the intent or the understanding is.
George?
Yeah, I mean, you've got, what it sounds like you've got nine different owners who have the ability to utilize this cabin for guests, for their guests, their family members. I mean, this could be utilized, as John Ely says, almost on a weekly basis. Every weekend, one of the owners could say, you know, I've got a friend or family coming in. We're just going to put them up in here. So maybe that's all right, but I think that's what John is alluding to.
Glenn?
Glenn, you have to unmute.
The intent of the applicant that this cabin function as a place for guests, and it may be used by guests on a short-term basis. The restriction on using it for short-term rentals is separate from the intent of the request, but it will function as a guest house for the owners on the ranch, but there would be no rent charge when it's used on a short-term basis.
Kelly?
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little confused about why, you know, what the policy concern is if they do rent it on a short-term basis. You know, houses all over the county can be renting their houses on a short-term basis or their cabins on a short-term basis, or, you know, so I don't know if like the Woody Creek has a problem with that. Is that why that's in here as something to not do? You know, does this stem back to sort of the history of agreements made about the use and what was, you know, offered in exchange on the longer-term development approvals? You know, it doesn't bother me to just remove this altogether since neighbors down the street likely don't have any prohibition on it, but I don't know if I'm missing an important consideration here.
Kelly, it was an offer that was made on behalf of the applicant that it wouldn't be rented on a short-term basis. But the use could easily be short-term for guests or people that own a place on the ranch. But it was the owner's commitment and offer to prohibit short-term rentals.
So I am comfortable with the wording the way it is if it's changed to 30 days. 5A says, basically defines how the cabin's going to be used. It's a guest cabin, would be used typically as a guest cabin, which might only be for a weekend at a time or something. But the owners are not charging, you don't charge rent to your guests or family members who are coming to visit on a short-term basis. You become a universal joint like our ranch here, where you always have guests coming and you don't charge your guests for spending the night. What it does do is prevent it from being used as a short-term rental like in a VRBO or an Airbnb, where you would have total strangers coming in for a 3-day period and renting it, creating traffic on with the road and, that sort of thing is what the commitment is from the owner. They're not going to do it as a business proposition to be making money as a short-term rental. And I think the way the wording is, I feel it defines it well enough and protects us from that.
Okay.
If they wanted to make it a short-term rental at some time, I would see they would have to come back to the county and just, do a change to the approval at that time.
Hi, this is Kim. Leave a message for me, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks. Have a great day. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may.
Sorry, we just get these random mystery guests. That's one of your renters calling in and book a rental for them.
So I'm fine. I mean, I continue to be fine with that, Steve.
Patty?
Yeah, I'm fine with, if you're gonna rent it, it's a 30-day minimum. If you're gonna have guests there, that's your guest house.
George?
Yeah, I just think there needs some accountability. How do you know a guest is not paying? Steve, I don't think you can make that assertion at all, especially when you have 9 different owners. I could say I've got a guest coming in on a ranch that's owned by 8 other people, and I could be charging them. So there just needs to be some accountability built into this. That's I don't know how we want to word that, but I think that's important. We have to remember that even though it was voluntarily offered, it was voluntarily offered to originally be an employee housing unit.
Well, they could just remove the voluntary thing and they could just run it as a short-term rental right now without even asking us.
Well, they are asking us, and I wouldn't approve it. So, I'm only one vote, but.
Again, Steve, if they're gonna rent it for a price, then it's a 30-day minimum. If you're gonna use it for a guest without charging rent, it can be short-term. And that can be part of the covenant, right? That we can use for enforcement, correct? How's that, George?
Yeah, if everyone's comfortable with that.
It's a hearing.
Okay, is everybody,
Happy.
I don't know, we don't necessarily totally have consensus. Kelly and Greg, what's your thoughts on it? I think Patty and I are together. George can accept it if the wording is maybe strengthened a little bit, George?
Just something, as Kelly mentioned, in terms of some sort of accountability. If it's a annual report coming in until if and when county changes its regs on short term, and then this property wants to come in under those, then that all changes at that point, obviously for everybody. Steve,
I'm okay with it, as it's been suggested. I think, it sounds like accountability is gonna be tough. I don't see a point. I say, why don't we just, let's wait and see what happens with the county's regulations and apply them then. We're not giving them any special out from what the county decides to do. I'm fine with it now. You can see how they could use this. The impression I get is that it's not going to be turned into a hotel. Although it could have regular turnover just from all the various guests of the owners, but that's already okay. How they pay or not, or whether they pay is something we're never going to know. And so I don't think we should be too concerned about that. I don't see a way to, I don't see a way to, or a reason to make some rule that's going to be really hard to follow and easy to ignore. So in other words, I would vote for it.
Okay, I think at this point, I'd like to open a public hearing. We'll see if any members of the public are on the call or wish to call at this time about the Aspen Valley Ranch application. Currently, we still, well, let's see, there is one new number on there that wasn't there earlier. So any members of the public who wish to speak about the Aspen Valley Ranch application may phone in now. The number is on the grassroots screen showing your call-in number. And I don't know, does somebody know when you call in, do you have to put in the password number then also?
Yes, Steve, that's correct.
Since I've never called in on the mobile, I don't know.
So Steve, this is Andrew Shoemaker. Just to answer your question, you will need the meeting ID and passcode in order to get into the meeting.
And it's
so
on
the webinar ID. So there are 3 different numbers someone would have to punch in order to call.
That's correct.
So one would be 669-900-6833. Then they would do the webinar ID 811-995-6470. Then they would do the password 796-056. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it is appearing on the
No wonder we had so many problems at our last public meeting. What did we do in the past when we just had people calling Kelly? How did that work? And we didn't have these issues with 2-3 different numbers and a password. And how did that function, Kelly? You were managing it really well.
The problem with the last meeting is that the complete information was not posted on the agendas.
So this has always been the process we've used in all our past meetings?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So
Sounded
Steve,
more confusing now.
What you don't know, right?
I agree, George. We should probably make it just a single phone number somebody could call it, say you want to make a public comment and not have to do all the others. Would be much simpler for the public.
so
And
why
I
don't we
think we
see if
should
there's
have
any
that
public who
discussion
wants
about-
to speak? Let's see if
Fine.
there's any public who wants to speak.
Going off the rails here.
So at this point, nobody has called in. With the exception of there's a phone number 4109. I don't know who that is. (4109). You wish to speak on this issue? They're not responding.
He needs to be unmuted. Go ahead, 4109.
I'm just listening in. There's no public comment from me.
They are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board. Stop my video right now to bring it back to the board for a motion or further comments. Patty?
I have a clarification. So are we including in the covenant the wording that rentals would be a minimum, rentals with a fee, like you're renting it and you're getting paid for the rental, not using it, it's just for your guests for free. Rentals would be a minimum of 30 days, but the cabin can be used for guests of the property owners for short term. Is that what we're looking at?
I think that's what the language says.
Okay, I
in
just
the
want to
two
make
different
sure
conditions.
that that's clear with the board, that that's the language that I have proposed to be included in this as part of the covenant, which is our tool of enforcement.
Is that a motion, Patty?
And I'll make them, well, I want to make sure the language is okay to be included. And then we need a motion for the ordinance first, correct?
Correct.
So I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance, rezoning 2.14 acres of land within the agricultural facilities parcel on the Aspen Valley Ranch from affordable housing to resource 20-acre, and adopting an amendment to the Pickens County zoning planning. And this was on second reading and public hearing, so that's the motion I will make.
I will second.
Okay, it's been moved by Patty, seconded by Kelly to approve the ordinance. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Now I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve a resolution approving minor amendments to Resolution 081-2008 and Resolution 069-2014 for Aspen Valley Ranch.
As amended with your.
And it, as amended with the language in the covenant. Thanks, Kelly. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
I did, second.
Oh, you did. Thanks, Greg.
Greg seconded, so Patty moved. Now, I have a clarification to make. Patty, you said to amend the language in the covenant, but I think we need to amend the language in the resolution to 30 days from 6 months.
Right, it's condition 5E, which states that there will be a covenant that will capture the restrictions that they have mentioned. So that the covenant,
The covenant will have that language, which is what I've asked to be amended to a 30-day, and a guest may stay short-term. So we're covered, correct, Suzanne?
Correct. And I do just have one additional request. On number 4, it says 2 TDRs will be exchanged. If you are willing, I would like to add a timing to that and maybe say within 60 days, because the rezoning would go into effect, within about 60 days. So I think it's appropriate to have those TDRs, a time frame for those TDRs to be extinguished.
Is that okay with the applicant, Glenn?
Yes, that's okay. Brooks got the TDRs.
Okay, so I will amend my motion to include a 60-day time frame for the TDRs. Kelly, do you accept my amendment? Greg, did you accept my amendment? Yeah?
Okay, further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to approve the resolution as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. It's all approved. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Dave.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
For coming in, all the time you spent on this. We appreciate you doing good professional work on your things.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Can we take a break before we start the next
Thank you
land
for
use? Because it will be long, I have a feeling.
Yeah, we've been going more than 2 hours right now. I need to stand up. How long do people need? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
15.
8 minutes.
10, okay, we're gonna do a 10-minute break.
How about if we come back at 3:30?
That's a 15-minute break.
Well, that's lunchtime.
Are you gonna run across to the corner store, Patty?
Nope, I've got my lunch upstairs.
Okay.
Okay.
No, let's do a 10-minute break, 3:25.
I'll be.
Great, grassroots, we'll be back in 10. everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 14th. And we are still in land use. I will turn it over to our chair, Steve Child.
Okay, welcome. Our next item on our agenda is land use public hearing on the resolution approving the Schuber Line activity envelope and site plan review. And Haleen, are you on? You will be doing the staff presentation, and I'll pass the mic over to you right now.
Okay, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'm on those headphones, so I wasn't sure if it was going to completely be heard or spotty. So, okay, hello, I'm Haleen Burklow. I'm with Pickens County Community Development staff, and also in attendance, as you see, Jody Schoberline, who is the owner and applicant representing the subject property located at 1630 Gateway Road. I'm actually going to bring up my presentation right now. So I just wanted to give you kind of a better idea and orient you with this vicinity map that I got from Maps and More to show you where we are talking about in Pickens County. So this is Old Snowmass, Colorado.
We can't see
Hold
the
on just a
screen.
sec, Aileen.
Uh-oh. Oh, I'm not sharing.
There you go.
Hold on. My mistake. Well, my mistake. Can we see now?
Yep.
All right. So, as I was jumping
if you could maximize it somehow or other. Right
Yes,
now we're seeing your whole screen.
Definitely. So, yeah, I was actually just saying I was going to zoom in so you could get a better look because it's very, very teeny. So I will be zooming a little in and out with my pictures throughout the presentation just so you can get a better look at things. So as I was saying, this is in Old Snowmass, Colorado, and I just wanted to show you where 1630 Gateway Road is. So as you can see, indicated in red, it's right here. And in reference to, I just wanted to show you in reference to Capitol Creek Road, where it is to the property, it's right here, along with Snowmass Creek Road on this side going to right here. Okay, I also wanted to include another vicinity map that was a little bit brighter, maybe in case people got kind of lost in the details.
Aileen, we lost your audio. Aileen, we can't hear you.
Any thoughts?
Gosh, what happened? It was so.
It could be Haleen's headset maybe doing that if it has a battery that's dying or something. It sounds like a battery and a headset going out. Unless other people aren't muted.
No, we're just getting static from you, Haleen.
If you want, I can jump in and you can show your slides. Great. So
I'm so prepared, she had to show.
I know she's prepared, but luckily she's prepared and gave me her presentation as well. So I can easily run through this with you as well. So anyway, Haleen was getting you oriented. The applicant's request is for activity envelope and site plan review for this lot in Gateway. It's for a single-family residence and an attached garage. The residence and garage break the ridgeline as viewed from Capitol Creek Road and more visibly from Snowmass Creek Road. Actually, I was thinking, Haleen, you were going to keep showing your slides. Okay. I'll just keep talking until we pull up the slides, and then we can walk you through the visuals that go along with it. This application has been forwarded to the BOCC. Normally, activity envelope site plan would be just reviewed administratively with notice. But that notice did generate comments from the neighbors and concerns. So we opted to forward the application on to the BOCC. And those comments were included in the application, or in the packet that was provided to you for today. There was a similar application, oh here, okay, if you could go to those, the visuals showing the, okay, that just shows you the location of the house on the lot. As you can see, it's kind of on a ridge, sloping down on both sides, and that's why you can't build anything on this lot without having it be visible from Snowmass Creek and Capitol Creek roads. If you want to go to the next, and these just show you, so this is a view from the Capitol Creek Road side. As you can see, the arrow is pointing to the house. Again, okay. That's fine. You can go to the next picture.
Hold on for a sec.
Oh.
Can you go back to that picture?
Sure.
So it looks like if you just go to the left, it looks like there's another house that breaks a roof line, yes?
Yes, George, definitely. There are other houses in the subdivision that break the ridge line.
Okay. And the one right next to it is breaking it, correct?
Correct, and I meant to look up the year that we adopted ridgeline regulations. I mean, some of these houses, may predate our regulations, and some have gone through, the scenic review process under the former code or current code related to development within the scenic view and on the ridgeline.
Okay.
Okay, so then show that next picture. Haleen?
Suzanne, just if I could add to that, the house that's on the top is Rick Heady's, and I think that's a 1991 vintage.
Yeah, and I think that one preceded our Ridgeline reg, so I was going to say they were adopted sometime in the early 90s. So then if you can, just slide that one over a little bit. So this view is from the Snowmass Creek side. Or show the caption on the bottom, Haleen. Where's the location this is taken from?
And Suzanne, Greg here again. Also, if somebody could just tell us about the foundation that's down the hillside from the property. I recognize that as having been there for many years.
I don't know that I can tell you much about that.
That has a house built on it now, and there's also a second building just to the right of that on the same owner's property.
That's right. That did go through the review process a few years ago, but that foundation had been there for quite a long time.
It's like a garage down here and then a weird driveway up to the house.
So this is from the more like near the firehouse, so near the intersection of Snowmass and Capitol Creek roads. And then there's one more photo that shows you from the Snowmass Creek Road side, so as you're approaching Gateway. And these photos are all showing you, the photo montage of the house in place. And if you zoom in a little bit, you can kind of see there's some trees shown there. This is shown with the landscaping that is proposed to try and soften the view of the property. Right, there you go. There's some of those trees. So these photos are shown with the house there and how they would propose to try and mitigate the visual impact. So there was a similar application in 2008 for this lot from the same owner. Same deal at the time. We forwarded on to the BOCC due to the concerns about development on the ridgeline. That approval has lapsed, so that's why Jody's back in the process again to get a new approval. But with this new design, he has shifted the house a little bit, and he tried to respond to some of the concerns that were raised in 2008. He has lowered the height and also reduced the floor area compared to the 2008 application, and also shifted the development more towards the Capitol Creek side, basically feeling that you see it from farther away on the Capitol Creek side than you do on the Snowmass Creek side. So you feel like you're getting more of a ridgeline break because you're closer on the Snowmass Creek side than you are from the other side. So again, he shifted it. And Jody can speak to that, and he does have some graphics that are helpful that were in your packet that show the comparison from 2008 to current and the revisions that have been made. In 2008, the board found that there was no alternative building site on the lot and approved the residence that would break the ridge line. Basically, that's the same finding we're making today in our recommendation. The code provision reads, the proposed structure shall be placed so it does not project above a ridge line. The structure shall not silhouette against the sky when viewed from those corridors listed, which includes Capitol and Snowmass Creek roads, unless there are no alternate building sites on the lot or parcel. So given there's no alternative location that can avoid breaking the ridge line, staff has recommended approval subject to the resolution that's in front of you.
Questions for Suzanne or Helene? Kelly?
Yeah, I guess there were some questions raised in the comments regarding how stable the lot area, the activity envelope area is for this house. And I guess I'm wondering, do we weigh in on that? Like, are there criteria in the code about the stability of the dirts, et cetera, for constructing a home?
Essentially, it becomes the engineering associated with the, development of the foundation. So it's more of a construction-related issue as opposed to, again, there's a provision in the code about steep slopes, potentially unstable slopes. Again, in this case, they're avoiding the steep slopes. They're avoiding the slopes over 30%. So that complies with the code. So the question about the ability to build a foundation and those kinds of things, that comes with the civil engineering that would go along with a building permit, where they would actually study the soils and determine what's appropriate for the construction.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne.
Greg?
Just regarding the similar issue, I guess the soils is something engineers determine. Regarding the driveway, I know I'm just looking in the various comments about how the driveway is going to work and how can we minimize the impact probably on the neighbors more than anyone with the driveway. And is that, do we have conditions in there regarding how the driveway is placed or screened?
In terms, when you say screening, if it's a visual concern, again, under the code, we're just looking at visual impact from the county roads, not from neighboring properties. But I do know, we've worked with Jody, Haleen worked with Jody to try and meet our 16-foot driveway standard, but in some areas it will be slightly less than that in order to minimize the need for retaining and things. So that will help keep the driveway more, on the contour of the land and create less disturbance.
Suzanne, at some point, I would like to see the view from the Capitol Creek Road again. We could maybe do it during the applicant's presentation, because I know concern from at least one of the caucus members and a resident on Capitol Creek was the view from Capitol Creek Road was more prominent now. But we don't have to look at it right now, but I just want to see that again sometime during the presentation.
Steve, I have an updated photo montage from that view reflecting the modified scheme that I've come up with, attempting to respond to the concerns.
Okay, and yeah, when you're doing your presentation, just so we can see that at some point. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other commissioners' questions right now. So let's go to the applicant's presentation and let's see, Jody, are you presenting this yourself? I can't remember who you're.
I'm representing myself. I'm an architect and planner.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
And it's my own home. So are you ready for me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so I'm going to do screen share so I can show some pictures. So hopefully you can all see that. I'll probably duplicate a couple of things that Helene and Suzanne covered because I didn't know exactly what they were going to say. But this is an exhibit that's showing the three locations that you can see this property from. Over here near the firehouse on Snowmass Creek Road, just as you cross the Snowmass Creek from the left side to the right side. And then as you're coming back on Capitol Creek Road, this is quite a long way and a fairly low angle view. The other thing I wanted to just point out here, which I think is also obvious from the photo montage, is that it's this very prominent hill that I think you all know, and it has two summits, and there's a saddle in between, which is where I'm building. It is, of course, on the ridge line, but both of the summits, the south summit is a fair amount higher than the house itself, and the north summit, the very summit of that, which is the ground level of the house that's sitting on it, is basically at my roof height now, with the revisions. So just to give a little brief history here. So here's a slope diagram, and all this dark shaded stuff is really steep. And as Suzanne mentioned, there's a flat area that was bulldozed in the probably around 1970. There's an existing driveway that comes up and then crosses off the land and is also shared by my neighbor, his parking being just off the property. This hatched footprint here is the current proposal. Let me make it a little bit bigger. I added to this drawing the previously approved 2008 version, and you can see that dashed line goes out here, around, and so we've pulled in the house actually from both sides, but also moved it to the south. And by reorganizing the lot and putting the septic system in a different location, this time we were able to line the main bulk of the house on this side, which is what we've been encouraged to do in the last process. The garage, well, it's slightly visible from Snowmass Creek, is a lower roof than the portion that's kind of in the line of the ridge. So just for a little bit of history, this is the footprint of the house that was previously approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The zoning for this lot allows the house up to 5,750 square feet, but the lot being a little over 1 acre and the area of the easement, there's an easement for this driveway. That taken out, multiplied by the multiplier for this zone district, 0.13, allows a house of up to 4,903 square feet. And I'm bringing this up just because there have been comments on the size of the house. But this was the original approved one. It came pretty close to both sides. In the previous process, we did move the house further to the southwest at the request of the planning department. So this reflects the modified version, not the original version that was submitted. In this case, the septic was to the south, and that prevented us from lining up more of the house over there. So this is the house that was previously approved. But what we were trying to do here was to, it was a one-story house with a two-story portion centered in the ridge line. So we're trying to kind of keep the shape of the ridge with this house. The lower elevation is looking from the Capitol Creek side. The portion that's closer to you is much lower. That's this. And it had a lower level with grade up to the windows. So it was basically a 1.5-story house on that side with a higher portion in the middle. And the heights of this, I think it's about 26 feet from grade to the highest portion in the middle of the previously approved scheme. This is the revised proposal that's before you now. I turned it into a one-story house with a basement that has grade up to the windows except for a walkout here on the side. The maximum heights are around 19 and 20 feet over here, and at the garage is I believe about 15 feet. And so here the lower level is covered up to the window level. But what I want to show you next is a comparison to the application that was submitted in April or May. And so here's an overlay drawing, and the dark line work is what we're asking for your approval now. The grayed out and dashed line thing behind it is what was originally submitted. So after speaking with neighbors and hearing the concerns, I was asked if there was anything I could do to lower the roof height, and I found that I could keep the character of the house, but accommodate some reasonable drops in the height by changing the roof slopes down to a 112. So where the highest exposure is, I've dropped the roof height by 3 feet, but we've also brought the ground up because it was previously a walkout on this side, and it's now no longer a walkout. It's just at window height. So we considerably dropped the biggest exposure. Over here, we dropped the garage roof by 2'10" and also shortened it a little bit, which was a request of my neighbors, so that it would minimize his views down to the valley floor. This orange line, just to give you perspective, is the level of the top of the hill to the north. And so the neighbor's house is a little bit up from that. But that's essentially the ground floor of the neighbor's house. And that house is, I believe, about 20 feet tall from there. Similarly here, you can see the garage beyond was dropped by 2'8". The overhang was brought in a little bit. Here across the whole top of the house, we're 3 feet lower, 2.5 feet lower, and 4 feet lower down here. Also, some concern had been raised about the size of the footprint of this house, and we just thought really hard about what we needed and what we actually would be able to build right now, and determined that we could decrease the width of the house by 8 feet here and put some more of that space into the basement area. This is the one existing tree that's anywhere near the house. So this compares the house, again, the dark line drawing, with what was originally approved. and the same down here. So here we are almost 15 feet shorter where the garage is located, a little over 14 over the entry at the center of the ridge. Comparing the projection that was closest to this thing, we're about 6 feet lower, I believe, and we're 13 feet lower than high, high point to high point. We're 13 feet lower. The house is a little bit wider as it's more lined up with the ridge line. So just quickly on the site plan, so Basalt Fire District, Basalt and Rural, they gave their approval with a 12-foot driveway, which is what I originally submitted. But the planning and zoning asked if it was feasible to make that 16, since that's the county standard, even though the fire was comfortable with the 12 feet. And we came up with this is that we could bring the driveway this far before you started needing to put a lot of retaining on this side. And incidentally, another comment on the driveway. We're flush with the current driveway down here and up here. It's just, right now it's steep in this area, so we're just evening it out. So the total change in driveway height is just a bit more than a foot, but it's wider than the current footprint. Here's a turnaround, a couple outdoor spaces and 2 indoor spaces in a garage. This is the house which we contemplate as a 2-story, or I'd really call it a 1.5, since the lower floor is buried. This hatched area down here is the area which was subtracted from the original proposal, and the septic system's on this side. Well, let me touch on engineering really quickly, and then I'll talk about landscaping. The question about soils engineering's been raised by a number of people. And a full soils report was prepared for this property by probably the best soil company in the valley. And what they found is there's no landslide risk at all. There's no sort of movement of the overall land, and that the soil underneath where the house would be is decomposed bedrock. So there's no issue about stability of the land. The civil engineer is having us manage the water on site, so it will improve over the current situation where there's not really any vegetation here right now, where the water just runs off, and we'll trap that and contain that on the site. So for the landscaping plan, there's very little vegetation, especially on the southerly side of this, and a lot of this hill is just kind of grassland. The north side facing Snowmass Creek is all short shrubs. But there are almost no trees on the property. There are 4, I think, 4 or 5. Working with the planning department, they asked if I could mitigate further the visibility from Snowmass Creek Road. So these trees were added, junipers and piñons, so that they would mimic the trees that already are here, and they will be arranged to block the highest part. And this group of trees is to intercept that view from Snowmass Creek Road. There isn't a place to put any trees on this side, having moved the house to avoid its visibility from Snowmass Creek. And then we were going to add a group of trees here just to kind of break up the view of the house as people are looking up the driveway. So this is the view that you have already seen. This was the view from Snowmass Creek side from the firehouse, and you could see a little bit of the roof projecting up. But we've now lowered the high part of this roof by 2 foot 10 inches and brought it back a little bit. So even though it is a little bit visible, it'll be less visible than it is in this rendering. And then the next one is the one that you were asking about, which I've updated. So you can, the roof line of the house is now about 3 feet lower than it was in the application that was originally submitted in late spring, and then we're opening up less at the lower level. So we're showing less below, and it's shorter from the top. This photo is a little misleading in the line of that roof basically corresponds with the floor of this house. And just to talk a little bit about square footage, in the new house, so in our original house, we had proposed approval for 4,900 square feet. Some of that was in a basement, which we weren't sure we would develop, so it might have been a little bit smaller than that, but we intended for the visible above ground portion to be what you saw earlier. The current house that we're proposing is from that 4,900 now 3,100 square feet, with half of the space and half of the livable space in this half basement and the other half on a ground floor, and a 500 square foot garage. But just to compare that with the neighbors about whether this is a fit for the neighborhood, this house at the top, according to the county assessor records, is 3,600. This house here is 4,200 square feet. This house here is 3,900 square feet. And the one that's the closest in size to what we're proposing is this one, which is 2,243, but it doesn't have a garage currently, and I think it's going to be redeveloped in some fashion because it was just purchased as a tear down. This house, the last house you can see here behind, is 4,400 square feet. So the average of all these houses, not counting the one we're proposing, is 3,660, and we're proposing to be about 700 square feet under the average of the neighborhood. So as has been said, you can't build anything here without breaking the ridgeline. Partially in response to comments from neighbors earlier and the planning department, we chose to make it more visible on the Snowmass Creek side where it's seen from much further away. It also telegraphs against this mountain behind. So it most definitely breaks this ridgeline, but it doesn't break the one behind. Colors have been raised as an issue. Our intention is to make this house as closely match the soil as possible, and this is the best I could do with the computer rendering. But our plan is to get stucco samples to match the earth tones here, because it really is not our goal to make the house stand out. The caucus had asked about overhangs to kind of provide solar shelter, and all along the west side it'll have 4-foot overhangs, which much of the day will cast shadows on the face of the house. It happens that this photograph was taken in the fall, in the morning, so the sun, in order to make the shadows match the rest of the photos, they're not that deep. And with that, I think I've covered the issues that I had thought. I guess one thing that I did forget to mention is that this would be the third ridgeline review for this house. was subject to, by previous owner, it was subject to ridge line review in 1995, and I believe that was for a two-story house centered in the lot. I do not know what it looked like, but I assume it would have been about 25 feet tall to halfway up a sloped roof.
So, Jody, we're going to go to questions from the board now. So, George Newman.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Jody. This is definitely a much better design. I don't really recall 2008 was so long ago, but I understand the constraints that you're under, and I think you've tried to address that really well. My question is, when you look at that photo on that hillside, you will all notice that throughout Gateway there's very, very little vegetation, certainly on trees. And so even though you're looking at trying to put some trees in there, how are you going to get them established and keep them going in terms of a water source?
We'll put them on drip irrigation. I'd like to use pinyon and juniper, which is what occurs on this hill naturally.
Right.
And we've been asked to put some pretty reasonable sized ones. I know they grow slowly at first. It takes a while. But I have juniper on our property now, and they're on a drip irrigation, and they're growing like crazy. So I'm pretty sure with drip, at least for the first few years, that we should be able to keep those healthy and strong and let them get growing.
All right, thanks.
Steve? Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thanks, Jody. I'll just don't want to repeat what George said, but I was on the same track with him. It looks like you've done a great job of tucking it in there on that lot. Regarding the trees, I guess it's on the view from Snowmass Creek is where you're going to put most of the trees in for the screen. And the concerns I have, looking at the way our house was built and the way the trees were put in when they first built, now we have fire mitigation issues because if the trees are too close, you're creating a fire. You may be creating a fire hazard down the road. It's something to think about. But I do approve of screening it as best you can. And the one question that I just saw that I didn't see addressed was regarding roof color. I guess only one house will be looking down at you. But what do you plan to do for the roof treatment for the top of the roof?
A dull gray.
It's like a dull gray, something to match the Mancos shale pattern.
Yeah. I mean, we really are trying to match this hillside. We think the color of the soil is beautiful, and you know, we understand people's concerns. It's a very prominent location. We have no desire to make the house more obvious than necessary.
Right. Yeah. Just thinking, you see the odd white roof, and you wonder. But yeah, thank you. That color of soil has grown on me also. I'm surrounded by it, so all of a sudden I tend to like it more.
So Kelly?
Yeah, I'm looking through the resolution. I just noticed there's a reference to retaining walls. Where are retaining walls planned for this project?
I'm actually not proposing retaining walls. We've done all the so I can show you. I wonder if that language wasn't a rollover from the older version, because
I think that's just standard language,
Yeah,
a standard condition.
Just want to make sure I'm not missing
Right,
something.
that's 7C, I think you're referring to.
Because part of it is we can't go onto these steeper slopes, and that's the only place we'd want to put a retaining wall anyway. And in the 2008 proposal, I had expanded a little and had retaining walls going slightly out to kind of expand the yard area. I had young kids at the time. But that got nixed in the last approval, so I wasn't planning on doing any retaining at all.
Okay, thank you.
But except a little bit around the stair, just to make the stair work.
My only concern that I have seen at all is it seemed like the trees you were proposing over on the lower Snowmass Creek side were kind of in a row. And I would rather have the trees kind of spaced in a more natural pattern and not necessarily looking like they're in a row. And maybe that was your intent. I know you just kind of plop green blotches down where you see the trees are, but I would rather have it be more, not so much in a row, but, maybe some down the hill a little bit in front and, a different pattern than a row pattern.
Well, I actually agree with you strongly. Here's what I'm trying to balance, is that the fire hazard precautions require a 15-foot buffer with no woody vegetation around, and you can capture a wooded area inside of that, but what I had done is I kept this 15 feet, and then used what little space there was before you got to the hill, because we aren't allowed to do anything on the hill other than clear shrubbery. And so if we could put it, a couple of the trees, a little bit over the edge, then we'd probably be able to soften that line. And here we can't put them on top of the septic system. They do have the most impact the closer they are to the edge, because the views are from below, and the closer to the edge, they telegraph taller against the house. But I will certainly endeavor, to the extent that I can, when we locate these in the field, trying to interfere with the sight lines, to make them look as natural as possible, because that's our goal too.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, I want to thank you. Looking at your previous design and this one, it definitely fits more into that very restrictive, constricted lot that you have. I think your intent is great to try and blend in with the surrounding soil and brush colors. I think it's appropriate. I think you really have mitigated a lot of the height issues, and I know that the neighbors will be appreciative of that. Just a real quick thing to add about your drip irrigation system. You may already know about this. There are some great, now that we can collect rainwater in our community, in our state, there's some great systems now that collect rainwater in these barrels that have a great spigot that you can set up to your drip irrigation. Might be a great way for you to conserve some of your water use by capturing, if we get rain, that is. So that might be something you might want to look into. They're really cool. They have a screen at the top. They come off your gutters, and then you can just hook it to a spigot and help to irrigate some of your new vegetation. Just a thought to help you guys out with water. But thank you again.
We love that.
Greg?
Yeah, Jody, it looks, to me, it seems as if, the biggest impact, and I've seen it mentioned in a couple places, just glare off the windows. What's the technology nowadays to try to minimize that? What is it? Is it angles or is it coatings? So you're going to get those, this time of year, maybe the low sun is just going to be bouncing right off those things. What can you do?
Well, it's impossible to get it perfect with glass, because there will be some point when the sun will shine and flash on it. We do have, on the southwest side, which I think is probably where most of the concern would come from, we have a 4-foot overhang, so that's going to keep the sun off the windows some of the time, and actually this is a cantilever deck, so the lower level windows will basically never get any sun on them. We're going to put a open hole steel decking on there, so there will be this kind of filtered light, but those won't flash at all, and we certainly will avoid adding any reflective stuff to the glass. I'm not sure how much you can get down from a standard glass in anything that's available for construction. But we would certainly not add any reflective coating, which there are plenty of those.
Right. And there may be a tie-in with that, with energy efficiency or transmissivity of energy, heat, and like that. And I'm assuming you're in the neighborhood now with super efficient homes just next door and down over the hill, thinking of Amory's and Rick's, and wondering if you're gonna be. I'm just going to assume this is going to be a very efficient home.
Yes, this will be a very high-performance home, and consistent with my goals as a professional, too.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? And we can bring comments back later after the public hearing. So seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing now. Any members of the public who wish to speak about this application can phone in. The number is on the screen of Grassroots TV. It's also posted on our agenda. You need to call the phone number, then the ID number, and the password number. So there are 3 different numbers you have to put in here. And I know, Jody, that a lot of the members of the caucus already have met with you maybe a couple of times, and so I think you already probably got input from them, but some of them might still call in today. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we participated in 2 caucus meetings to discuss this. They approved it at their initial meeting, but there were some follow-up questions, and we participated in that, and they stuck with their approval.
So we'll give half a minute here and see if anyone does phone in on the public hearing. This is kind of a clunky way to do a land use presentation where everybody can't be present in the room like pre-COVID days, but I guess we're doing the best we can.
Well, I certainly appreciate how adaptable you all have been, that you've kept the important work of the community going when everything is now a lot more difficult.
Hey, Steve, can I ask Jody another question?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. I don't see anybody phoning in anyhow, so.
Jody, just regarding windows again, what's the practice regarding tilting windows, like tipping them out, just so any reflection would kick down more? Is that done? Is that something you'd consider, or would it, just so you don't get that? I live across the valley from Red Mountain, and I see all those big, massive windows kicking off. It's like having solar reflectors out there on the other side. And so I'm thinking somebody across Capitol Creek, maybe Steve, will look over there some evening until you'll see the sun reflected in the windows. And maybe he already does in other houses, so it's not entirely fair question. I'm not trying to pick on you. Just wondering, are there, I guess when the sun is that low, there's really very little you can do. Just wanted to hear what your thoughts were about that.
Right. I mean, at some point, if you tilt them, now these 4 are doors, a split slider in the middle, so they don't make a slider that's tilted. And I'm sure Frank Gehry could figure this out, but he gets bigger budgets than I do. Yeah, I don't know with stuff that's basically off the shelf for windows and doors that need to operate. This is a bedroom here, for example, and we have to have egress windows. And yeah, well, my wife is pointing out that we will have blinds on the windows. So at night, we customarily close our blinds at night. And so at least from light leaking at night, which is another issue that hasn't been mentioned, I think that there would be very little. And outdoor lighting, which we haven't mentioned, my hope is to have none more than the code required minimum, which is a light at any door, unless we find it so dark that we need to put one or two down-facing bollards along the driveway so that someone could safely walk there. We love this place because it's so beautifully dark, and it's our goal to help keep it that way.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate what you're saying.
George?
Oh, I was going to see whether you're ready for a motion since we have two more public hearings coming up.
Yeah, I realize that. I just have, I've got a couple more comments, or one more comment before my closing comments, in reference to the lights at the doors. And Jody, you're probably sensitive to this being an architect, but we made the mistake of having all the lights by all the doors outside all on one light switch, one circuit. So we can't turn off, can't turn on just one light. And so I think if you have multiple circuits with all the lights on different light switches, so you could turn on just one light by your main entrance where you're coming in and out or something, and not have to have the porch lit up. That really helps.
That's exactly what I would do. I think we'd leave most of the lights off. We have to have a door or a light even outside the sliding glass doors, although if the shades were drawn, the light of the room would shine out. But you're required by code to have that. We've got in mind a little teeny tiny sconce that will shine downward. At the entry door, the light will be in the roof. It'll be a recessed can pointing down, and we can put that on a dimmer. You know, when your eyes are used to the dark, you don't actually need a lot of light.
So there's no more commissioner comments at this time. We could take a motion, George?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. Thanks. I make a motion to approve the Scholderman activity envelope and site plan review.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's moved by George, seconded by Greg. Further comments?
I would again, I just want to acknowledge the great change and the work you've done, Jody, on this, and it's nice to see that a local house that's going to be utilized by a local living year-round could be done aesthetically well as sort of not being overbuilt for the existing neighborhood.
Thank you.
So I would echo that. I think you have done an amazing job of, the changes in the design have made it virtually invisible from Snowmass Creek Road, compared to Rick Heady's house, which from Snowmass Creek Road is poking up in the sky with no background at all. Looking from the Capitol Creek side, which there was some concern from Chris Collins from the caucus, and that's the view I have from my house up on Capitol Creek. When we look over there, I almost have to get binoculars out actually to really see the houses on Gateway Mesa, but we can see them from my house. You see various houses there. Yours fits right in with the neighborhood, the way you have it designed. To me, it looks, you did a very attractive job, and I think you worked wonders actually with the roof line and everything to address the neighbors' concerns. And looking from the Capitol Creek side also, you have the hill, I don't know, that might be part of Sloan's Peak or something, is the backdrop that actually makes it the house so it doesn't look like it's on a ridge line at all. So I'm congratulate you on doing a good job and being really responsive to the neighbors' concerns. And I'm not so worried about the reflectivity off the windows on that side towards Capitol Creek. One of the public comments said it was the whole south side, or that side was all going to be glass, but it actually is, not that extravagant amount of glass on that site. It's more just a normal amount, and I don't think there's going to be that much problem with glare looking out that direction. It certainly won't be any more than any of the other houses that are in the neighborhood. So any further commissioner comments? Seeing none, all in favor of approval of the motion, say aye.
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 Thank you again, Jody.
Okay, everybody approved. Congratulations, Jody.
Thanks, Jody.
Thank you for your good work, and I look forward to meeting you someday.
Likewise. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Be a neighbor of ours, from 5 miles away about, but.
We look forward to it.
Okay. Moving to our next item is, item number 9 is an ordinance approving a land use code text amendment standards for rockfall hazard areas. This is a second reading and a public hearing. And we have Suzanne Wolf is on for representing the county on this one.
Thanks, Steve. As you said, this is a second reading. It was approved on first reading on August 26th, but the board did request some additional information, so I put that all in my memo, but I'll just, summarize quickly. There was a request for additional information about rockfall regulations in other jurisdictions. So the report in the packet from Art Mears and Chris Wilbur walked you through a number of other jurisdictions and their rockfall regulations. And I think the short summary of all of that is all of the jurisdictions prioritize avoidance of rockfall hazard areas and only permit development within those areas if the hazard cannot be avoided and with appropriate mitigation to reduce or minimize the hazard. What differentiates our current regulations is that we have the provision where we prohibit development in rockfall areas, and then somebody has to go through a takings process if they've been denied to then determine if they can or cannot develop on the property. So just to note in terms of how this is being revised is by creating a differentiation between a low, moderate, and a high hazard area. We're still saying that if you can avoid the hazard, you have to avoid it. If you're in a high hazard area and you can't avoid it, you will still get denied and then you have the opportunity to request a takings. If you're in a low moderate hazard area and you can't avoid the hazard, then you could develop with mitigation without going through an additional step of being denied and then potentially going through the takings procedure. So essentially, I think that is similar to other jurisdictions. Most other jurisdictions just say, well, if you can't avoid it, then develop with mitigation. We did work additionally with Karen Berry, with the Colorado State geologist, on some of the language after the last meeting. And she did recommend made some refinements to the language, including the definitions of how we're differentiating between that low, moderate hazard and the high hazard. Some of that discussion was right now, initially it was proposed with 2,000 kilojoules, which is essentially the standard. Art and Chris can probably say this better than I can, but the standard for the type of fence that would be built in many of these circumstances now. Karen also recommended including a bounce height threshold, so it's one or the other in terms of making that differentiation to determine if it's in a low, moderate, or high hazard area. We also made some additional changes, adding language that the mitigation shall not increase the hazard on other properties or public infrastructure. You can't send the rocks over to your neighbor's property. Provisions requiring maintenance of rockfall barriers. Language that development be restricted to the least hazardous area of a project site. So not only avoid the hazard, but where are you sited? Are you right on the edge of where we think it's hazardous, or can you shift and be as far as possible away? And then we included rockfall report requirements, which had been mistakenly stricken from the prior version. So again, that was just language that you saw stricken out last time, and Karen said, no, I didn't intend for that to change. So just so you know, Karen is on the line, or I think she's still there. So if you do have questions for her, she is available. Then you also asked us to respond more specifically to some of the comments made by the caucuses. Really, the most specific letter was just the Maroon Creek caucus. And again, some of the comments there, they talked about, the caucus said that older codes were more stringent about development in hazard areas, but over time code language has been softened to allow engineered solutions. I just provided some of the background on our codes, but prior to 1994, the code permitted development in all geologic hazard areas subject to mitigation. So it was in 1994 where we started the prohibition of development in rockfall, landslide areas, and in the red high hazard avalanche areas. But then again, even in those cases, development could be permitted with mitigation through a takings determination. The 1994 code and subsequent codes permitted development with mitigation in certain geologic hazard areas, including blue moderate, alluvial fan, Manco shale, talus, faults, and areas of ground subsidence. So again, there's always been a precedent of allowing mitigation. I think maybe the difference is that some of these engineered solutions, the engineering has improved over time, the science has improved, and the ability to mitigate, maybe that has changed to that there are different engineered solutions we see now that we might not have seen 20 years ago because they might not have existed at that time. The next issue they had raised was making it clearer if there's an available site outside of the hazard area. It's mandatory to do so, and as I noted, the language has been changed to state that development shall be restricted to the least hazardous area of a project site and as far as practicable from the rockfall hazard. And then the last issues were related to scenic impacts and landscaping, and there has been language added stating that mitigation structures shall be designed and or screened with landscaping to minimize visual impacts on neighboring properties, including public rights-of-way. So just to note that that does go beyond what our scenic standards do, because again, with our scenic review, it's just from public roads. So this does add some additional language as to how you could screen that from neighboring properties. And the last statement was about not allowing variances unless there's a proven inability to locate somewhere else. In that case, the granting of a variance is under the Board of Adjustment. Again, we would be reviewing any of this through our site plan review process. But if it was that, they could make a hardship argument about relating it or locating in the setbacks, that would be considered by the Board of Adjustment, and that is separate from our site plan review. So that's the quick summary of the changes since you saw this on first reading. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Steve, let's see if Steve's still
Steve,
on
I have a
too.
question. Are you still with us? Steve? Kelly,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Mike,
All right, I'm
Kelly,
gonna,
can you,
Yeah, I can
my
jump in.
computer is being really weird right now. Kelly, could you chair here on this one for a while? I'll see if my computer gets.
Yes, sure, no problem. Patty, go ahead with your
thank
question.
you. As part of the Maroon Creek Caucus comments, on number 2, they also asked about reducing the size of development to minimize mitigation measures if necessary. That was not included, that language, in the staff response. Are we not contemplating, you can't build your 10,000 square foot house because you're gonna be breaching rockfall issues on either side, but you could build 8,000 and be not in those zones?
That's not mandated in the code, as it's not mandated under any of the other geologic hazard areas. Again, that could be a consideration in the review process. Again, we're looking at, can you avoid the hazard?
Right.
If you can't, then, but right now, right, we're not That
I
would-
don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I think that in some ways it should be part of this. I mean, you know, if you don't have to mitigate because you build a smaller house, I think and you're taking your house out of any potential hazard zone because you're building it smaller, then you're avoiding all this other issue with, you know, bruised nets and rockfall cleaning the bruised net out. And I don't know how the board feels about asking that to be part of this. I mean, it's common sense, but that doesn't mean that people are going to think about that.
There is some language in the code, I probably can't pull it up quickly enough, that, you know, that kind of speaks to that under our priorities for locating development. You know, there is a discussion about an opportunity to reduce floor area, you know, again, in consideration of some of these things. So that's broader, you know, than specific to Rockfall. Again, so there is some language.
Just like they did with their scenic, the one we just saw. They reduced the house size, which also helped with their scenic, they're breaching that ridge line. So, I don't know, I think George waving his pen,
I see
so
him.
I think he wants to chime in on
George,
this.
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I understand and agree with the concept you have, Patty. I'm not sure how you could put an actual square footage on that, but if this has to go through, something like this would have to go through a special review, Suzanne?
It's not special review, George, it's site plan review.
Site plan. And so at some point would the BOCC see that to be able to, as we do in the past, if there's a constrained lot, to be able to limit the house size given some of the challenges of a particular lot?
Not necessarily. Again, if, you know, with site plan, if it was a high hazard area and it was denied, then it would come to you with a takings request. With a site plan review, if we saw any concern, you know, we always have the ability to send something up, as we did with the prior application. So, you know, again, I think in a situation where if we felt that, you know, the plan that had been proposed, you know, we had concerns about that, we would, you know, and house size maybe being a piece of that, we would always send that up to the BOCC for consideration.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully that will help address your question, Patty.
Yeah, as long as there's at some point some way to bring in the house size into the discussion, I'm comfortable. I just wanted to make sure that when we were addressing the Maroon Creek Caucus, that was the one thing I didn't see carried through. So as long as it's somewhere else in the site plan review, that's a possibility. I think that's what I was asking for. Thank you.
Yes, Greg, go ahead.
Steve, just Kelly, along that line of thinking, it'd be interesting to just see, Susanna, if we could incentivize them to look at reducing house size to avoid the need for mitigation. Can that actually be put into the language? It sounds like it's possible through site plan review now. Maybe it's just a common sense thing, but is there any way we could introduce, or would there be any value to introducing language to this? You know, that we can incentivize people to not go as big as possible and put in a lot of fencing, but make it more modest and maybe eliminate that fencing. If there's a way we can actually articulate that, I like that idea that I think Patty was getting to.
Mm-hmm. Steve, do you want to jump in? I don't know if Steve can jump in on this. Do you have George? Go ahead.
Yeah, Greg, I think your point is well taken, and I think hopefully as staff and we and you and the P&Z continue to look at growth management, to look at ways to incentivize throughout the county for smaller homes, which this could be part of it. I mean, that's sort of looking at the bigger picture.
So I'll jump in here. I guess I wonder, you know, could we say something along the lines of, you know, the entirety of your building has to be outside of the hazard area, and, you know, or they can appeal it as a constrained lot. I'm fumbling a little bit, but, So if they decide, well, I don't want to, I don't want to have to build a 1,700 square foot home, I want to build a 3,000 square foot home, which is going to start to move into the hazard area, is there a way to differentiate those two scenarios separately? So we are saying we want you to build in the area that doesn't have the risk, and your whole building should fit in that area that doesn't have the risk. And, if the applicant thinks that causes some.
Well, I think that's the intent of us saying that if you can, you have to avoid. I guess if they came to us and said, I can avoid it for 2/3 of my house, but I can't, again, that's gonna, but a third of it is in the low moderate, then that's gonna be a scenario where we have to work with them on their site plan review to determine how much they can accommodate, versus avoiding versus not. So again, I guess it's, if you're comfortable putting that through that site plan process, again, I think any scenario where, we're trying to say, we don't think you can develop the maximum your zoning allows you to develop, given the hazard, that's something we're gonna send up to the BOCC.
It'd come to us and get bumped up to us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's, I'm grabbing this language out of the code. If there's no adequately sized property, area on the property that would avoid constrained areas and would allow the proposed activity or development to occur in compliance with this code and the comp plan, the range of permitted activities and or permitted density or intensity or maximum size may be limited to bring the proposal into compliance. So again, there's language about that, but again, I don't think anything we would do administratively at that point. We would send it up.
Right, and then if the applicant said, I don't want to reduce by density or intensity, so they would bring it to the board to make us be the determining body.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm comfortable with that.
Do we need a reference to that section of the code in this new code language?
This language falls under a broad section,
Okay.
In our development standards that talks about priorities in locating activity or development. And again, that's, there's the statement about, you should avoid any hazard area if you can. That language carries forward here, but again, I think that's a provision that would apply in all circumstances.
And that's in site plan review.
As well, right.
Perfect.
So real quick, we did get Steve back.
Okay,
He's on.
I see him on the phone. Hi, Steve. Have you been able to hear our conversation?
Hi, so I am on the phone. I am on the phone now, and I can hear really clearly. So I think I'll just talk on the phone the rest of the meeting today. At this point, I don't have any comments on it.
Okay. Did you hear our discussion? Would you like me to summarize it for you?
I heard most of it. I did miss some of it.
Okay. Okay. Suzanne, are you finished with your summary? Okay, so then I will go ahead and, if there's no further questions for staff, I'll turn it over to the applicant for any input or presentation. And Glenn, hi there, how are you? Good to see you again.
Kelly, thank you. For the record, my name's Glenn Horn, and I have with us the applicant for this Rockfall Code Amendment, Ian Sion. You met him in our past meeting. He's a born in Aspen, lifelong resident. Art Mears and Fritz Wilbur are here as well, who were the engineer geologists who helped us come up with the proposed ordinance language. And Gideon Kaufman, a longtime friend of the Kahn family, and Ian is also here on behalf of the family. Suzanne's covered a lot of the material that I wanted to cover. I just have a few comments. I wanted to say that the proposed Rockfall ordinance has been a collaborative effort on the part of the county staff, the Colorado State geologist, and the applicant. Amending the county's outdated rockfall standards isn't something that's come up recently. It's been on the county community department.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'll show you the David Brim, yes.
This has been on the county's list of.
Sorry, Glenn, hang on, we're not hearing you at the moment. We might have muted you on accident.
Sorry about that, Glenn.
Okay, we heard you say this has been on the county's list of updated amendments.
Yeah, it's been on the list for many years, and it's just something that the staff hasn't had the time to get to. The rockfall ordinance is modeled on the county's avalanche standards, which have been revised since 1994, and the rockfall standards have not. Avoidance of rockfall hazard areas is always preferred over hazard mitigation, and that's reflected in the ordinance. Development's prohibited in the high rockfall hazard zone, similar to the severe or red avalanche zone. Development may take place in the moderate and low rockfall hazard area with mitigation as described in the ordinance. This is similar to development in the moderate or blue avalanche zone. Development must avoid rockfall to the extent practicable in the low and moderate rockfall zone. Avoidance is required by site plan review, and Suzanne has accurately reflected the section of the code that empowers the staff to bump up an application to the board if they feel that house size reductions may be necessary. We've researched rockfall standards in 10 jurisdictions as requested by the board. We're proposing a state-of-the-art rockfall ordinance, which is more restrictive than ordinances in other jurisdictions. The most significant reason to approve the new ordinance is it codifies rockfall mitigation standards as compared to the current ordinance, which prohibits development in rockfall hazard areas. The current ordinance puts the board in an uncomfortable position of having to make ad hoc decisions at a takings remediation hearing without the benefit of codified standards. The proposed ordinance establishes a rockfall mitigation standards which protect the health, safety, and welfare of county residents based upon the newest scientific technological standards for rockfall. So with that as some background, I want to say that Art and Chris are here, as is Karen Berry, to answer any technical questions. But I think we've addressed everything that you asked at the last hearing.
Okay, I'll go to the board. Is there any question? Or Glenn, do you have any other presentation or any of your other participants to say anything at this time?
If there are any questions, Art and Chris and I am all here to address them.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to the board. Is there any questions for Glenn or the experts on the line today?
I don't have questions.
Yes, Patty.
I don't have questions, just have a comment. I think the information about the other jurisdictions and what they do in their areas was very helpful to see where we land. You know, we spent, I don't know who else was involved on Shadow Mountain, but I spent a lot of time learning about dirt on Shadow Mountain, and more about dirt than I probably learned doing my 10 years with Superfund. But that bruise net up there really did make a difference with rockfall. So I think this is protective not only of the applicant or whoever's property, but neighboring properties and county rights of way. So I really appreciate this collaborative effort from everybody who took part in this, and I'm ready to move it forward. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions from commissioners. This is a public hearing. So if I could ask Grassroots to put the phone number up for individuals to call in, I'll give it a minute. And we'll see, if anyone who has joined the webinar wishes to comment, you can raise your hand or unmute yourself.
And raising their hand is star.
Star 9.
Star 9, just so people.
Or if folks are in the webinar, they should be able to do it pretty easily.
They're all for the next item.
Oh, geez.
Okay, I do want to take a moment. I had forgotten until we started this hearing that Marcella Larson, in a separate email communication, had included a comment regarding this that I thought I should read into the record since I forgot to forward it to be included in the packet. What she had said in that email was, what I find disappointing is that development in rockfall areas is being advanced in isolation without a hard look at more definite language, making it clear that development must be located in the lowest hazard area and that it might be smaller than what is conceivably allowed under the code. Literally all development has an engineered solution, but sometimes the solution creates more problems than warranted. And I will forward that to Suzanne. That was on September 22nd. Again, in sort of a different email thread on a different topic. Okay, have we seen anybody call in for public comment? I am not seeing anyone, so I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. Steve?
I would move to approve the ordinance as it is written. I think we've done a very good job on it.
Is there a second from anyone?
I'll second.
Patty? Okay, Steve moves and Patty seconds. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 I see George giving a thumbs up. And Steve, I don't think I heard you. Can you say that? Aye? Okay, and I got 5 in favor. Okay.
Kelly,
Yes, Glenn.
Kelly,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make one comment. I wanted to thank Suzanne and Karen Berry for their assistance in putting this together. As I said, it was, and Catherine as well, who's not here. It was a long project and a collaborative effort, and we're appreciative.
Okay.
Oh, hello. I don't know if you can hear me. It's got a lot of echo here.
Yeah, Ian, your phone line is echoing.
Who is that?
Ian, the
I'm
applicant.
trying to solve it.
Oh.
Two devices.
Let's
Go.
see. How about now? Is that better?
Yes.
Am I? Oh, good. I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank you all. I really appreciate you taking the time to consider this, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. So I haven't had a chance to say that, but thank you all very much. I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll be moving on to our last item. I want to check in with the board. Would you like a 10-minute break before we start the closer item? Yes, Greg?
I would like that.
Okay. Okay, so we'll come back at 5 o'clock and start on our last land use item. Grassroots will take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, October 14th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry. I'm the vice chair, but I am going to take over chairing the remainder of the meeting because our chair, Steve Child, is having some technological difficulties. He's joined us by phone from home. So I will go ahead and move us to our final land use item, which is the resolution approving the Closser Investments LLC and AM Summit 105 LLC activity envelope, site plan review, special review, and GMQS exemption. And we have one of our planners, Tammy Cochin from ComDev, to present this item to us. Hi, Tammy.
Hi, guys. All right, well, I'll just jump right in because it's getting late. So the applicant for this item is Closer Investments LLC and AM Summit 105 LLC. They're represented in this meeting today by Jody Edwards and Al Byer. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen.
Hey, Tammy, before you launch into that, I think I need to make a statement just regarding my previous recusal on this, on a previous issue, not this issue, but a previous application.
Sure.
As I understand is this is a, if I can, Kelly,
Yes,
this is a separate application. I don't see a need to recuse on this, so I'm not planning on it, and I just want to bring that up in advance. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
Hopefully you guys can see this activity envelope and site plan on the screen. So in summary, this application should be quite familiar to everyone except for Kelly, because a similar application was referred by the board in 2018. And in summary, what is being proposed is shown on the screen within this activity envelope and site plan. As you can see, there's a 1,000 square foot cabin. Here, a on-site wastewater treatment system, with solar panels, a buried propane tank, a 160 square foot storage shed, drive and a parking area, and the grading associated with all those improvements. Here are some of the elevations of that proposed structure, just to give you an idea of what it's looking like. This is a pretty good rendering up in this top corner of that. And then next on screen is the Closer Investments LLC parcel. It's better known as the Hercules load, so I'm just going to call it the Hercules. I think everyone in this meeting is calling it the Hercules load. And then next on screen is the AM Summit 105 LLC parcel. These parcels are located approximately 1.25 miles south of the Aspen Mountain Sun Deck, near the, you can see the intersection of Richmond Hill Road and Little Annie Road. Vegetation in this area is comprised of native subalpine flora and includes stands of conifer trees like Doug fir and spruce. The parcels are bordered by both private and public land, including youth Forest Service land. The Hercules load contains approximately 7.7 acres, while the AM Summit 105 LLC parcel, which I'm going to just refer to it as the Tilly load, contains 53 acres. So on the Tilly load is where the applicant is proposing just a portion of the driveway and area designated for parking. And both these parcels are located in the rural and remote zone district. So just jump back to the site plan. So again, here is the Hercules load, the top corner of it. Here is the proposed driveway, which traverses across a portion of U.S. Forest Service land. And then this line here, let me see if I can make it I was going to get some pencils to draw on here, but so this is the line the property boundary of the Tilly Road. And down here in this section is where there is a proposed envelope for that parking area and where that small section of driveway is. So at this point, now that you guys have a general idea of what's physically being proposed, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Andrew, because Andrew and his BITS team obtained some great footage, some aerial footage, just to give you guys some more site location context.
Yes, George. We have a question from George Newman. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Tammy, could you also just, as part of this summary overview, explain why we continue this? I thought we were asking for some specific information to come back to us, and I just can't recall what that information.
Yeah, if we could talk about that, I'm going to go through the background of everything. And
okay.
At that point.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. So I'll pull up my screen here. So yeah, we've got a quick presentation to go through, just giving you some context on where the property is, including a drone video, which we'll start off with. And then we'll go through some more still photos. So we're starting down at the bottom of the property, looking at Little Annie Road, and then we're flying up the hill towards the top of the property where the development is going to occur or is proposed. So you can see that stand of trees up at the top is actually where that development is. You'll see the car that we traveled with parked up there on the spur road off of Richmond Hill Road. You can see the adjacent cabin in this shot here. So now we're flying along the proposed driveway path, and you're not going to be able to pick it up in here, but there are pink flags periodically identifying where that path is going to be. We'll also cover it in a few still photos. And then tucked inside these trees here are also some additional flagging outlining the building envelope for the proposed buildings. So here's a highlight of where that cabin will be built. And again, we'll cover these in a little higher quality with the still photos. You might be able to pick up some flags in this shot here.
Yeah, I can.
And again, the neighboring cabin off to the side there. So just here to highlight the steep grade on the side of the property headed down back towards Little Annie Road, and then we're looking back up the valley into the wilderness there. All right, so that's it on the movie. So in this picture here, we can see at the top we've got Richmond Hill Road, then the existing spur road coming off of that, and highlighted here is the proposed driveway snaking around this lone pine tree. Looking back at where the development will occur, we can see where the driveway comes in and where the cabin would be. Another close-up of the cabin there. This is from the top of the property looking down at where the driveway would enter the trees and where the cabin would be. Just a still photo of that steep grade down the hill. So then we took a couple close-up shots to help identify what those flags are, and you can see the picture on the left is identifying roughly how high the drone was off the ground. To give you some perspective of where the pictures are taken from. So we've tried to highlight a few of the flags that are placed out there, identifying the boundary of that development.
Is there a difference between the green and the orange?
I'm gonna let the applicant
Okay.
answer that question. I'm not confident. So a few more shots of the flags in there. And that's it. So I'll turn it back over to you now, Tammy, to continue your presentation. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Andrew.
Great. Thank you again, Angie, for doing that.
Absolutely.
So I'll just jump into the background and the existing conditions. Like George mentioned, the background is important. And that the history and background was further detailed in the memo, so I'm just going to give you kind of a bigger overview of the important points. So as far as the AM Summit 105 parcel goes, in 2001, the BOCC approved special review, GMQS exemption, 1041 hazard review, conceptual submission, and that site plan was recorded in Book 60 at page 54. Since approximately 1970, the parcel has been utilized for guided powder tours. The owner has a lease agreement with the Aspen Skiing Company for that use. And there is a 270 square foot lunch cabin and vault privy on that property, which was reconstructed in 2012. In 2017, the owner of that property submitted an application requesting activity envelope review to reestablish the activity envelope that was approved by the BOCC in 2001. The application was forwarded to the hearing officer based on objections raised by the Larson family LLC. And then in 2018, the hearing officer did approve the activity envelope with conditions. However, no appeal was submitted by the owner, and the BOCC heard that appeal at a public hearing on November 14th, 2018. Then on December 19th, 2018, the BOCC affirmed the appeal and modified the hearing officer's determination approving that activity envelope. Let's see, I'm going to share my screen again with you guys. On the screen, you'll see this Summit parcel recorded activity envelope. Here you can see just a piece of that Hercules load. This is the whole parcel here. And the Tilley claim, which we'll be referring to, is right in here. So this is the area where the parking area and a part of that driveway is located. And then further to the east is the square, which represents the approved activity envelope on that lot. And the existing lunch cabin is where these arrows are. And you can see that access to that activity envelope is provided by some of these primitive old driveways that have been on that parcel for a very long time. And then moving on to the Hercules load. So this Hercules load was patented in 1891 and is bisected by two senior mining claims, which result in two separate parcels. The western parcel being referred to as the Bunny Ears, which is down on the western end. And then the eastern parcel is the subject parcel of this application, which I'll refer to as the Hercules load. The western portion was approved for a TDR extending site and has been sterilized, while this, like I said, this eastern section, which is approximately 7.7 acres, is the subject parcel. On November 2nd, 2017, Coastal Investments LLC submitted an application for an activity envelope and site plan review, special review for ground-mounted solar panels up to 16 feet in height, and the establishment of yard setbacks in the rural and remote zone district, and the GMQS exemption. The BOCC considered this application at public meetings held on February 28th, April 11th, April 25th, and May 9th. During the April 25th meeting, the BOCC scheduled a site visit to the Hercules load, tentatively to take place on Monday, May 7th, 2018. However, at the conclusion of that meeting, because not all board members were present, the time remained tentative. And then on May 7th, 2018, the BOCC did participate in the site visit to the Hercules load, as well as the adjacent property owned by Larson Family LP. And both representatives of Closer Investments and Larson Family LP were in attendance. And then at the public hearing on May 9th, the BOCC approved the Closer Investments LLC application pursuant to Resolution 37, 2018. And then, however, because the notice of the May 7th site visit was posted as a time to be determined, it was possible that interested members of the public did not have the opportunity to participate in that May 7th site visit. And so, therefore, on July 11th, 2018, the BOCC found that it approved Resolution 37, 2018 in a manner that potentially deprived members of the public an opportunity to fully participate in the process, and they subsequently adopted Resolution 54, 2018, revoking that Resolution 37, 2018. So in May of 2020, the applicant has submitted the application that we're reviewing today. And like I said, it's very similar to the application submitted in 2017. The notable changes are the fact that the ground-mounted solar panels are being reduced by 1 foot. This is simply because the code has changed since that time, which previously it had allowed ground-mounted solar panels up to 16 feet with special review approval, and now it simply just allows a maximum of 15 feet. And then the second notable change is the inclusion of this temporary driveway for construction purposes. This application does include a decision memo issued by the Forest Service authorizing the construction of temporary construction access through National Forest Service lands to the proposed cabin on the Hercules claim. This authorization, it's important to note that this authorization is only valid after the applicants provide the U.S. Forest Service evidence that Pickens County permitting has been completed, approving the proposed cabin. This application was referred to the attorney, the planning engineer, zoning, Castle Creek Caucus, the Little Annie HOA, Environmental Health, Aspen Fire Protection District, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the U.S. Forest Service. Comments were received from the planning engineer, zoning, Forest Service, and the Little Annie HOA, and those were all included in the packet. So at this point, if anyone has any questions about the location or background, I'll take those before we move on to the land use code section of this review.
Okay, I'll go to commissioners. Any questions for Tammy? I have a few, probably because I don't have the benefit of the background is from everybody else. So just a couple quick questions on the background is, was there any particular reason, was there a required time that had to lapse before the applicant came back after the 2018 rescission?
You know, I believe the code does, it does require 6 months before you reapply, but I think in this case, the applicant was waiting to get that U.S. Forest Service permit for their access.
Got it, okay. And then, you just answered my other question. I wasn't sure if they had the Forest Service authorization or pre-authorization back in 2018.
No, they didn't. So that previous resolution that was approved in 2018 was conditioned upon them. They had 3 options for obtaining access, and one being obtaining this temporary construction access.
Okay. And so is there access on the Tilly Lode, obtained through an easement?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Tilly has provided an easement for parking and, access to the Closer Investments LLC.
Okay, thank you. Those are, I'm sure I'll have more, but that's it for now. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Tammy, is the parking, the new arrangement with the parking and the easement on the Tilly Lode, is that temporary for construction of a temporary construction road, or is this a permanent parking lot?
It would be, yes, it's somewhat confusing in that it's, parking will be used, in the summer. The applicants will pull off from Richmond Hill Road and they'll be able to park on that Tilly. Because it is a rural and remote zone district, winter maintenance is prohibitive, so all vehicular access will be, prohibited at that time. But in the summer, they will be able to park vehicles on that area and then walk into the, across that proposed temporary construction driveway.
So the driveway will be they'll make an attempt to rehabilitate the driveway, but they're gonna have a permanent constructed parking lot there of some sort.
Yeah, and when we say constructed parking lot, and I was gonna go into that later, it's basically, there's very minor grading. Let me see if I can pull up the grading plan. So, actually, this image doesn't really show any grading on the Tilly, so this line right here being the property boundary between the Tilly and the U.S. Forest Service. So right here in this very light, but it's a hatched box, is where the parking is proposed. So it's not, they're not proposing these grand improvements or resurfacing. It'll be revegetated. It's just a area designated for those vehicles to park.
And Steve, I see you have your, oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Steve, go
So,
ahead.
Tammy, I presume during the winter, over the snow access would be allowed across the Forest Service land to the property on a snowmobile or some over the snow vehicle?
Yep, that's correct, Steve.
So it's only during the summertime then, once the construction road is removed, they wouldn't be able to drive across that portion where the construction road is being put.
Right. So that's why there's the need for the parking area where they would park and then traverse the Forest Service by foot to get to their parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us just what's the distance from that, from the parking to the?
I believe it's 288 feet. Jody or Al might have to correct me here.
We can ask the applicant to confirm that in their presentation.
Yeah, I might have it somewhere further in my notes here too. So we'll get back to that question.
Sorry, Al, it's very difficult for the public on our TVs at home to see what you're trying to hold up. So we'll let you answer in your presentation. Thank you. Is there any additional questions for Tammy? No? All right, Tammy, are you finished? Are we ready to turn it over to Al Beyer?
No, that was just the background context. I haven't gotten to the code.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's go. Go for it. Thank you.
Great. All right. So the first portion of this application is the request for a GMS exemption for development. The Hercules Lode on which development is proposed was legally created prior to June 12, 1978, and therefore it retains a GM2S exemption and development right pursuant to Land Use Code Section 630-100. parcels with this GM2S exemption in the rural and remote district have the option of either residential development or to transfer that development right as a TDR. In this case, the applicant has chosen to develop the parcel with a cabin, which requires the activity envelope and site plan review and special review. And so therefore, that's what we'll be reviewing this application for compliance with. Chapter 4 is the chapter which establishes the uses allowed in each of the county's zone districts. Pursuant to Section 420, a single-family dwelling unit, temporary land use activities, and ground-mounted solar energy collectors under 1/10 of an acre in size are allowed by right use in the rural and remote zone district. It is the physical improvements associated with these uses that require the activity envelope and site plan review and special review. Additionally, because these parcels are in the rural and remote zone districts, the special review is required for basically 4 things that the applicant is requesting. 1 is to establish the yard setback. 2 is to establish a location for parking adjacent to an existing roadway in order to allow that alternative access beyond that point. 3 is the use by federal permit, and in this case, it's the use, the permit for the temporary construction driveway across U.S. forest lands. And the 4th is just the construction of the driveway, which is somewhat confusing because it's somewhat temporary in nature and will be revegetated, but some of the grading will remain. So we've just gone ahead and done a review, a special review for that temporary construction driveway as a permanent driveway. So we'll start with the
I'm sorry, could you explain that to me? I hear temporary and then I hear permanent grading. And I see.
Sure,
please.
sure. So, and I guess it's based off of what the U.S. Forest Service has approved, conditionally approved in their memo. So they have allowed for that grading that's shown on that site plan to remain in place. But other than that, the entire disturbed area will be revegetated.
Sorry, hang on a sec. We are, our feed is freezing over here in the room.
It's funny, yeah, it's
Okay.
fine on the screen, but it's...
Yeah. Okay, I just want to make
It's
sure
been
so
on too
grassroots
long
can
today.
properly broadcast. So go ahead, Tammy, please, can you go back and talk
Okay, and
about-
it's just a great question, because I think that is a confusing point. I hope you guys understand it, but let me know if you have questions, because we are calling it a temporary construction driveway because it will only be used for vehicle construction purposes. But right, there will be some grading that will remain. Okay.
George, do you have a question?
I do, thanks. Well, why would the Forest Service allow the grading to remain versus putting it back to its natural state?
I don't know that I can answer that for the Forest Service, George.
Okay.
That policy.
All right, thank you.
So the activity envelope and site plan portion of the application must comply with the policies in Chapter 7. The first section of that, Chapter 7, is the steep and potentially unstable slope section. So on screen is a slope analysis of the Hercules load. The red areas are slopes over 45%, the orange are 30 to 45%, and the gray is 15 to 30%, and the white is, I believe, 0 to 15%. So as you can tell, most of the Hercules load is within grades greater than 30%, but the applicant has appropriately located development outside of those steep slopes. There is a small area just, I guess, to the east of Little Annie Road, this being Little Annie Road here, which does have slopes less than 30%. However, this area could not be, it's very small and would not be able to be developed because there's no access to that area without crossing those slopes greater than 45%. There are no mapped water courses or features on the parcel, and at building permit, the applicant will be required to submit a detailed drainage and erosion control plan acceptable to the planning engineer. The parcels are mapped within a medium to severe wildfire hazard area. The applicant has provided a wildlife report from Zone 1 Wildfire LLC, who has determined that this area should be considered to be within a low wildfire area. They've also provided some recommendations for mitigation, which the applicant has agreed to comply with, as well as the applicant is also aware that fire protection services are very limited in this area, and unlikely that they'll obtain help from those departments. The parcel is also mapped, it's not mapped in the county regulated wildlife habitat area. So impacts to the wildlife can be mitigated pursuant to section 72070. The parcels are mapped within a potential avalanche hazard area. So in 2018, Art Mears, I believe was on the last item, reviewed the application and determined that the cabin site and the slopes above the cabin site, including the proposed parking area and driveway, are not exposed to avalanche hazards. The Colorado Geologic Survey also reviewed this application in 2018 and also agreed with Art Mears, his assessment. Additionally, there are also sections on the Hercules Lode containing mapped landslide and potentially unstable slopes. However, by locating the cabin and the access road on the east side of the portion of the parcel above the steep slopes, the improvements will be outside of those potentially unstable areas. For these reasons, because of all these constraints and the steep slopes, staff believes that the proposed activity envelope for the home is sited in one of two compliant locations on the parcel. So the only other compliant area would be to slide the development to the north. But however, by doing this, you would increase the length of access and the impact from that, as well as it would be closer to the Larson family LP cabin, and it would also be outside of those trees which you saw in that aerial footage, which will screen the house from Richmond Hill Road, or Richmond Ridge Road. Right, the next section to review is the ground-mounted solar panels. Here's where I was getting the 288 square feet. So the proposed solar panels will cover 288 square feet. That's not the length of the road, my fault. And they'll be built at a maximum of 15 feet high to provide energy to the cabin. They'll be painted with a matte finish, and they'll have a non-reflective color. And as, again, those scenic impacts will be mitigated because most of this development is tucked into those existing conifer trees. The panels will also not be visible from Castle Creek Road or Highway 82 just due to the distance and the topography of the parcels. The next section to review is the scenic protection section. And as I just mentioned, these parcels are not discernible from the naked eye from any point along Castle Creek Road or Highway 82, and therefore they are exempt from scenic view protection of the standards in section 720, 120. And again, I've said this a few times, but the applicants have located that cabin in those existing trees, and they're not proposing to remove any trees greater than 6 inches DBH. So moving on to the access portion of this application, I'll just point out that the intent of the rural and remote zone district is to conserve and protect the natural environment and its resources while allowing for limited recreational uses and limited residential development. Development of a driveway is not required in the Rolling Moat Zone District. However, demonstration of legal access to the parcel from a public right-of-way is required. And that is done from Little Annie Road, but as I just mentioned, that type of access would prohibit development due to the steep slopes in that area. So instead, the applicant is proposing that temporary construction driveway beginning on the Tilly Road. Go back to that engineered drawing.
Tammy, can I ask for clarification on what you just said?
Sure.
Do all of these site envelopes require a formal access to them less than 30-degree slope?
I guess, are you asking, are all these envelopes?
I'm just asking about where you say that the other area along Little Annie Road is not suitable for development because they could put an activity envelope there, but they wouldn't have an area of less than a certain degree slope to get to it? Even though we don't require a driveway?
Correct, yeah, so on the screen, I mean, they would be limited to this tiny sliver, and there would be no way to get in to construct that cabin, except for crossing slopes over 45%.
Okay, thanks.
I think maybe just to add to that, again, I think just even the temporary construction disturbance is subject to the development standard in the code about development on slopes of less than 30%. So again, that still applies, even though it's only a temporary driveway versus a permanent one. So, and again, it's the issue of crossing the steep slope versus the grade of a driveway to get in, just to make sure that's clear.
Okay. Greg, did you have a question?
Only that the other location that Tammy put the cursor on it, that's a mine tailing or a test hole with a road access to it from the Little Annie Road? I was under the impression that was a previous mine road that actually had a road access to it, probably an unimproved road, but.
Yeah, it definitely is probably some previous mine activity, and that's what has created those slopes less than 30%. So right, access probably in that small area might have a few areas with less than 30%. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess it does. I was just under the impression there was actually an existing mine operation there that had a road to it already. So the road's already there to that side. I can see why that wouldn't be the most suitable place or attractive place to build, but I just wanted to be clear on that. It seemed that there actually is another flat spot down there with a road to it. At least there was a road at some point in the last 150 years. Who knows what it's like now? And I could be wrong. You can correct me. Right. And as Al says, it certainly is constrained by avalanche. I agree with that.
Just to get back to that proposed driveway from the Tilly, the applicants have described this access as a simple 2-track road. Again, it will be required to be fully revegetated per the U.S. Forest Service memo, which they have very detailed instructions on how that is to be revegetated. And again, that authorization is also conditioned upon Pickens County permitting being obtained to construct that cabin. So I guess to further build on that, it is also conditioned that the terms of use are for 2 summer seasons, which is the anticipated time frame to construct that cabin. So once the cabin and the associated improvements have been completed, or after 2 summer construction seasons, whichever is last, the applicant will be required to revegetate that area. So there is a point right where the access enters the property, right at the corner, which will narrow to 7 feet 4 inches in order to stay within the U.S. Forest Service boundaries. Numerous documents were submitted by both the applicant and Larson Family LLC regarding this area and the feasibility of access. All those documents were included in the packet. And staff has reviewed this area with the county engineer, and we both believe that, yes, non-traditional construction vehicles and equipment will be needed to access through that narrow area, but it is possible to access through that area and not trespass onto the adjacent properties. So, moving on, the last portion of this application.
So I have a question about that, Tammy. Sorry, so temporary access driveways aren't required to meet the same standards that a permanent driveway would in the code?
No, and I mean, also just to point out that we don't even require driveways at all in the rural remote zone district.
Okay. So we don't have to require a 12-foot, you know, or 16-foot width driveway, as we would ordinarily in the code? Right, okay. Okay, and I'll just ask Mr. Byer, it's very challenging to monitor the chat, because one of our commissioners doesn't have a computer, is relying on the screen. So I would just ask, please just note any answers or refutations you'd like to make, and we'll do the same for outstanding questions. Thank you. Thanks, Tammy.
So the last portion of this application is the request for special review. As listed in Chapter 3 and 4 of the Land Use Code, the establishment of setbacks, the construction of a driveway, the establishment of a parking location, and a use by federal permit are all required to have special review approval in the rural and remote zone district. And that the criteria for that special review approval is listed in Section 23030. So I've put on screen for you the uses that require that special review approval and the criteria in that section. I think it's important that you just keep in mind that special review criteria is only being applied to those 4 uses that I have listed on the screen, and not to the other aspects of this application. So we'll start with the construction of the temporary construction driveway, the area for parking, and the use by federal permit. So the first criteria is the special review use shall consider the application, the applicable county master plan, and the special review use shall not conflict with any applicable sections of the Pickens County Land Use Code, including land use policies in Chapter 1. So the 2003 Castle Maroon Master Plan is the applicable master plan for these parcels. It does state that as directed in the rural and remote zone district and in the county asset management plan, properties within the rural and remote zone district have no wintertime automobile access and must be accessed by over-the-snow vehicles or by ski or by foot. This application is consistent with that statement. The plan does not otherwise address construction of driveways in the rural and remote zone district. And again, that driveway and the parking area will be revegetated to comply with that Forest Service design criteria. And all those criteria are consistent with our county land use code. I'd also point out that similar parking solutions are found throughout the rural and remote zone district within the Castle Creek Caucus area and further along Little Annie Road. The next criteria to review are C and D, which are the proposed development must not materially endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, as well as the proposed development must not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Again, up above are are the uses which we are reviewing for special review. And staff does not believe that the proposed temporary construction driveway, the parking location, and the use by federal permit will endanger the health, safety, or welfare, or substantially injure the value of adjoining property. Then the next two sections are E and F. The special review shall be consistent with the intent of the zone district in which it's proposed to be located, and it shall be compatible with the character of the immediate vicinity of the parcel proposed for development and surrounding land uses, or shall enhance the mixture of complementary uses and activities in the vicinity of the parcel proposed for development. So again, driveways are not required in the zone district. It's a zone district that's very unique and does allow for the establishment of a parking location adjacent to an existing roadway in order to provide that alternative access beyond that roadway. And again, similar properties in the rural and remote zone district to obtain access in this manner and have parking locations adjacent to, like, Little Annie Road, for example. Staff does believe that this plan has reduced the impact associated with the typical permanent driveway and is consistent with the character and comparable properties in the surrounding area. The next criteria is G. So I apologize for going through this so thoroughly with you, but this application is being very scrutinized. So the G is the location, size, design, and operating characteristics of the proposed special review use must be in harmony with the surrounding area and minimize the adverse effects, including visual impacts on pedestrian and vehicular circulation, traffic generation, parking, trash, service delivery, air, water pollution, and other impacts on natural resources, noise, vibrations, and odor on surrounding properties. So again, staff believes that the location and the size and design and operating characteristics of the temporary driveway, the parking area, and the use by federal permit are in harmony with the surrounding area and do minimize the adverse effects. The disturbed areas will be required to be revegetated, and noise and odor and pollution, etc., will be minimized due to the temporary nature. Also, the proposed alignment is one of the shorter solutions for access to the activity envelope from the public right-of-way, besides accessing through the private property, which would require an easement or traversing those steeper slopes. Okay, so the next criteria is there must be adequate public facilities and services to serve the special review use, including but not limited to roads, potable water, sewer, solid waste, parks, police, fire protection, emergency medical services, hospital and medical services, etc. So none of these special review uses would require additional public facilities or services. And then the last criteria is just not applicable. Okay, and so lastly, the next review is for special review for setbacks in the rural and remote zone districts. So these exact same criteria are being applied to establish the requested setbacks. This is due to the high probability and the unique nature in the rural and remote zone districts, and to allow flexibility for development solutions that conserve and protect the natural environment. This is the only zone district in the county where these setbacks are established through special review. Most other zone districts are just a given setback. But because of the unique nature of the rural and remote zone districts, they are variable. So just things to consider about setbacks are measured from lot line to a structure, and the code does allow certain development within these setbacks, including retaining for driveways up to 6 feet and other grade changes, which are less than 30 inches. So the proposed setbacks, as shown on the site plan, are 116 feet from the northern property line, 20 feet from the eastern property line, 20 feet from the southern property line, and 966 from the western property line. So just in summary, staff does not believe that the proposed setbacks are inconsistent with the special review criteria shown on the screen, or the Castle Maroon Master Plan, or the Pickens County land use policies. Again, it's not uncommon for development in the rural and remote zone district to be located closer to a property line. Often this occurs just to minimize the length of access for development. Staff has no reason to believe that the proposed setbacks will endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or will substantially injure the value of adjoining property. Again, I'm just reiterating a lot of these same points. The proposed cabin and the associated improvements have been cited to take advantage of the existing stands of conifer trees, which will provide screening from Richmond Ridge Road and the adjacent Larson cabin. If setbacks from the eastern and southern property lines were larger, the structures would be pushed farther into the center of the property and into an open meadow where less screening would be provided. And lastly, staff does not believe that the proposed setbacks will have adverse impact on pedestrian, vehicular circulation, traffic generation, parking, trash, air, water pollution, etc., or odor or on surrounding properties. So I can go into further detail on each of these criteria if we want, but I think I'll just wrap it up and say, in summary, staff believes that the application does comply with the applicable land use code sections. Therefore, staff recommends that the BOCC adopt the resolution approving the Closer Investments LLC and the AM Summit 105 LLC activity on both site plan review, special review, and GMQS retention, subject to the condition, or to the draft resolution and the conditions in that resolution. So, yeah, I'll take questions, or we can let the applicant also present. I believe they have a short presentation.
Sure. Are there any questions for Tammy on the code language she's covered? Or anything else at this point? Yes, Steve?
Tammy, as I recall, in 2018, there was an issue brought up by Marcella Larson, and I think maybe there was a shed within the 20-foot setback area, and that's been corrected now. Is my memory correct in that?
Yeah, I think you are correct. I did. You have a good memory. They have moved.
Al saying yes. And also the access, I guess that's still sort of the construction road in the darker shadowed place on the property, goes through the setback area, but that is allowed. I think the driveway would be allowed in the setback area. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. And actually, driveways are allowed to be, retaining for driveways is allowed to go up to 6 feet in height.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks. That's all I have.
Greg, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, Tammy, if you don't mind, I'm just trying to get G and H. I'm trying to be able to understand this review criteria G and H regarding and how did you come to the conclusion that it's okay? There's the harmony, visual impacts of parking, and it just seems like, it sounds like what we've got now is a proposal for a parking lot right, it's really on top of the ridge now in an open field right by that intersection of the roads. So I had questions about that. It seems to me that there's a huge visual impact there. I mean, if they're ever parked there, people for miles are going to see that. The other thing is regarding services and delivery. How does the water get in? And there was something about in H, something that adequate facilities or services for water. is there going to be a well up there, or are they going to haul it in on their backs? Like, how does the water get there? How do the utilities actually get to the place?
Yes. So, I guess to start with G, so that criteria is that location, size, operating characteristics have to be in harmony with the surrounding area. So right, any development is going to create some kind of impact. So it's just saying that it needs to minimize it and be compliant with the surrounding area. So again, there are lots of parcels in this rural and remote zone district that do have parking adjacent to the public right of way. I guess it's not really a parking lot, it's just an area designated for those vehicles in the summertime. Right, there definitely is a visual impact, but, I'm not reading that section as saying that all visual impacts must be eliminated. It's just that it must be consistent with other development in that area. And then to answer the criteria in H, I believe the applicant hasn't drilled a well yet. I think they're waiting for approval, but there's a potential to drill a well, or they've also discussed hauling in water, which they could do in the winter or by foot. I'll let the applicant speak to that more.
Okay, and then I just have a clarifying question. So are we essentially giving 4 special use review approvals for the setbacks, the construction of the driveway, the forest service permit, and I forget what the 4th one was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And just to note, a lot of those things in other zone districts wouldn't be special review. It's just that certain things, because it's rural remote, fall into that category of requiring special review, just to have that additional level of scrutiny.
Sure. Okay, are there any additional questions for Tammy at this point from the board? Okay, seeing none. Tammy, do you have any additional presentation?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Suzanne, anything you wanted to add?
Nope.
No? Okay. I will go ahead and invite Al Beyer to present for the applicant, and you can introduce your team.
Jody, right.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, Jody.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. There might be a little bit of an echo, so we'll let you know as you keep talking.
Great. For the record, my name is Jody Edwards, and I represent Closer Investments, LLC. Mike and Emily Closer are with us today in this virtual meeting, and they're available to answer any questions you have for them. Al Beyer, who is a licensed architect in Colorado, is also here with us, and Ben Coons, also an architect here in Colorado, is with us as well. We'll all be available to answer any questions you have. First, I would say that I agree with Tammy and staff in all respects, and respectfully request you approve the application. Up until yesterday, that would have been most of my presentation. However, it is necessary that I address a memorandum that we all received last night from Otten Johnson, which, for purposes of clarity, I will call the Otten memo to distinguish it from the staff memo or the Forest Service decision memo. Now, obviously, it's a very detailed 16-page memo with 149 pages of exhibits. So they gave us all 165 pages the night before a hearing when you had a 400-plus page packet. Quite honestly, the tactic of presenting something so late is really disrespectful and offensive to the process, to the board, and to staff. I read it, and the contents, to me, are even more offensive than the tactics. It is completely disingenuous. It's full of hyperbole, gross exaggerations, embellishment, and outright false statements. I could spend a few hours talking about it, but I'm not going to waste everybody's time. I want to give you just two examples. First is what I call the banana tomato issue. Someone places a banana on the table and says it's a tomato, it's a tomato, it's a tomato, it's a tomato. If you repeat it enough times, some people start to believe it. Seems to be a tactic that politicians use often these days. Now apparently lawyers are using it as well. In the 16 pages of the Otten memo, the word permanent appears 34 times, of which 24 are in reference to the access driveway on the U.S. Forest Service lands. On page 414 of your packet, your digital packet, is the U.S. Forest Service decision memo. I want to read the first sentence out of that memo. Quote, based on project scoping and analysis conducted, it is my decision to authorize Mike and Emily Closer to construct a temporary construction access road through National Forest System, NFS, lands to a proposed cabin on their Hercules Lode claim as described below, end quote. The U.S. Forest Service decision memo says that the access drive is temporary. The resolution in front of you says temporary. The staff memo says temporary. The application says temporary. The Otten-Johnson memo says permanent 34 times. I'm sorry, but it's a banana no matter how many times you say tomato. The second example I want to give you is on page 14 of the memo. It's sort of in the middle of page 14, quote, in any event, Table 1 of Forest Service decision memo doesn't permit other solutions. Neither does staff's draft resolution. Both require a 3/16 inch steel plate to retain the grade and nothing else, end quote. Well, if you go back to that decision memo, go to page 420 of your packet, you'll find the table that they reference. Under the third category, it says, quote, where the temporary access road crosses the property boundary between NFS lands and the Hercules Lode claim, the width of the road would be reduced to 7 feet 4 inches, and the grade retained with 3/16 inch sheet steel, end quote. Doesn't say that's the only solution, but if you go up about 5 lines under the general category in that same table, what it says is, quote, the closers will prepare an operations and maintenance plan for review and approval by the Forest Service prior to the start of construction. Additional mitigation measures beyond those contained in this table may be identified in this plan, period, end quote. So the representation on page 14 that nothing else can be done is just flat out false. A lot of what the Otten memo talks about is an alleged lack of evidence in the record. Today, in response to the Otten memo, I arranged for staff to submit into the record 3 documents. All of these documents are documents that were submitted to and reviewed by you, reviewed by the authors of the Otten memo, and reviewed by their client, Marcella Larson and the Larson family LP in 2018 when we went through round 1 of this approval. Those documents are a letter from me dated March 27, 2018, concerning various legal issues and the impact of the application on the value of adjoining property. Number 2, a peer review of the so-called appraisal that was submitted in 2018 by Larson and resubmitted again last night, and a copy of the deed restriction that imposes certain development restrictions on the Larson family LP property and the adjacent CFU Junior Trust A and B partnership property. Since the Otten memo talks so much about it, I think we really need to understand what competent evidence is. In the BOCC hearing room, or virtual room, you, the members of the BOCC, determine what is and what is not competent evidence. This isn't a court of law, and you are not bound by the Colorado Rules of Evidence. You may rely on any evidence you reasonably believe is competent. If you reasonably believe staff is competent to provide evidence, then you can rely on staff and that evidence staff provides. In the letter I submitted, there are a few Colorado Supreme Court cases that are referenced, and those letters hold that the courts will back you up as long as there is any competent evidence in the record to support the required finding. Any competent evidence doesn't mean that all the evidence leads to the same conclusion. There can be competing evidence on both sides of a discussion. As long as there is any evidence in favor of your findings, the court is going to uphold it. You get to weigh the evidence. There is at least one thing that was correct in the Otten memo, and that was that while the cabin itself, as Tammy's kind of explained, is an allowed use by right in the rural and remote zone district, you still need to consider the special review criteria, which Tammy just went through for the special review uses. As Tammy said, there are 4 special review uses that are contemplated, and they are all addressed in the staff memorandum. Number 1, driveway construction in a RR zone district. Number 2, use by federal permit. Number 3, establish a parking location adjacent to an existing roadway. And then number 4, to establish setbacks. There are 9 or 10 actually criteria, the last 2 of which aren't relevant, but there are 8 relevant criteria. Those are the A through H that Tammy took you through. Staff has reviewed the application materials, the code, the relevant master plan documents, and has been on a site visit. You have the application, the staff memo, the Otten memo, the documents I submitted today, and you saw the visual drone footage today. I believe staff has provided more than sufficient competent evidence in the record and the packet materials to discuss most of these, to address most of these, but I want to add a little bit on 2 of the criteria that Tammy addressed. Specifically, those are criteria C and D, as in cat and dog. With regard to C, proposed development must not materially endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. What Tammy mentioned is that that she and staff have no reason to believe that any of the special review uses and items will materially endanger health, safety, or welfare. This is also addressed in the application. I would go one step further and point out that in your packet there are stamped engineering designs for the driveway and the federal use permit area. The parking area is on a relatively flat area, of which there are numerous pictures in the packet, including one on page 6 of the Otten memo that shows you that it's a flat, essentially flat parking area. The setbacks, they don't affect health, safety, or welfare. Concerning item D, or criteria D as in dog, the proposed development must not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Staff and Tammy states that they have no reason to believe any of the special review items and uses will substantially injure the value of adjoining property. Again, this was also addressed in the application where there is more information. And today I submitted to the record a copy of a letter I sent to you 2 years ago when we looked at this particular issue, as well as a copy of a peer review of the so-called appraisal that was resubmitted last night. Suffice it to say that there is ample evidence in the letter and the peer review of the Larson appraisal to support a finding of no substantial injury. It is particularly worth noting that on page 20 of the Larson appraisal, the appraiser acknowledges that the real value in the Larson property is in the land and in the obscene, perpetually vested entitlements that the Larsons hold to develop a 1,500 square foot cabin anywhere on Richmond Ridge without further review. That entitlement is described in the deed restriction that I submitted today and is implicitly referenced a couple of times in the Otten memo. This is the great hypocrisy of all the nonsense we're getting from our adjoining neighbors. We could talk for a while about this, but the only point I need to make right now is that there is plenty of evidence in the record to support a finding that there is no substantial injury to the adjoining property caused by these special review uses. Therefore, I would respectfully submit that you, or request that you approve the application as submitted in the resolution in front of you. And I do want to confirm, I got an email confirming this morning that the 3 documents I submitted would be put in the record. I want to confirm that right now, if possible.
Okay, let me turn to Tammy or Suzanne. Did you guys receive the records Jody has referenced?
Yes.
Were those forwarded on to the board?
I didn't see them. I mean, I haven't been
I
on
know
my.
I know they were provided to us and to Jeanette. I don't know if they were forwarded on to you, but anyway, they were received by the county.
Okay, Patty, you have a question?
Jody, just so you're aware, we've been in this meeting room since noon. So I have not had an opportunity to pull up emails or anything because we've been attentive to the applications before us. So if staff has, if they're going to public record, and I did see the application in 2018. So but Kelly, we'll have Kelly read them since she didn't see that application. But yeah, they're part of the record now, but just to let you know.
Okay, no, I appreciate that you've been there all day, you know, and you had a big meeting, and unfortunately, you got a 165-page memo late last night added on top of it.
Actually, I didn't get that until this morning and wasn't able to download it until I got to the office right before our meeting started at noon.
I haven't read that thoroughly either. Jody, is there...
Al, did you want to make some comments, or no?
Yeah, I could.
Whoa.
Sorry, I'll try that again.
If you guys are sitting next to each other, one of you should mute your computer. Right?
Both your microphone and your speakers.
This is our first run at this.
Sounds much better.
Thanks.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to address a couple of things. One of them is to Jody's point about competent evidence. I'm here to say that staff, I believe, is very competent. We are very competent. We are very competent as well. We're able to give opinions that are valid for how to construct the cabin, how to construct a driveway, how to deal with retaining walls that are less than 4 feet tall. In the county, you need to be a licensed engineer to provide designs for retaining walls that are greater than 4 feet, but some of the Larson family stuff was suggesting that an architect wouldn't be able to design a retaining wall that's 18 inches high that could not impact the neighborhood. We're certainly competent to do that. I wanted to address Greg's question about the parking. The parking area is actually down off of the main ridge. It's not up on the very high point of it, like where most people go camp actually on top of the Larson family property, and that's where the campsites are and all the fire rings and kind of that use of the land. Where we are is down near that spur road, which is a social road not created by anybody associated with us. That's just a public deal. But that's where the parking happens down there. And the parking really is not a parking lot. It's just that we have the right to park off-road, and that's what the special review establishes. We thought about not even including that as a special activity envelope, but we did so as within an abundance of caution to make sure that, hey, you're aware that there's cars going to be parked there. Cars can be parked off the road pretty much anywhere along Richmond Ridge. And I think that's about all that I think as the text, just to catch Steve up earlier, I was trying to text everybody that the lower site, there was some discussion about, hey, why aren't we building down there? There is not actually a road to that little piece of flatter ground. It is within an old mining area, and it's constrained by avalanche hazard. So that's not a potential place for development. And I can answer other questions as need be. Thanks.
Yes, Patty?
We had an outstanding question about the well. There might be a well permit that's requested in the future. In the interim, you'll be hauling in water. Is that correct? Either one of you can answer. I don't care.
Jody, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I had turned my volume off while Al was speaking.
The question is about water and well permit in the future or Halligan water in the interim, or that question came up and I just wanted to know if we could get it answered.
I'll let Al answer that.
I think Al pointed to you.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine to answer the question of water. Multiple options exist. They do have a well permit, and I think that would be the primary source for water. If for some reason they found that they weren't able to, drill to get water, they could haul water, and the water certainly could be brought in by snowcat. Personally, I have a cabin not in a rural remote zone district, but it's in Gunnison County, and it's very rural and remote. I just finished filling my water tank in the crawl space. We used 1,400 gallons of water to fill the tank, and that lasted for 2 years. And I just haul it up there and run it through a hose and fill the tank. So a hose could easily get from the road to fill a tank if need be. So plenty of options. The primary would be the well, and we'll see what goes from there for the closures.
Thank you. And I have one other question. The lunch cabin and privy that are there, where are they located on the site? Isn't there a winter tours, ski tours lunch cabin?
Site.
Is it on this claim or?
The lunch cabin is over on, actually on the other side of the ridge, on the summit parcel.
Okay.
It's way
up and over. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I read something where it was on this claim, but it's up and over. That's what I thought for ski tours. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Thanks, Jody. Appreciate this. Couple things I heard, just thinking about going back a little bit, tree removal. As you know, at 11,000 feet elevation, a 6-inch tree could be 100 years old, right? They don't grow very big and tall on it, and you might have some pretty old trees that appear to be little stragglers. Just to keep that in mind, and I'm sure you will. I have total confidence in your care for this. I'm still trying to get a handle on the revegetation of a road but not regraded, meaning there will still be a scar. It'll just be a revegetated scar, and I don't understand that. And it's a U.S. Forest Service criteria, but I'm choking on that one. We know that any disruption up there, as you were mentioning the fire rings earlier, one four-wheeler drives across that meadow and the evidence might be there for decades. So when you're talking about creating a parking area, I do appreciate that, and that people are trashing the place already. But if you create an area that becomes a permanent parking area, I just wonder, will anything be done to the surface, or is this just going to be a big square, disrupted, ex-tundra, ex-meadow grass, it's not tundra, but whatever it is up there is going to be gone, and it ain't coming back unless you have a plan. And so I know that revegetating is going to be hard, and it might not succeed. And that to me is the most heartbreaking thing, because every time I drive up there, I see somebody else has trashed something else, and one four-wheeler going around a tree creates a new road. So I guess I'd kind of like to see more visual representation of how the parking area will be treated. Maybe it can be created so it doesn't look like a parking area. That would be really helpful. And then the disruption created, and honestly, what guarantees are you going to give that you're going to get this revegetated back to where you like it? Because I know you all have an aesthetic like we all do. That's just my concern. I know your hearts are in the right place. I'm trying to take care of this place. And I think that's where ours are also.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
If possible, I'd like to I'll share the screen and do a quick little Google Earth tour and show you the areas that we've aspired to as revegetation. Is that helpful, maybe?
Let's make sure you have permissions. If you can, then go ahead. We're not seeing anything yet. Still not seeing your shared screen.
Just that he's muted.
Okay. Okay, Al, you're muted. Can you unmute Al? Thank you.
Okay, I
Go
think
ahead.
maybe now everybody can hear me.
Yes.
So here's generally the Little Annie Basin from a distance as we come up to the top of the road there. I just roughly drew this in. There's the proposed temporary driveway and the cabin site. I think the driveway access that we would aspire to is much like this access right here, which is what serves the A-frame. It's been graded. There's a 2-track there, to some degree, graded by use over time. And it's pretty grown in, you don't notice it so much. I'll just point this area out over here. This is a pretty heavily used camping area off the side of the road, and I think this is the area, Greg, that you're talking about and it's pretty trashed up. It's doing pretty well considering the amount of use it gets. It's pretty heavily used, quite frank, and I think it's Larson family property there. I don't believe the public understands where the property lines are. The area that we're talking of pulling off the side of the road is down here, in the side of the trees and out of their way. And so there, unfortunately, the whole area is pretty scarred by quite a bit. Like when all of that's going on, I'm like, oh, and I get it, any little patch, sort of just incrementally adds to it. But a lot of this land has been slowly being repaired over time from the mining area and all of that. We would go at this pretty aggressively with biosol and local plant material to get it to re-veg. And fortunately, it's not like a super lush wildfire area. It's pretty rocky soil, and so we feel like we'll be able to mitigate and have it be pretty quiet across there. The amount of grading going through is just it's a pretty minimal amount in order to make it feasible or more safe to drive across during construction. So anyway, I'll pull back out of this unless anybody wants to see anything else.
Patty has a question?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. Greg, you were referring to the parking area being graded. It's my understanding the parking area is not going to be graded. It's just going to be pulled off on the road there. And the issue with the temporary driveway is the Forest Service is saying they don't want to have it regraded. They are more focused on revegetation. Is that correct?
Well, actually, it's good to see where the driveway or the parking area will go, because Al's reassuring me here. I was under the impression it was farther down and that stand of trees wasn't quite there. So
okay.
It's good to see that. Thank you. So it's possible you could actually put this parking area in something that's a little bit more discreet than I had imagined, right down by the intersection with Richmond Hill. And then regarding that little 2-track from the Larson's cabin, that could have been the original construction road 60 or 70 years ago, and it's still visible. But yeah, it will come back. It'll just come back slowly, probably maybe not in our lifetimes, as a lot of the scars have. I think Ed Smart bulldozed a lot of the big scars you see down below there, is the lore that I've heard. So yeah, when things happen up there, they don't go away. So I appreciate your attention to trying to do the right thing to restore that so we don't have 3 parallel roads up there.
Steve, you had a question? We can't hear you.
Steve, your phone.
Do you have to hit *6?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah?
Okay. At one point in time, I worked with a work crew for one weekend, and we rehabilitated 1/4 mile of road in BLM land out south of Grand Junction. Granted, it was a deserty kind of a place, but it was a fragile environment. And when we were all done, you could not tell that there had been a road there. It was a road to nowhere. BLM wanted it gone, and we made it gone in one weekend. So it would not be beyond the realm of impossible to actually, if you have to move some dirt in kind of grading the road, you could actually, with a crew of people in one weekend, could move all that dirt back to the original grade. And then it's just a matter of getting plants to grow on there. And I think the road could completely disappear over time. Of course, it takes a few years for the plants to get well rooted and sort of get natural vegetation. Now I do have two questions. Just about the construction vehicles that would fit through the 7'4" space between the floating triangle piece and the other piece of the Larson family area. And I presume that the equipment that is proposed, construction, excavation equipment stuff and I think it's not a problem getting that through that narrow gap. Some of the pictures that were shown in the packet were of actually kind of bigger stuff that maybe would be hard to get through that gap. But my first question would be, I just want to verify that, Al, that you are able to get equipment that is right size for easily getting through there without encroaching on the neighbor's property.
Okay, thanks, Steve. It's a good question, and I think a good way to think of that pinch point is you're driving down a road or through a field or whatever, and there's a fence, and you have to go through the fence, and there's a point and a point. So it's not like a big wall that you're having to drive through. It's just an absolute pinch point. And there certainly is plenty of smaller equipment, like the scale of equipment that's used to build a lot of the open space and trails projects on steep hillsides are quite narrow. So plenty of there are plenty of vehicles that would fit between there. Ben, who works with me, has just finished doing his place, which is way up on the hill, and he's primarily delivered everything with a Toyota pickup truck, which is quite feasible for most of the pieces. What it does do is it changes how you build it. Maybe you're building a little in smaller doses. In some ways, though, that's right up the alley for rural and remote. It is unconventional construction. It's only 1,000 square feet that you're building, so it's not massive stuff. And I think that kind of goes to the point earlier where Greg was having some concern about how this proposal works with items G and H in special review use. This isn't like a 16 to 20 foot wide roadway that's used for like the house that's going up McLean Flats right now with weeks of bulldozers pushing around. This is a little 2-track that you bring your Jeep in, much as the way that we built all of the cabins in the Braun Hut system, which I'm on the board of, or that Fred Braun did originally when he did it. It's like throw it in the Jeep and haul it up and build. So certainly capable to fit through. I don't have any qualms about tackling that. It's a much easier get than many of the other projects we've worked on.
Okay, thank you, Al. My second question has to do with the delivery of propane, the removal of septic tank wastage. Can they do that off of stay clear up on the Richmond Hill Road and just, I think the propane, they have really long hoses that they could just run and fill propane down there. The septic tank, I'm not sure about. Would they have to drive across some of the Forest Service land to do that, or can they access all that clear from the road, or can that be done in the winter time with over the snow vehicles?
To answer your question, really all of the above, but can be pumped at some distance. Even if they had to stage it and pump it from the septic tank to the edge of their property, and then from the edge of their property up to the road or over to the road. And it can also just be pumped into a container and put into a snow cap. The sort of septic tank clearing happens at some of the Canadian huts. They helicoptered out. We're not proposing that, but there are lots of different ways to deal with the waste. And the septic tank itself probably would get pumped once every 10 years. And on that interim, you could even go to the Forest Service and say, hey, 10 years down the line, we'd like to drive across that pasture, pump the tank and drive back across. And I don't think that would be a huge deal, but I think we'd figure out a way to do it well within the realm of what's allowed.
George?
Okay, and
sorry.
I think that those are the propane and the septic tank stuff is the only thing that would require service that I can envision. Is there anything else that you would see that would need to be delivered or removed periodically that you couldn't do, that you'd have to have a contractor come in to remove something or deliver something?
Well, when Mike gets a little older, he's gonna need somebody else to backpack the beer in and take the empties out, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, all right, that's all my questions.
Thanks, Steve. George, go ahead.
Yeah, so Kelly, unless there's any other commissioner questions, at 6:30, I'd love to get on to public comment and kind of end our long day here.
I do have several questions that I'll go ahead and ask if you don't have any others, George. No? Okay. So I'm wondering, just some things I noted while I was reviewing the whole application. And let me pull up those notes. I'd like to hear a bit more about the grading and the steel plate solutions for that pinch point that were presented. I'm not really sure I understand what the solution is for this, getting across the temporary driveway. So that's one of my questions. Another one is having to do with something I saw regarding terracing of the temporary construction parking on site. If you could talk about those two, and then I'll see if there's anything else that's jumping out of my notes that hasn't been answered.
I'll start then with the steel plate. So the problem to solve is you have this really pointed triangle that you need to not trespass on. And so you need to, the side slope from 0 to one side, 18 inches the other side will give you a level platform with which you could go through that pinch point. And so the steel plate is, if it helps you in your mind to imagine it as a piece of plywood set on the side that you're going to put some dirt up against. The steel plate's stronger than the plywood. And if you bend the steel plate around the shape of the neighboring parcel, maybe it's a 90-degree angle, the parcel is actually a pretty acute angle. Now it's self-supporting, and it'll hold the dirt, and you can drive through without any trespass or any ever messing with the neighbors. And so that's the solution. How do you get through without trespassing for them? Mm-hmm. The other part, the grading and terracing for the parking area on the site itself, it is good to have a flat surface for during the construction, and also it makes sense in the wintertime for snowmobiles or whatever to be parked on a flatter surface. So that's the purpose for having that flat zone up above, and then from there you would walk down to the cabin, which is pretty much follows the grade.
Mm-hmm. What is the height of the terracing? Like that's still a 15 to 30 degree slope that you guys are covering there?
Yeah, and the terrace, I mean, we have, it depends on how wide you go versus how tall it is. We have no more than 4 feet retaining walls, or what are planned, or boulder walls. We'll use the rock that's there, or we're graded at a 2 to 1. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Is that what you plan for, is a 4-foot retaining wall to make that slope flat?
Yes, there will be some retaining on the downhill side and maybe perhaps some cutting on the uphill side to create that a bit of a flat area.
Okay. Yeah, that does help. I wasn't really clear on that. And let me just check here.
Thank you for asking the steel plate question, because I was thinking it was here, and it's actually here. I was thinking they were driving over it, but they're securing it so they have a pathway to drive. I'm glad they're gonna drive, where's the steel plate gonna go to drive over? So that's a good point of
Well, and
clarification.
it was presented that way in the packet
Yeah.
as being a flat.
Yeah,
Right.
so thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think the other things just have to reference my own notes about the code language. Okay. So let me just turn again a final call for commissioners for staff or applicant before we go to the public hearing. Okay. Seeing none, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Let me see, we've had a few folks call in. I know we had one request, I think, of Andrew Peters to join by video. Andrew, if you're ready, you can go ahead. We have 3 minutes for public comment.
Thank you very much. I represent Larson Family LP that owns the abutting property here. And I do appreciate the time you spent. I was going to say, or begin this with good afternoon, but I suppose it's good evening now. I want to just start out by addressing a couple things here. The first is that our memo that we submitted yesterday, and I'm sure added to the material that you had to review, was one that we took into account the staff memo that came out on Friday. We were hurried to get that to you, but certainly the intent was not to leave you at the last minute. It would have been nice to do it Tuesday morning, but unfortunately it was Tuesday at 1 o'clock, I think, that we got it into the county. But there are a couple other things that I realize I've just got 3 minutes here, but I do want to address this point on the aspect of whether this is temporary. I went back through as we were talking here about the application. The closer application says driveway 45 different times, and I think it appends temporary to it twice, maybe on page 17. They requested long-term access from the Forest Service, which didn't grant it, and they've got a parking area on the parcel itself. Our understanding all along has been that this is intended to be permanent access, and of course the Forest Service could come in later on and offer permanent access. It says it does that in its decision memo on a case-by-case basis. So the request here, as I understand it, is for a driveway. It's not for a temporary construction driveway, notwithstanding that that's how it appeared in the staff memo. And if it's going to be a driveway to a parking area on the property this entire time, then it seems to me relevant to consider what that's going to look like the entire time as well. So beyond that, just a note about the legal standard too. This is the applicant's burden to prove that it can satisfy the special review criteria. Those criteria are mandatory, and if they aren't met, then denial is mandatory too. And I think to a point that you heard about earlier on these special review criteria, on plan consistency and Chapter 1 consistency in particular, there still hasn't been any evidence introduced about the county plan or about the Chapter 1 standards. You just didn't hear how this effectuates the county's dominant policy to conserve the natural environment and resources. That's just not there. It's not in the record. This is a project that spans 3 properties, requests 5 different special review uses. I think accessory shed we didn't really talk about, but at least 4, let's say, for the driveway as well. There's a significant amount going on up here. There's a significant amount of permanent material that's in this application, and it simply doesn't address what are the grounding criteria. And then finally, I just want to say about this taking issue. As you saw in that very first video that they did that site overview, that truck was parked on the Larson parcel. It's trespassing on the Larson parcel. If the own overview video can't prevent a trespass up there, I think it's really hard to believe that they're going to be able to get through a 7-foot 4-inch gap reliably up there as well. It's very difficult, and the construction, as you're going to hear from an engineer, the construction and the silt fence that the county is going to require, that's going to require access on the Larson parcel or the adjoining property. it's just going to. I don't think there's a way around that. And that's going to create a taking of private property for a private purpose. And it's going to create an issue, not just for the applicant, but for the county too, to resolve. So I think that we just haven't heard the engineering solution. We haven't heard plan consistency. We haven't heard approval criteria consistency for all of this. And I don't think that we can say this is going to be temporary when it seems the applicant has asked until Friday in the staff report for permanent access.
Thank you, Andrew.
So for these reasons and the ones you're going to hear from the land planner and from the engineer, we respectfully request and say that this requires denial.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let me go on and see if anyone has called in here. David Brem, you've been on the line for a while. Do you wish to give public comment on the closure application?
Yes, I would. I'm not sure how I can get my video up here. And I just unmuted me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. You're coming in to us as a caller, so I'm not sure we'll be able to see your picture. But please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. It's too bad I can't share my screen with you. I didn't know how that worked. But anyhow, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thanks for giving me the opportunity to respond to this closure. I obviously worked with Mott and Johnson, and we were asked to take a look at this from a higher level, I think, and basically from a comprehensive plan, from an intent, goals, and a bigger picture here. And I start with the idea that Plan West, I'm the owner and president, is in our 47th year of providing land planning, design, and consulting work for development in Colorado and around. So we've looked at a lot of different projects and have had a lot of positive impacts. But with all due respect to staff's report, and I think that the higher level here hasn't been achieved. There's the idea, and it's said over and over again in the comp plan criteria and in the land use, it is about preserving natural quality, the natural environment, being appropriate for the site and being appropriate for the character of the site. And I wish I had my exhibit, and I apologize that, but you guys know the Richmond Ridge. It's not one line that goes down the top of a ridge. It's a 200-foot wide area that has a ridge. And when you look at that area, in every aspect of it, it is devoid of human impact. There's the Larson cabin that's been there since the 60s. That predates any of your character, right? There's some other tailings that probably predates a couple of centuries in the 1800s. But other than that, that ridge is pretty, it's been damaged, yes, by people, but there's no development. There's no, suburban, this is not a cabin, and we've referred to it in our report as it doesn't become a cabin anymore. This is a compound. It's not a 1,000 square foot building. It's a 1,000 square foot building. It's a shed. It's solar panels. It's terrace, 3 or 4 terraces down the hillside for septic systems. There's propane tanks. There's a parking lot. And when you look at the grading plan from there, there's a 20,000 square foot, activity envelope. Most of that will be removed just to make the grading. So in the scheme of things, and you can't see this, but you could look at the report that we sent, it really impacts a fairly big spot, very large spot in a place that's not very heavily vegetated. There's some trees there, but it's pretty sparsely vegetated. As the commissioner said, a 6-inch tree up there is 100 years old. And you take a couple of those out, this will be visible from hikers, from anybody on Richmond Road, and really out of character with the idea of what are we preserving along Richmond? It's one of those places that's said many a time in the comp plan planning documents, and that that ridge has been recognized as something special. Now, introducing a compound, often referred to as almost looks like a suburban compound that's going to be there 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 12 months a year, it has, that's gonna have a pretty negative visual impact.
Thank you, sir.
The idea of that,
I don't think.
pardon me?
Oh, your 3 minutes is coming to an end here.
Okay, let me summarize then, please. So it's the compact, the access road, much has been said about it. I think the commissioners understand revegetation at at that elevation at 7,500 square feet takes a generation, or 2 or 3. You might be able to do it, but the truth is that temporary road is there. And then the last 2 things, the scenic impact for somebody, but the one thing that I need to talk about is lights. There's a commitment to do lighting, restrict the lighting, but the truth is the wraparound light on that building will be seen as a beacon from the entire.
We're going to conclude public comment and move on to the next caller. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, we do.
The next number that I have is ending in 8.
Jay's
Oh, Jay. Yes, you've been on for a while, sir. Sorry. Please go ahead, Mr. Hammond.
I don't see myself there on the video, so can you guys hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see if I can share my screen. No, I'm not seeing it.
Reminded me.
Just a couple brief comments, understanding that we'd all like to kind of wrap this up. My name is Jay Hammond. I'm an engineer with SGM here in the Valley. I think most of you know me from my years in Aspen. I would just make a couple of key points. I think one of the key points I would make is that some of the discussion of the need for permanent vehicular access came from our look at the application. And I think it may have been Steve that pointed out that even the application talks about long-term access from the standpoint of providing deliveries for propane. They're going to need on occasion to maintain the septic system. Really what we're seeing here, to my view, is a really permanent type of home with permanent facilities like septic and propane that requires deliveries. The deliveries and the pumping of the septic system require that you get close enough to those facilities with the proper truck in order to do what you need to do. So part of the discussion of the concern that there is a need for permanent vehicular access comes from that analysis. I would also just mention that the easement provided by the Forest Service across their lands from the Richmond Ridge speaks to the fact that access would be approximately 14 feet. When you look at the section in the details regarding the driveway access on the side slope they're talking about, it's not clear to me how you would get a 8-foot wide drive and the necessary grading to be constrained within 14 feet. So even the access and the grading necessary looks to us to be wider than the easement they've been provided by the Forest Service. Now, that can easily be addressed with some retention or stabilization of the slopes involved. But again, when we start talking about revegetation and yet leaving the platform in place, I think you have a bit of a conflict going on there. So our concern is mostly related to the access. Our concern is related to the pinch point at 7 feet 4 inches. I know Al accused me of some conventional thinking on this, but when I look at the AASHTO standards on vehicle widths, most vehicle widths other than passenger cars are 8 feet, which is 96 inches, which is wider than the pinch point. The pinch point's about 88 inches. So we just see some long-term concerns with access and a real concern with getting through that pinch point and needing to have vehicular access in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I appreciate it. The next person I'll go is called in with phone number ending 8672. If you'd like to give public comment on the closure application, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Phone number 8672, please hit *6. Okay, I'll move on to the last phone number we see here, ending in 4601. If you'd like to give public comment on this application, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Hi
Great,
there.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. Okay. Hi, my name is Eva Larson-Chilson, and do please let me know if my connection destabilizes as I'm in London. It's nearly 2 a.m. and have in and out service. All I want to do is echo the thoughts about the BOCC's rigorous review of this application, and I absolutely cannot go without saying that the aggressive presentation by the applicant completely ignores that there has been no actual evidence regarding code compliance. Plus, why must they base their argument on pure, for lack of a better word, slander? No further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for
Thanks,
your
Eva.
time. I'll go again to phone number ending in 4601. Do you have public comment on this application? Please hit *6 to unmute yourself.
That wasn't the one we just heard.
Oh, you're right, sorry. 8672. Yeah, go ahead. No, you had unmuted yourself. Phone number ending in 8672. Hit *6 again. You're almost there. I see your hand raised with the phone number ending in 8672. Please press *6.
Try it again.
Okay, last time, we'll give you another shot. Please, phone number ending 8672, please hit *6 to unmute to yourself. Okay. Let's see, is there anyone? I don't see anyone else, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. George.
Well, thank you, Kelly. Where to begin? We continue, this has been a process that's gone on for years, unfortunately.
George, sorry,
It's unfortunate.
do you mind? We're going to see if we
Hello?
can get
Can you hear me?
public comment from
Can
this
you hear
person
me?
who's been trying. Yes, go
Hello?
ahead, please. We can hear you. Please
I
mute
did.
your television.
I did unmute.
You're on the phone. Please mute your television because there's a lag, but we can hear you on the phone. This has happened before. Okay. Okay. George, go ahead, please. Sorry, I won't interrupt you again.
No, I understand. It is, it's confusing. Anyway,
she's unmuted
this is
again.
process.
So can you hear me?
Okay, let her go and we'll finish this
Can
up.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Okay. I don't think this is working. So if you're watching at home, you have to mute your television because there is a minute lag between what you see on television
Now
and
she
what you
hung
hear
up.
from the room.
Now she hung up.
Okay. Okay, well, we tried. My apologies. George, go ahead, please.
Am I repeating myself?
This whole year has been a Groundhog Day, so.
No. this is a process that's going on for years. And it's unfortunate that the only reason it's going on for years is because the Larson family, LLP, doesn't want a neighbor. It's as simple as that. And so there's been a lot of roadblocks put in. They've had the opportunity, we've had multiple hearings about this. They've done an appeal to their hearing officer, which was denied. So there's plenty of opportunity to have really thoroughly reviewed this. And I believe from one of the comments, we did have and are having a very rigorous review. Again, for the last 2.5 hours, on top of all the hours we've done before. So we've had a rigorous review. I believe that staff has shown, looking at all the special review requirements that we have, they have shown that code compliance has been addressed. And looking at our tasks, have we met the special review criteria that is in our code? And I would agree with staff that we have accomplished that. The two issues that we had asked to continue, the information we needed originally a year or two ago, was first waiting to hear on the Forest Service whether they would even grant a temporary permit. And it was sort of like the chicken or the egg. At first, the Forest Service was waiting to hear from us, and then we were waiting to hear from the Forest Service. So we have heard from the Forest Service. They have agreed to issue a temporary permit, access permit, as long as we approve the application. The other issue, which was more of a minor issue, was dealing with the solar panel height, and the applicant has come to address our new code in terms of that. So those are the two issues we continue this for. That was the information we needed. I am not seeing any additional new information that we have not seen in the past. So for me, I'm going to support this application going forward. And if the opponent still has some legal issues, I mean, that becomes a court issue, and that's beyond our purview, and they're certainly able and willing to do that, but that's beyond our charge. So with that, I would support this application going through, and thank you. It's getting late.
Thanks, George. Thanks for your stamina. Okay, Patty.
Yeah, I just have some comments. I think the issue with the temporary Forest Service permit and the concern of the neighbors that it's going to become permanent, I think that would be another process that would probably be brought to the board's attention if they applied for a permanent permit, and we can go back through what we've heard testified on the record today, that it will be temporary. So I'm sure we will hear about that if that changes in the future. The other issue I have is the terrace for the parking. I know that it's better to have, you don't want to be parking on a hillside either summer or winter, but if we can minimize that impact just to preserve the trees and the surrounding, I think you guys will, when you get up there and start doing construction, hopefully you'll see that maybe you can minimize the need for retaining walls, et cetera, to kind of keep it more in its natural pristine state. I know the family, I know that you know and love the backcountry up there, so please take that into consideration when you are moving forward, if this is to get approved. And the other issue is compliance and enforcement. I'm sure you're aware that if this does get approved tonight and goes under construction, you will be closely watched and scrutinized by passersby, by neighbors, by people who spend a lot of time up there. It should be reported then, those issues, to the county, so we can make sure that the provisions as part of this application are abided by to a T, because I think that that's important for what you've put on the record, that that's actually what's going to occur up there. So just to give everybody a heads up on that, I think that I don't think this will be the end of hearing about this if it is to be approved tonight. So please, for anybody, just let them know that things should be brought to the county's attention, and we will handle it from here. So thank you, and I'll wait to see what the rest of the board says.
Okay, Steve?
So I've been looking through the,
Oh, we could hear you fine, Steve. No, you were fine. Press *6 again.
Steve, you just muted yourself.
You're on mute. You were fine before. Go ahead.
can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I've been looking through the resolution, looking for specific reference to the special review use criteria that Tammy went through, the A through H kind of criteria. I think that they might be embedded in the resolution, but they aren't. I can't see that they're called out specifically in one location. And I think that they should be referenced specifically in the resolution, that these are the criteria they had to meet, and the BOCC finds that they did meet the criteria. Could that question be maybe addressed by Tammy or perhaps by John Ely?
Or Suzanne?
Yes. They are somewhat embedded into the findings, some of the last findings, numbers 21, 22. So we can call those out more clearly and address those very specifically, each of those A through, what was it, G or H?
H.
We can put the resolution.
So John Ely, do you have any comment on it?
In addition to what Tammy just laid out in reference to the proposed resolution, I do have one a proposed change to the resolution to offer to the board when the appropriate time.
John, do you want to make that proposal now so we can consider it?
Sure, Kelly. I would ask the board to consider adding a condition to the resolution of approval that the applicant shall demonstrate in any future application for a building permit how they will avoid trespassing on private property during construction or improvement.
So where would that be?
You can put it at the very end of the conditions. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. Steve, you can comment on John's suggestion or go ahead with the rest of your comments.
Go on ahead, Kelly, with other commissioner comments.
All right, were you finished, Steve?
I think so. I still think, I don't see where it references the special use criteria with those words. I would like to see that wording added somewhere into the resolution, just specifically referencing those special use criteria, maybe even listing them, A through H, the ones that are applicable in our, I think it would be in the whereas section of the resolution.
I think Tammy said she would do that.
Then if it is, and it could call out that this is answered in paragraph, number 19, whatever section, whatever paragraph that answers that question, then reference it. And I would feel more comfortable with that. What I'm trying to do is to forego perhaps, a challenge to our decision going forward from other people.
Kelly, I think you're...
Can I point of a clarification?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, Steve. I think Tammy said she would enter that in here, A through H, and how they apply, so it's called out specifically, right, Suzanne and Tammy?
Right.
So I think that's one of the things we're going to do in the reso.
Right. I mean, all of that's in the memo. Essentially, it's just taking,
Okay, my phone was getting really weak right then. I don't know why that was happening, but I didn't totally clearly understand what Tammy had said. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Greg?
I was just thinking back to our road, the road issue. Can our board require, with this resolution, a bond or a guarantee of revegetation and regrading over and above the requirement of the Forest Service for this road? Can they guarantee that they'll make this road disappear? And can we put that into our conditions of approval?
I don't know if we can.
Or maybe the question is, would they agree to it?
This is a U.S. Forest Service permit, correct?
Yeah,
So
I guess
either
the Forest Service
Suzanne
permit,
or John Ely.
but
yeah, I was going to ask maybe John for help on that. I mean, again, we would do an earth moving or an access earth moving permit. I guess I don't know if we could exceed the requirements under the Forest Service permit in terms of a financial security and the restoration regrading.
Well, the issue of a financial security, yes, we can require that. I would not call it a bond. I would just simply call it a financial security issue. Sorry about that. The issue of the guarantee, that's really not germane. It's simply a requirement under the resolution of approval. The idea of making the road disappear, we cannot require work that contradicts what is being required or requested by the Forest Service, given that it is their property. If they have a desire to let the road naturally be absorbed back into the landscape, then that's their call. If they want an aggressive revegetation plan, then that's their call as well. We would have to work with the Forest Service to make sure whatever requirements we would like to add to this resolution do not conflict with what they are requiring or what they want to see as part of their land management.
to follow up on that, would we need to go through that before we make a determination this evening, for instance?
Well, this evening, it's out of the reach for this evening. You'd have to coordinate with the Forest Service to determine what they're willing to accept or what is consistent with their management plans, and then offer that to them to see if it's something that they agree to.
Could we bring that in tonight, though, as part of this discussion, and have a clause that says future conversations with the U.S. Forest Service regarding something so that it's in here, and we can then take that next step? Or do we have to continue this till we get a hold of the Forest Service and talk to them and then bring this back again, or?
To tell you the truth, with the items that Steve wants added in, which are totally reasonable and legitimate to do, I'm a little cautious there in thinking that the resolution should come back to the board anyway. I would rather have the board review what the findings of fact are and for the board to adopt a resolution based on what is in front of them, rather than deferring to staff to fill in gaps, so to speak, and populate the language of the resolution with findings that the board hasn't seen. So, based on the amendments that say the truth, that we recommend it come back.
And I'll just chime in here because, my considerations for this application, I don't agree that all of the 4 uses have complied with all of the criteria A through I of the special use review. For example, being in harmony with the surrounding area is a very high bar. And, I struggle to see this application as meeting that. So it's important for me that those findings be in the resolution. I may not be on the prevailing, Steve and I may not be on the prevailing side of that, but, you know, that is where my deliberations are centering around right now. So, you know, John Ely has made a recommendation for us to work up the resolution a bit more. That would require a continuance, so I think that's a decision for the board right now. George, go ahead.
Yeah, what I heard Steve asking was he just wanted to have the special review criteria, as Tammy went through at the beginning of her presentation, included in the resolution, and it's just a copy and paste. There's not going to be any changes of wording or additions or deletions. So for me, that's a simple ask, and it's a reasonable ask, and that could just go into the resolution as it is, and I don't see any need to continue at all.
So let me ask for a point of clarification then from John Ely. Does a copy and paste constitute the finding of fact?
What gives me pause that something ends up in the resolution that you do not know or was not incorporated within your vote, that's all. I know it's inconvenient for the applicant to wait longer, perhaps, and I know that it's probably inconvenient for the opposing neighbor to have uncertainty, but 2 weeks, quite frankly, being the price to remove uncertainty is not a heavy price.
Steve, I saw your hand. You're already unmuted.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Given that, Kelly, you're uncomfortable, you feel like that perhaps some of the criteria in the special review use have not been met, I think it would be better for us to actually dig into those criteria a little more closely and have the applicant respond and try to, you know, take a closer look at each of the criteria and make sure that we all are comfortable with the fact that they are being met by this application. And I think that's what I would ask for in continuation for 2 weeks, to take another look at each of those criteria and just verify that we're comfortable that they have been met.
Patty?
Yeah, I think it's wise and in everyone's best interest if we see a final document. I don't think it'll be a long hearing. I apologize for a further delay, but I think in light of some legal threats as I see them, I think we need to proceed cautiously and have this document in a completed form, and so the Board of Commissioners has a chance to see it. Again, with the additions, don't forget we wanted to add something about trespassing enforcement also. So I think there's a few issues, and I think it's in everyone's best interest if we come back with a clean copy of the resolution that we will be then making a decision to move forward or not. I'm sorry to the closures because I see Emily, but yeah, but I think it's in everyone's best interest.
Greg? You're muted.
I'm always better when I'm muted. I appreciate what I'm hearing from Kelly and Patty and Steve regarding caution. I still would like to circle back with the Forest Service and find out how this came around with the regrading. I'm stuck on it, and so I'd like to go back with them, and I'd make a motion that we continue this to a date certain where we can actually come back with the answers to this and to the resolution as modified.
There's a motion on the floor. Do we have a date certain, Suzanne?
Well, it sounds like everybody's talking about the next meeting, and I think you all understand that our limitations on that means that we're completing your packet by Monday to run it through the process. So I think if we're talking about, moving findings out of the memo into the resolution, so you at least have that in front of you to review, That's doable. Obviously, I don't think we'd get any further with the Forest Service by Monday to put anything in the packet. Maybe within 2 weeks, we'd be able to have a conversation with them and be able to report out at the meeting. But there wouldn't be, I don't think we'd have any written materials from them. I think that would be tricky.
I think, thank you, Suzanne. I was thinking the same thing. 2 weeks doesn't seem like long enough for the Forest Service, but I think it's important, and I'm sticking to that one.
I'll support you, Greg, in that. So can we, Jody, you're still muted. Did you want to weigh in on the timing?
Sorry about that. 2 weeks, actually we'd prefer to get approval tonight. I understand the caution with regard to the resolution, and, I can live with that, but 2 weeks seems like more than enough time. We've been in this for 2.5 years, at least. There's a lot, we can contact, or Suzanne can contact, somebody can contact the U.S. Forest Service and get a verbal answer to Greg's questions. I think that the copy and paste job can easily be done by Monday to get you an updated resolution that specifically lists the special review criteria and the response to each one of them and the evidence in the record to each one of them. Staff is certainly qualified to give an opinion on the compliance with the code and the compliance with the master plan, and they have done that. They've reviewed all those things. We would prefer that 2 weeks or tonight, quite honestly.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I think that I will offer, if we commit to 2 weeks for revisiting this hearing, and in that period of time, a conversation with the Forest Service can happen, it's possible we could amend our resolution at that time based on that conversation.
And put the other issues that are
Right.
able to be brought into it.
The ones we know about we'll do for the packet by Monday, and with the possible opportunity that it might be amended further at the next hearing. Does that seem sufficient? Yes, George.
I will go along with the majority of the board. We always seem to want a little more time, which is fine. But I would not want us to, at least the majority of the board, to rely on the ability for the Forest Service to respond in a time period and then have further delays. And if it doesn't work for one commissioner not to vote forward, that's just the way it might be. But I'm willing to give us another 2 weeks to clean up the resolution, attempt to contact the Forest Service and see whether they can give us a good answer reply.
Is that a second, George? Because we haven't had a second to Greg's motion yet.
I will second it.
Okay.
Did Greg actually make a motion to a date certain of the 28th?
Well, we confirmed the date certain. So I have Greg down as making the motion to continue for 2 weeks to October 28th with a second by George. Any further discussion from the board? Yes, Greg.
Just briefly asking John Ely, are there other avenues for which the applicants could guarantee restoration and revegetation without having to go through this with the Forest Service? What if they just decided to do it voluntarily, to do the, what if? Would that be something that they could do? And would that be satisfying? Perhaps it would be to me.
Perhaps, but the applicant's conduct vis-a-vis the Forest Service is dictated through their permit and the review and the issuance of that permit. So, the applicant might be willing to replant trees and make sure that they survive. But if that's not in compliance with what the Forest Service seeks to see happen on this particular location, then the applicant is not condition.
Right, okay.
Dependent upon a third party like the United States.
Okay, so perhaps the Forest Service wants to have the road unregraded. If that's a possibility. Okay, but I think
Less
we'll
impact.
find out from them. Thanks.
Any further discussion from the board? Okay, all in favor of continuing this application, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's hard work and patience and endurance today.
We're still not done.
Yes, the board still has open discussion.
Very much.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you.
you.
Thanks, Jody.
The board still has
Thank you,
open
everybody.
discussion. Do we have a county manager here? We do. All right.
Yeah, I hung in there.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Patty had asked for an update. There was a fire reported up on McLean Flats. It was a 100 foot by 100 foot. It's out. It was an electrical fire. So if you do hear reports, that has been dealt with.
Thank you.
And that's all I got for you.
Any
Ah, come
further
on.
open discussion from commissioners? Okay, yes, George?
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll
Thank
second.
you. All right.
Second.
All in favor,
Third.
say aye.
Aye. Thank you, guys.
Aye.
All right, good night, everybody.
Thank you all.
Because I have a meeting to
Thank
go to.
you, Terry. Thank you, Grassroots, for hanging in with us.